any longer, I want to bring forward to you Brother Bobby Hemmitt, a brother that's born right here in Los Angeles, raised in Mullins, South Carolina, and he's back here where it all began for him on the planet. Let us all stand and give him a righteous black hand this afternoon. Brother Bobby Hemmitt, give it up for him.
All right, brother. All right, brother.
All right. All right. Hotel. Okay. All right. Like I said, this is a joyful occasion for me because it's actually, it must be something spiritual. Must be something spiritual here because, like I said, I was born here in Los Angeles, and my first time being back since I think age 1. And it was interesting because I've crisscrossed the entire country. I got tapes in Africa, Japan, Virgin Islands, all over the country. I got over 150 videos out, and I've been everywhere that you can imagine except here. And I could have been here about 6 years ago, 4 years ago and all, and some reason it just didn't happen as far as I didn't feel the energy. And I think, oh, is this right? Testing? Oh, shoot. Testing. You got it? Okay. And I didn't feel the energy, and then all of a sudden, I guess the time was right. And I think the Spirit must have was saving this time for right now. You know, this was interesting. One time I had one of these on in Philly and had to go to the restroom. They just heard the tingling and shit, and I come back, everybody just laughing. I don't know what y'all laughing about. They said, you didn't turn that off when you went to the restroom. I said, well, hell, good thing it was a number 2. You know. But anyway, so I'm back for the first time in, I guess, 38 years. And I guess it's right on time also, too. Basically, what I deal with is the scholarship part of the ancient mystery system. I came out of the school of Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, you know, the whole host of quote-unquote ASCAC scholars, what we call our illustrious scholars, Ivan Van Sertima and the whole 9 yards. But I often heard them talk about mystery. All right. You're going to put it right there?
Right there.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Okay. All right. I often heard them talk about mystery system, but nobody could really say what it was for the simple fact they were historians. And that's the difference. They were not occultists. They were historians. So the whole concept of the stolen legacy was basically an overview, but it had nothing to do with the real mystery system. Basically, that was George G.M. James' concept of it based on the information he had in 1950s. And so basically, everybody took that and ran with it. Now, meanwhile, Europeans, dealing with what they call the so-called New Age or the occult, basically preserved this information, renamed it New Age, and in actuality, it's the mystery system because they preserved it because they were targeted in Moorish Spain, is where they came about. So we're going to go into all of that. But first of all, what we need to do is we need to give the ancestors the libations. We do the libations for one reason. Well, 2 reasons. Let me give you one. Number 1, they're remote viewers. A remote viewer is a psychic spy. And a psychic spy is a person that basically can be wherever the hell they are and they can tune in. And they even got black people doing this thing. The chief remote viewing center is at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. So when you had your people, the Applewhite people, remember the people that killed themselves in the house back in 97, all those 49 people? All of a sudden they raised their heads and they said, yes, this is Courtney Brown and Lieutenant Ed Dames, and we do this remote viewing. That they developed this remote viewing, this psychic spying in the 1940s. So what happened here is you pour your libations to block that out. Now, I was in Jacksonville, Florida, back in '94, and I poured the libations, and what it is, they got this central church, this Baptist church that runs everything down there. And basically it's a whole bunch of occultists and Wiccans that run this thing, and they spy in on the black community. So when I poured the libations, they couldn't block things out. Oh, you're going to put that, oh, well, you're good to go now, right? Okay. All right. I blocked things out and shield everything, and as a result, what happened was they had to send some Negro over to try to get me, invite me to come over so these people could give me a whole bunch of books. Now, the whole thing is zones. Now, these zones is I blocked out, and I got the spirits blocking for me, and I leave like a fool and go where they are, and they got their entities blocking for them, and I get up in there and they zap my ass. So there's certain zones, and you got to stay in your parameters in the spiritual warfare. So you pour the libations to block things out. Another thing also, too, what you think is ancestors, in actuality, when they die, they live as entities inside of you. They go to the nearest person. You see those things, those movies like The Hidden, where this thing is possessed the people, or the movie Puppet Masters, and once it leaves that host, it goes to another host. Well, your ancestors, what happened is, when they die, they come and they live inside of you because you are your own universe. Your own universe. The beings who live below say that God is on high, while the angels in heaven say God lives on earth. The Zohar. Zohar is the Kabbalistic text found in the so-called ended up in Spain, and this is where you get your Kabbalah from, coming from the temple of Kom-Ombo in ancient Kemet, or ancient Egypt. And now the Europeans, or what you would call the Is-it-reallys, are dealing with the Kabbalistic thing, but we are the origin of the Kabbalistic thing, so we'll bust that up right now, put it in a motherfucker face, so it won't be no shit. Here it is right here. This is the... hold on 1 minute. This is your so-called Kabbalistic tree of life that you've seen. Some of you that have been into the occult have seen the tree of life. The 10 spheres, Kelva, Shakma, Bayan, Adas, Geberah, and we'll go into this hard Mercury, Yesed, Tippereth, Malkuth, chess, not chess. All of this is the Kabbalistic tree of life. But here is the original tree of life, which is the same spheres. The other ones are broken off right here in the temple of Kom-Ombo in ancient Kemet. So, like I say, you put it in a person's face. What we're dealing with here, number one, let's get this straight. This is not history. You can argue about history all day long. Hell, it was our history, and all of it was blacks. So that's the end of that. What we're dealing with here is the deep regions of the occult knowledge, and the word occult means hidden. That which is hidden are the esoteric teachings, which means inner or mystical realms. This is what we're dealing with here. You see what I'm saying? And we're also dealing with eschatology, which means end-time events. And we're talking about the destruction of the planet Earth. That's your birthright. And you all are the ones, as the book of Enoch say, is going to bring about that and kick that ass. Not no motherfuckers up in heaven. Now, to go on, first of all, I might use, on my first videos, I hardly cursed. And as I became more and more spiritual, I became more and more foul-mouthed. And it teaches a certain discipline here. Number one, there's no such thing as curse words. There's only one real curse word that you know of, and that's the one that people get least offended by. That's damn. And you have to use it in the context of damning someone to curse them. The other stuff is just slogans of the European language. You see what I'm saying? Fuck, man, an English prostitute. You see, shit, do you know the word shit is one of the most ancient names for God? Shut, or soot, which is one, we'll break that down, is the most ancient name for God, shit, so shit is good. The word bitch, female dog, is good. That's the dog star, priestess of the dog star, the bitches, priestess of the dog star. You get the word bitch, you get the word vitch, you get the word witch, or Wiccan, which is when it becomes witch or Wiccan, that is the Moors brought up the mysteries of Isis and taught it to the European women. This is all scientific and all historical. Now, so That's one reason there's no such thing as curse words. First of all, even if you big-time Christians up in here, the scriptures, when the scriptures was laid down for that, the English language wasn't even in existence. So how in the hell could something that's not even in existence be a curse word? Since we've adopted this as emphasis and the official language of the ghetto, now my mother, who was an English teacher, used to say, when she cursed, she said, hell, it feels better. That's that accent on it. That's one reason to teach you that in actuality we got to get. The other thing is, that Sister Charmaine, is Sister Charmaine here? Hmm? Huh? She's not here? She didn't come? Or she didn't make it? Okay. The other thing here is, I often wonder why, as I became more and more illumined or spiritual, I got more foul mouth and more, with less tact and no scruples. Well, number one, because we understand that the government can take your stuff and put it on the doggone TV, and character assassination is one of the number one things for the government. The Spirit later on came and said, well, you know, we raised that energy in you to curse like that because if they put you on TV, all they have is a whole bunch of beats. So they can't use your material. So this is a doggone safety device to block out the bull. You understand what I'm saying? So we must clarify this for those particular ones who are shallow enough to not go deep into their minds and understand there's no such thing as curse words. And that's just a programming. Because you was taught something when you were a child. And you can't break that condition of that programming. You understand? So we do certain things spiritually so you don't get programmed. Is Sister Shakira back yet? Or whenever she come in, just tell her seat is up front, you know. And it's interesting because Sister Shakira was been a pillar of the black community for years. She moved to Atlanta for 6 years, and she was a part of the whole concept of the whole birthing of my career, basically, when I was early into it. And then she moved back here, I think last year, or this year or something, in 99, and fell right back on the scene. And it's interesting because she's born on November 28th, and I'm born on November 28th. I'm 38, she's 68. You see? So this is a spiritual, real spiritual thing going on and all, and we were related in another life. So this is how things go. So on one hand, we pour the libation. The other thing is when you pour the libations, these entities that you call out, they line up inside of you. And when they line up inside of you, they make you stronger. So in actuality, you're supposed to pour libation when you go to court. We'll go through some magical stuff you can do. You know, to keep people from fucking with you. Keep the bill collectors off. We'll give you a money ritual. We'll give you one. We can give you one that you can receive money in 7 days, and then we'll give you one for big money. Big money. And y'all know y'all like that shit. You sisters, we're going to give you one. This is a tragedy, and this whole world has to end because there's a tragedy that is going on in the United States. And that tragedy is we have at least 15 million black women can't find no mates. And when the black woman, the species half, cannot find a mate, it's time for the great goddess to end this bitch. But since we got black men defecting your ass at an alarming rate going to the other side, I don't know, white, Asian, whatever, they don't want you. So we're going to give them an attitude adjustment so we got a good love ritual for their ass. And don't, to try to curb that shit the other way and bring them brothers back to you. So yeah. So we got a good love ritual for you behind and put it on them. Before the Chinese girl get them, hit them in the head. See what I'm saying? You know, and this is interesting because my mate for the last 7 years just departed. So I said, man, this is the worst place to go, all these beautiful women, and you single now. But one of the keys here is she didn't depart. It was a mutual agreement. The sister that I was with I met her when she was 20. So I got her when she first got out of the house. And then she looked up about a month ago, and she just turned 27, and she was like, damn, I never stayed on my own. I never did anything on my own, so I just want to go out there and see how it is to be on my own. And I said, I guess you're right. I said, because shit, I partied from age 14 to 30. I said, I used to open up clubs for niggas. I said, personally, I said, being spiritual enough to understand this, I said, I think you need to, I said, it would be different. I'm 11 years older than you, but it would be different if I met you at 27, when you was 27, but I met you at 20. You just got out of the house. And, I mean, we had a good run. We flew all over the country, and we did a whole lot of things together. And she's a master psychic. You see, I'm going to miss that. But, I said, I think you need to go. Plus, she was one of them kind, you look the wrong way, she'll know. So if I messed around, she would know. You see that on the which way is up? Say, you mess around, I know. You see what I'm saying? So I thought the wrong way. She said, oh, something up. So, but anyway, so I told her, I said, you're right, I think you need to go on out. And she didn't miss a beat getting the hell out the door. Man, shit, she got a place in a week, phone in a week, gas in a week, lights in a week. I'm like, damn. You act like I got the plague or some shit. And she didn't miss a beat getting out the door. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's good for her, but that ain't too good for me. And also, all of a sudden, I'm back on the single zone after all these years and stuff. And you know how it is? It's like, that would be cool, but it's one thing if, if something wasn't going right for years and you just had your eye, but, I mean, it just was abrupt, and we both agreed, hey, because we did this major ritual. And after the ritual in January, she said, I got to leave. I said, yeah, they forcing you out. But anyway, so, since I'm not even socialized, I don't even know how to even act around a woman, you know what I'm saying? Because, you've been out of the game, you used to everything, so, you ain't even socialized now. Because there's a whole socialization when it comes, So I'm like, but I also, it's kind of messed up because I am the brokest man in the Western Hemisphere. Literally. I gave up everything, and the only money I have is the money I have in my pocket, and right now I think I got about $5. So I'm the brokest man in the Western Hemisphere. So, I mean, so I guess that'll cut that in half. All right. But then again, I can stimulate you mentally. Yeah. 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 So, but then again, But anyway, going on, we need to do these libations because we need to block out this, and we need to line up some stuff. So, you want to get in the habit of pouring libations daily, every morning. So I got 2 or 3 good libation lists that I'm going to leave behind. Brother Prentice, you can get this stuff printed? Brother Prentice, can you get these 3 libation lists printed up? Print these up. Print up about 100. Print up about 100 of these, and they can stop back by the shop. Next, and sell it for like $1 or $2. And these libation lists, they have the voodoo, the Yoruba, the Kabbalah, the Egyptian, the Hindu, the Santeria, the Greek, which is Etruscan. The original Greeks were the black Etruscans, the Phoenicians. And they started Greece and Rome. So these names are African names. The Etruscans, the Phoenicians, the Eturians, and they were the Typhonian Egyptians that was pre-dynastic Kamites. We'll go into all of that. So we're going to, for the people that are interested in the libation list, we'll leave this behind. We'll leave this behind. We'll go through some mystical and magical things that you can also do. You can also do things, like I said, money, love. There's a good one for your nature to rise, a voodoo one called, you call on Papa Gede. When time don't rise to the occasion, you call on Papa Gede, and Papa Gede is a voodoo deity And he pretty much works pretty damn good, you know. So that be good for some brothers, but that might be good for some sisters. And you know, if the brother ain't coming to the occasion and all, you know, good man is hard to find, but a hard man is very good to find. So, so we'll give you the proper, you know. So we'll also do that also. So let's go into the libations. And then we'll go into the libations, and then we'll get it on. So for the people, I suggest that you max it out, because I'm going to be here probably till the people go home. So that's 3 o'clock. That's when I'll leave. You know, usually I do the maximum. The minimum is 6 hours. That's pretty rough. 6 hours, and the maximum is 8 or 9. But don't worry about it, because it's going to seem like 2 hours. See, what happened is you change the atmosphere in the room with the libations, and it'll seem like 2 hours. Now, so all the agents and stuff, y'all want to get funky. These are the babies from the voodoo. Now, you can take your goddamn chances, but you fuck around and catch on fire up in here getting funky. You see, we're not dealing with some regular old bullshit here. So all the agents or the people that come and disrupt stuff, remember, you're doing it at your own risk. Because you mess around and you get them babies, they're voodoos, and I got another set called Apollo. You get them mad and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Your ass might catch on fire. So whatever the deal is, you can act funky all the hair you want. But all your hair you want. But I'm telling you, take your damn chances when you're fucking with them babies and the what you call the lower or the Apollo. That's our high magic, because we deal with high magic. You see what I'm saying? And I ain't the motherfucker to fuck with. You can ask the white boy about that shit. You ask the white boy about that shit. I'm not the nigga to fuck with. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't want to mess around with them cats there the wrong way. And don't worry, you might get funky, but they'll get you when you get to your house. That's right. They'll get you when you get to your house. Now, they got a Ghanaian ritual that the women use in Ghana to take a brother penis away. This is real deal shit. See what I'm saying? And I think I pretty much got that shit. So fuck around, and you'll be pissing through a tube for the rest of your life. For all y'all agents and shit, I pretty much got that stuff. And if I don't get it now, by the time I get back to Atlanta, your shit is gone. So y'all fuck around now. You see what I'm saying? Because we at war now. You see what I'm saying? So we ain't got time for all old foolishness with these niggas that don't respect black people. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You will get killed fucking around with this shit here. So come on with it. Get funky if you want to. So I'm going to pull out some other ones, some even stronger ones. So if you want to get nasty, you in at your own damn risk with all that government agent shit. You see. Because we got to set the example for assholes. You know, because a nigga will get an asshole on you in a minute. You see, so we ain't playing around. So you don't have to give me no respect. You know, country talking nigga, you know. But, hey, you're at your own risk. You see what I'm saying? So, let me do something first. Hold on. Bear with me 1 minute. I will talk while we're doing this. While we're going through while I'm looking for these other ones, and it's interesting because it popped in. I guess they must have told me, you better put us up, brother. Because it's interesting. These other ones. You all right? Okay. Number one, I have a book out. This is a small thing coming from a white Luciferian group of upstate New York. We have a limited amount of copies, probably about 20 copies, so first come, first serve. And what I'll do is I'll leave one behind with Prentice. And if you don't get one, you can get with Prentice, and he can probably produce them. So that's what we'll leave it behind. And if you don't get one today, just come back up here, and they can go and spend their money to get it. It's only 20 pages, so 20 pages times 5, you can produce some. It's called Melanin People, How to Eat and Devour Their Energy. White Luciferian Group Reveals Their Secrets, edited by Bobby Hemmitt. And you need to stay out of them damn churches. That's why there's one on every corner. That's one on every corner. You don't think the white man love you that much to let you build a church on every corner? Come off that shit. Who do you think gave you that church? That's to zap your energy. That's right. And so I got it on several tapes. I did one in Philly during the day of the Million Woman March, and the Spirit came and gave me this information. And then lo and behold, here it is. I got the white boys talking about how they do it. Zap that energy. We're going to go into all that today, too. So that's one place you don't need to be messing around is a doggone church. It's very dangerous dealing with the Lord. You know what I'm talking about. Because that ain't the Lord at all. That's slavery. You see what I'm saying? That's slavery. And other than mind control, but it's very dangerous. You know, see what I'm saying? But, you know, it's cool, whatever you do. But, hey, you've been warned. I want to get these followed. And I'll talk as we go on. This esoteric science, well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to just pour the libations, and then as I talk, I'll be able to line them up. Yeah. Yeah. And so we can do this and all. Obviously, they hiding, because they must have said, you know, maybe there's somebody up in here and they don't want to kill nobody, so y'all spared. I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, let's do this. Get me water. Okay. All right. Let me call out an invocation to Ishu first. And for the people that never seen libations poured before, we'll call out the invocation to Ishu Elegba. It's Ishu Elegba. In Kemet, it's Anubis. It's Anubis. It's Tahuti. All this is the same entity, the opener of the way. Ibaku, Ibaku, Malambu, Ishu, Ishu, Ibaku, Malambu, Ibiku, Marambu, Mayambu, Omi, Kangu, Kangichu, Ibaku, Omoki, Akau, Mabu, Ishu, Kalu, Ibaku, Malambu, Omi, Ku, Ibaku, Malambu, Obiku, Ibaku, Malumbu, Aku, Ishu, Kala, Aku, Abiku, Malumbu, Aku, Ishu, Kalua, Ibaku, Malumbu, Malum, Omaku, Ku, Oko, Ashi, Orom, Laro, King, Lori, Ishu, Colombo, Ishu, Koma, Colombo, Aki, Anaku, Lea, Anaku, Lea, Aku, Chi, Ibaku, Guana, Ishu, Laro, Akanu, Aro, Aroli, Aroli, Anaku, Anaku, Lori, Anaku, Lori, Anaku, La, Guana, Lori, Ashe. You all right? Okay, ready? Ishu Oro, Ishu Ipun. There you go, Ashe as loud as you can. Ishu Oro, Ishu Ibakun, Ishu Akutu, Ishu Osi, Ishu Ogobo, Ishu Mari, Ishu Jatu, Ishu Ayi, Ishu Adora, Ishu Dodo, Ishu Agawan, Ishu Gabya, Ishu Okon, Ishu Orari, Ishu Alua, Ishu Katasi, Ishu Kori Duni, Ishu Elegba, Ishu Imaja, Ishu Lori, I say Ishu Akani, Ishu Okruni. I say, okay, all right, let's do it. Okay, y'all ready? Okay, let's do this. Agasu, Agari, Edo, Zane, Barasundi, Basmati, Bridget Utola Crux, Dambala, Azuri, Wadi, Wahambari, La Serene, Legba, Zaka, Marasha, Mystery, Ogun, Simbi, Papa Zaka. I say, Omi Tutu. I say, Ani Tutu. I say, Ili Tutu. I say, Tutu Alegba. I say, Kosi Ku. I say, Kosi Arun. I say, Kosi Ofo. I say, Kosi I say, Abba Kasa Babawaya. I say, Mata Ogo Olasmi. I say, Aka Babawaya. I say Mogogo Alati. I say Mogogo Orisha. I say Mogogo Ilatun. I say Mogogo Iku. I say Ilarame Odorame Osun. I say Moko Ikamasi Ogogo. I say Babalasa Yogo Ilasa. I say Nikamasi. I say, okay, let's do this. Aim. I say Aim Soda Uda. I say Aim Salt. I say Dog. I say Keva. I say Shakma. I say Bina. I say Tipper. I say Sed. I say Jizia. I say Tamarana. I say Tipperus. I say Nexed. I say Hard. I say Yased. I say Malku. I say Cthulhu. I say Yosatos. I say Nilit Hotep. I say Azathoth. I say Hestar. I say Subnigara. I say Great Ones. I say Great Old Ones. I say Kulu Kulu. I say Nakumpa. I say Amelinga. I say Sutnesit. I say Sutnubit. I say Lakshmi. I say Jansia. I say Edoedo. I say Ewa. I say Oba. I say Iba. I say Inanna. I say Ishtar. I say Vashashetu. I say Pataneta Unra. I say, okay, let's roll on. Osea. I say Aset. I say Tahuti. I say Mayat. I say Patah. I say Sut. I say Amenra. I say Amenrithasa. I say Anansa. I say Satis. I say Tetanin. I say Upwaret. I say Anpu. I say Anubis. I say Brahmin. I say Brahmini. I say Ramasandra. I say Siva. I say Inasuda. I say Sita. I say Hanuman. I say Asura. I say Hinsaman. I say Lakshmi. I say Jinsia. I say Dambawalawedo. I say Marasha. I say Bridget. I say Adamgwerdi. I say Ogufarelli. I say Ogushengo. I say Azuli. I say Edoedo. I say Zaka. I say Alafi. I say Loa. I say Ife. I say Oshosi. I say Olakun. I say Olaroon. I say Adudawa. I say Alafi. I say Obatala. I say Aruna. I say Ogun. I say Shango. I say Oshun. I say Legba. I say Yeminya. I say Orisha Oku. I say Oya. I say. All right. To all gods known and unknown, I say. To all ancestors known and unknown, I say. The Hemmitt family, Davis family, all my family members, 1, 2, 3. Start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3. I say, 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 Zarabanda, I say, Zarabanda, I say, Zarabanda. I say, Makumba, I say. All right. Now, you're at your own risk now. Okay, let's deal with some stuff. We'll roll with it. We're going to deal. We're going to start off with what I call the, well, I guess, yeah, shoot. That's a lot. Yeah, you might well give me all that. We're going to start off with what I call a hard copy. The hard copy is stuff that is going on around the United States and different aspects of what's going on in our lives. And we're going to line all that up. Going to line all that up with to present the whole esoteric aspect of what's going down. So, first of all, I want to go into some things that's actually happening at this particular moment. Now, like I said, there's a million black, let's say it's almost 10 million to 15 million black women can't find no males. So we got to curb that. But that's telling you that in actuality, the earth plane no longer provides the type of living that we need on the physical, and we have to go to the next plateau. I'm getting ahead of myself, but we have to understand these particular things. So I'm going to go into things that you've never heard before, and it's going to be irrational, illogical, and no common sense. But if it makes common sense, if it's rational, logical, in a world like this, then you're dealing with the wrong shit. You see, so this is the spirit realm does not supposed to line up with what is apparent and what is left brain and what is what we would call good sense. The spirit world don't supposed to make no sense because this realm is so damn low until it can't even comprehend things on the other level. So, now, you know, it's interesting because they got brothers and sisters in Africa that They got brothers and sisters in Africa that now don't know but two people, Jesus and Martin Luther King. They don't even, we got, one of the brothers just went over to the continent. He said some of them don't even know their own president, but they know Jesus and Martin Luther King. You see, that Martin Luther King thing, boy, that's the greatest government agent thing that ever worked. You see, that ever worked. Now, to let you know he was a government agent, do you know that all your Martin Luther King drives that's all over the country was patterned after the one in Atlanta? The one in Atlanta starts in the Confederate graveyard. Now, wait a minute now. The Confederate graveyard, we're talking about Margaret Mitchell is even buried in there. And they had to honor her with the whole going with the wind shit to bury her in the Confederate graveyard. Do you know that Martin Luther King Drive starts in the Confederate graveyard? Now, that's an oxymoron and a contradiction. Or is it? That means that he had to be the greatest government agent there ever was, the Negro Boule. And to prove, you can get right on Martin Luther King and you can drive and it starts right in the Confederate graveyard. There's no way the Klan going to put the road that comes out of the great Confederate graveyard in the capital of the Confederacy and name it after a black man. You see? Now, Martin Luther King, as you know, patterned his whole science after Gandhi. What happened was, in the 1950s, you had Elijah Muhammad's movement. You still had a resurgence of the Noble Drew Ali news movement that was popping up, was carried over, although they killed Noble Drew Ali in the late 30s, early 30s, late 20s. But still, it was still strong enough, and it was still holding on. The Nation of Islam was getting stronger. They had a motorcade for Martin Luther King, Elijah Muhammad. They had a motorcade congressional parade for Honorable Elijah Muhammad in 1956 in D.C. And he went to the Congress and damned them all to hell. You had the real civil rights movement started in Harlem with your boy, what's the preacher, Adam Clayton Powell. You had another movement in Mississippi that was going down, and they said, wait a minute, if we got to get on top of it, we got to fashion a movement that can be counter-revolutionary. During the same time, Malcolm had already started teaching, and they needed something to balance that. So the British intelligence called and said, hey, we were successful a couple of years ago with Gandhi, and Gandhi was an agent for the British intelligence. And we was able to get out of India with the nonviolent bullshit, and Gandhi being an agent of the British intelligence, and we staged the whole thing. And you know that Britain is still the father of America. See what I'm saying? You know that whole Rothschilds and all that whole 9 yards. So they said, look, why don't you find some black person? They were supposed to get Ralph Abernathy at first, but he was a little older. And they found Martin Luther King because he just graduated from Morehouse and the Boston University and all that stuff. And he was a little more fine-tuned. They needed a charismatic person and a little bit younger, and that little Camelot thing with the little pretty wife. You know what I'm saying? And we'll find him and we will give him these doctrines, and we will do the same thing in America with this nonviolent thing that we did in India. And ain't it funny how they always throw that Martin Luther King shit up in your face every time you get funky? Because he was a British intelligence agent, basically an agent for the government, and a Negro Boule and all that stuff. But the Confederate graveyard, the street that all the other Martin Luther King streets are patterned after starts in the Confederate graveyard. And when I went to Indianapolis, they said I will start in a Confederate graveyard too, a real Masonic graveyard. Now wait a minute, these are two white graveyards that automatically is going to host a person that was supposed to be the upliftment of black people? They care about him that much? Come on. No, he did a job well done. And they always honor you with a job well done when they give you a holiday. Why is it one of the most racist presidents in history signed the holiday in 1985 into order? Because it was a dream realized by the whole conservative faction of the Klan and the United States government. You see. And so all of a sudden they took this same black figure over to Africa, and now they know Martin Luther King in Africa. And Jesus, the other government agent, if you want to put it that way. JC done took more black women wives than any player out here. Now, you know Alton Maddox. We're going to go through some things that's happening. You know Alton Maddox, who is the brother that stood up, the lawyer that stood up with Tawana Brawley and C. Vernon Mason. They stood up for you. Got that candy bar? See, I got a way to do this shit for like 9 hours straight. Did the brother ever get that? You got that? Up there. Oh, that's good. Oh man, I'm messing up big time. Oh man, we gotta really give him some juice. Excuse me, we didn't get on you. This is the juice. This is Maya's rum, Jamaican rum. The lowers of the gods love this. Get this? And we know it works. You ain't got no insurance and you drive with no insurance, split this four-way in your car. You ain't got to worry about it. I know a sister was driving with no insurance, split this in her car, got stopped by the cops, and she gave us some old shit for about 10 years ago, and they said, oh, move right along. You see. This is your protection. So we got to get that. And also, if I give the lower some, you should take, never give them nothing that you won't take a sip yourself. Don't mind if I do. This Maya's rum, Appleton rum from Jamaica, any rum from the islands, Antigua, Barbados, any rum from the islands. You see? Get this rum. Got to line stuff up. Spit it 4 ways in your house, and also spit it in 4 corners. You see what I'm saying? Spit it in 4 corners. You see. So get that particular rum. First of all, I want to say this. This month, they're going to do the ultimate disrespect to black people. Now, what we're dealing with here is this lecture is not just another theory and another talk. We're getting ready to go to war with the United States government, and we're going to kick them in their ass from the spirit realm. So, I'll go into that later. That's on into the crux of this thing. We rule it with power now. So this ain't no bull no more. You see, so now, they're going to give the ultimate disrespect to black race this summer in this month. Now, they have savaged all aspects of black people in the media in Hollywood. There's only one person that they wasn't able to savage, and that is the black woman past 60 years old into 70 and 80. She just exudes all that is good. She surpassed the white woman leaps and bounds. It's just, you just can't think of an old black woman as being fucked up. She might be an asshole. But the icon of all that is pure on the world stage is the black woman past 60. Especially 70 and 80. This is an icon that's worldwide. So this is the last frontier that they had to savage. They've savaged black children. They've savaged the black male. They've savaged the black female. Prostitutes, pimps, drug dealers, all that. The only person they have not been able to savage was the grandmother. And that's where we draw the fucking line. We go into war. We go into fucking war. Mark my word, we go into war. We already done started the war. We'll go into that science in the metaphysical aspect to kick ass. So this ain't just no stuff we dealing with here. We go into the powers of the dark side. So don't get all scared. We'll explain what that is. The stuff that they don't want you to know about, which is your science and your African power. Now, they're getting ready to savage the grandmother. They first introduced this thing with the Nutty Professor 3 years ago. But they made it such a Disney icon until it's a movie that you can just show to everybody. It's so funny, whatever. And they show the basic, fundamental black family, although they got them all fat and stuff. But, good, wholesome movie, patterned off the original Jerry Lewis Disney flick. But, that's to bait you to accept the other thing, and they're going to run it past you, and you're not even going to get it. But you're going to get it today. They're getting ready to savage the grandmama, because the one that's going to get real freaky in this is the 80-year-old grandmama. Now, have you seen this? They've never had a commercial on TV in the history of commercials in the media where somebody drops their drawers on primetime television. And they got the grandmama standing up there, dropping her dress after Eddie Murphy, and then dropping her drawers. And they're going to savage you. Then they got, if you go to the movie, they have a trailer where she gets naked, jumps in the pool, and goes down to give him head. They savaging the black woman, the grandmama, 80-year-old grandmama. This is the last frontier, but they mean that they don't give no respect to nobody. So she jumps in the pool, in the jacuzzi, and goes in there and gives him head. And he jumps. But they've been showing it all over the country where she stands up, she takes her dress and drops her dress and drops her drawers. And that's what they do based on savaging you. And they show these things all over the world. There's no such thing as local TV. We get this stuff in China. So the Chinese will say, oh, so that's how the black grandmama is. And this is a form of mind control, how they savage you every day. Savage you every day. See where I'm coming from? So they're getting ready to do that because that is going in for the kill. It's a psychological warfare. If they can doggone dehumanize you, then they can exterminate you, or when you look up and you're already exterminated, the people go, well, you know, those people were savages. They've already convinced the Africans. Let's cut this shit out now. Come on now. I ain't telling you no stuff I made. I'm telling you what the Africans say. I got Africans who say, yo, man, when we literally, the white man come and he show us pictures of you and say that you savages. Anybody ever heard this stuff, this science before? So they savage us around the world. But they didn't get that icon, and they got to get the American icon, because the American icon of purity is not the white woman. It's the black woman beyond 60, 65. And that's the one they got to savage. And they're going to do it with this Eddie Murphy shit. He started savaging with the whole PJ thing. So this is the ultimate thing. That's why I say I really, personally, I don't give a damn about nobody in entertainment. None. And damn a nigga who run a basketball down. Go get Superman 1. The guy said, in the movie Superman 1, Glenn Ford said, man, you got something, you came down here for something special. He said, I don't know what it is, but it ain't for running touchdowns. And that's what we doing, running fucking touchdowns. So damn a sports figure. It's really asinine for a grown man to be playing some sports. You're world-class people. idiotic you running down the damn shit with a ball. It ain't nothing but organized homosexuality. You sticking your hand between a man's ass to get a brown piece of turd. That even jumps past the Francis Quest thing. Sticking your hand between a man's ass. You can't hand off other ways? Come on, man. Everything is everything. Don't let nobody fool you. You see what I'm saying? But that was reserved for the white boy at first. No, but now you want to stick your hand between somebody's ass. And in the 80s, over half of the college football people, quarterbacks became black. Now you stick your hand between the ass. Got to understand the science behind this shit. Sticking your hand between somebody's ass to get a brown piece of turd. That's science. You got to know what time it is. You think it's raunchy? No, this stuff is real. They savage you on every level. See what I'm saying? So they're going to do that with the whole Nutty Professor thing. They're going to savage the great-grandmama. But we coming for war. Now, Alton Maddox, who stood up for Tawana Brawley, him and Seaburn and Mason back in 1988, he got disbarred because of that, because they refused to go to the court, and they disbarred him for 10 years. And he was supposed to receive his, they disbarred him in 89, he was supposed to be let back into the bar last year. So the brothers up in Harlem was like, hey, what's up, man? Why you didn't go back? He said, well, I'm going to drop something on y'all. He said, I could have went back 7 years ago. He said, Charlie Ringo called me upstate. He said, you know the deal. You can come back now, but you know what you got to do. You see, our professions are privileged. We are not citizens. We are property of the United States government. And they showed you during the Million Man March, when they said, wait a minute, at the end of the day, they say 700,000. They said it was well over a doggone 1 million people. 1.5. But we're still 3/5 of a human being. 3/5 of a human being of 1 million average out about 700,000. That's what they were telling you. Based on the 3/5 of the human being law that was never eradicated. You see what I'm saying? You are property of the United States government. And when you are allowed to become so-called trained or educated, they give you privileges. I know I spent 8 years up in the universities and didn't learn shit. They give you privilege. And when you break those privileges, then they reprimand you in order to get back into them, to invoke privileges back. You got to buy your head as a slave. So Alton Maddox said, in order for him to get his bar back, because that's the deadly elite, to get back into the bar, there has to be a white man or a rabbi Jew to walk him down the aisle and vouch for him and recommend him back into the bar. And until he gets that European to come and recommend him back into his system, he can't be barred again. See? Always a slave. Once a slave, always a damn slave. See what time it is? Now here's the man, top lawyer, saying, I can't get my thing back because I ain't going to buck dance that way. See what I'm saying? The hell with it. I ain't going to go and ask the white man to please let me back and give me privileges to send niggas to jail. Come off the dumb shit. You know about this? They was talking about this is big stuff all in Atlanta. Now my ex-queen, I got to get used to that. After she left me, she had to go get another bank account, to get stuff right. They were like, no, man, you got default loans. You can't get a bank account if your credit ain't nothing. Your credit ain't right, you can't get a bank account. I was like, well, shit, you don't need no bank account, no way. My mama took her money out of the bank in 1975. You know, mattress, wherever you get innovated. Poor person don't need to be saving no damn money, no way. Shit. Come on, we need to save. 2 paychecks away from poverty. Come on, man. That's a sucker's game. Take up all your money. Now, you know they found a girl in the water. A few weeks ago, they found a black girl from Haiti washed up on the shore. Just like the whole Ilion thing. But they sending her back. And nobody don't know about it. They sending the sister back. Little baby girl washed up on the shore. But they sending her back. That Ilion thing wasn't nothing but a ritual, a Christ ritual. El, which means S-U-N and S-O-N. On, which is eon, or it means opening. On, anpu, an, opening, opener of the way. Ilion, it means Christ opening, doorway to Christ. And it's like Dick Gregory said, we want to know how that little boy stayed in the damn water for 52 hours on an inner tube and then go to sleep. And washed up, looking like Beaver Cleaver, just as nice and clean. And how is it the man who found him ended up in the closet with him? Come on, man. That was a ritual found on Thanksgiving, rescued on Easter weekend. Same time on Easter weekend, they always show what? The 10 Commandments. And Moses was what? Drawn from the water. It's a ritual. Found it, drawn from the water. Rescued, reunited back with the Father. The Son shall be reunited back with the Father. That's the Osirian thing. This was a Christ ritual. It was a Christ ritual. Just like that boy that got killed, that Kennedy boy. That whole family, they chose years ago to sacrifice. Started with Joe Jr. Then one of the sisters got, all of them dead. So then this boy here, John, they killed him on the middle of the summer solstice of Sirius rising. John gets killed. He gets killed on the 28th. He gets missing on the 28th. Osiris was 28 when he died. There was 28 people on the boat. Now I want to know this. They gave him a congressional burial at sea. And they said, well, he did all this community service and shit. Yeah, right. Like you're going to bury some Sammy Davis or somebody at sea. Yeah, right. Come on now. Whoever. So they go and they bury him at sea. Then they say, okay. For argument, he was the president's son. Okay, we can give him that. But what about his wife? She didn't do no community service. She just fucked her husband. Oh, then it gets funky. Well, what about the damn sister? Where the hell she come from? Wait a minute. We don't challenge nothing here. Okay, I can see John getting buried at sea. But what about the wife? Well, we might say, well, that is the spouse, so that's connected. But what about the fucking mangy-ass sister? But 28, Osiris dies at 28. He died on the 28th. He got missing on the 28th. Now, they found him. One day, they buried him the next. Come on, man. They buried him the next. They got 28 people on the boat. And Osiris is standing in ancient Kemet between Nephthys or Aset Isis, 2 sisters. Osiris stands between 2 sisters. He's the middle pillar. The 2 sisters. The Mayat scales. All a ritual. You see what I'm saying? Now, anybody know what a Breitling is? A Breitling. A Breitling is a watch that's probably the most elite watch on the planet. This is a knockoff Breitling. This will cost you about, this costs about $5,000 real. Cost me $30 on Canal Street in New York. You see, this costs about $5,000, and no, this one has the gold in it, so this would be $7,000. And if it was all gold, it would be $20,000. Well, they got one called a Breitling Emergency. Now, this emergency has a little button. I got one of them fake ones, too. I got one for 20. I think I got mine for 30. But it can cost as much as $50,000 or $100,000. Depends on you get the one with the diamonds on it. Did you see the movie The Skull and Bones? Anybody saw the movie The Skulls? Remember when they crossed over, they gave him this watch? It was a Breitling. That's the elite ship. They got this Breitling watch, and I know John knows about it. It's got a little button on it. When you go down in the water, you can be in Timbuktu or Kathmandu. You pull that button, they come and get your ass. Whether you're in a plane or a boat, you pull that button, they come and get you. Now, I know John know about this stuff because it's a pilot's watch. You see what I'm saying? But this is when you know that you are in slavery, and this is a slavery penal colony. You can go down on the earth with this watch, and they can come get you from wherever you are on the earth. But the only place that is not allowed to have it is the United States of America. You get fined $2,000 if you pull the button and might get jail time. That's because United States of America is not a free country. So therefore, it's not on universal or maritime law and maritime nothing. So therefore, if you pull it in the United States, you're pulling it inside of a penal colony. Certain things you can't do inside of prisons. You see what I'm saying? So because this is a prison colony for England or Britain, because the watch is in Switzerland, and because it's a prison colony, you're not allowed to have the Breitling emergencies. But elite people can have one. You see? So I'm just saying, this whole thing was a whole ritual that went down. You see? Just like the Ilion thing. You see? And just like this, let me show you what's going on here. Because of this book, Melanin People, they pimp you every time. Anytime they bring you something on TV as a conscious measurement that you're supposed to follow, that's a ritual where they're zapping your energy. Now remember I told you this. The boy that got executed the other week, the Mumia thing, the Diallo thing, the Luima thing, all of that is a government operation to get you riled up and angry for two reasons. Number one is mind control. Number one, they can get you riled up and angry because they got something going on major over here, and they're trying to doggone distract your attention over here. So they even tell you when you're supposed to get mad. And what the fuck you do? You go running down the fucking street marching and shit. What an idiot people marching in 2000. We are definitely a savage people. Let's not be funny with this mess. You are world-class people. Done went through hell and back. And you going to march in 2000? So they'll go and they'll shoot the aloe 45 times or whatever. You get all mad. You see what I'm saying? This whole shit goes down during the fall equinox on into the winter solstice when you're supposed to be tapping in the energy. So they got cardinal points that they can shut you down based on you being all mad at the wrong shit. This is science. So they know when they want to divert your attention. Number one rule of mind control. If you can distract the conscious mind, you leave the subconscious mind wide open. And they can make drones out of you and whatever they want to. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing they do is when you get all distracted and all riled all up, that's a certain amount of energy, and they can use that energy to empower them to get to the next point. Meanwhile, you're supposed to be doggone tapping into your shit. Make sure every time, winter solstice, summer solstice, spring equinox, fall equinox, always some shit gonna jump down. You see? Isn't it funny they executed that brother when? When was they executed brother? Give me a date. On the summer solstice. They executed that brother. You see what I'm saying? During the Winter solstice, they found the guys for Diallo not guilty. You all mad. You see what I'm saying? During the fall equinox, not only did they tell you about the Diallo, they had 1 million people march on South Carolina on a bullshit flag to tell the white man not to appear to be a racist. They ain't that a shit. You getting screwed up the behind, and you're going to get the only defense system you have is when he shows you he's a racist, and you say, I don't want to know when you're a racist. You can fuck my child in the ass, but I don't want to know about it. We're grown here. Anybody can't understand this? If this major stuff going down and you are that shallow that you can't get past a curse word, you got to do some serious inventory. We're world-class people. You got to know when war is. You have been programmed to react to certain words. You got to break that. Y'all all right? So, look for something major to happen this summer. You see what I'm saying? Now, this clone, because you know we've been cloning since 1945. This clone, this guy, what's the cat on the radio that just loves, he loved the white man more than the white man loved himself? What? Larry Elder. Look. You all got to understand science. Larry Elder is not on because they're trying to, they need to be defended by a black man. Larry Elder is on so you can listen to him every day and get upset. And they distract your ass. And y'all don't understand the bullshit. You ain't supposed to be listening to some damn Larry Elder. They understand that there's certain devices that's in you that they're trying to keep dormant. And if they can distract your conscious mind, they can go in and manipulate the subconscious mind of these devices in you that can keep dormant. And if these devices rise up, they will take them motherfuckers off the planet. So you all are getting all upset with Larry Elder, and you all don't even know the game. It ain't even about no Larry Elder. That's a government clone that they put up in there specifically to shut you down. And they got all the so-called black conscious people all mad at some Larry Elder. And you all don't even know the game. It ain't even about that nigga. Nobody can be that asinine and stupid to just negate history in everyday life. Hell, even white people say, damn, you know Uncle Tom. And do you all think that white people are that stupid? They know that shit. They know all the shit that's going on. They're laughing at you for you getting upset over this food, and you don't understand it's a government conspiracy. It's designed to shut you down. It does what it's supposed to do. And they'll have another one after him. These are robots. You got to know the science on this shit. You're supposed to be getting with your shit to take them off the fucking planet. Now they're sending. Every summer solstice, they're going to drag somebody down the thing in Texas, all these cardinal points to shut you down because you got a certain energy in you, and this energy can unleash and exterminate all mutated material on the planet. But you don't know that. And so the only thing they got to do is do the mind control on you. Well, we feel the energy. You know, they can feel your energy. Something is going on. We're getting sick now. Shit is going on. We're getting sick. You better go kill some niggas and distract your behind. The Haitian government has now said, now look at this, that the 40% of the drugs in America, now excuse me, the United States government said that 40% of the drugs in America is coming from Haiti. Then a week ago or 2 weeks ago, they said we got to pump this drug war up again. We got to put all the money in the drug war because they're getting ready to go into Haiti again. Because they know they're looking for Haiti to stop this voodoo thing that's going on. Why the hell you think they don't let the Haitians in? They let the indoctrinated Haitians in, because one thing about being indoctrinated or educated, you will be a good citizen if you hate them niggers over there and don't have nothing to do with them Negroes over there. So the indoctrinated Haitians who are French and Catholic, they got their loyalty. But what about if you getting Haitians offered a vote who are not indoctrinated, and the indoctrinated Haitians don't want nothing to do with the low-level Haitians? We don't want to hobnob with the hoity-toity. So that means they will find an ally in you and teach you some of your divine voodoo science and come together and kick some ass. So therefore they say, you got to turn that boat around. That's the science on that. So now they put the whole drug war thing up again. Now they're saying that Haiti, you know damn well the American government is shipping the shit from Haiti, so they can get back up in there, because they went up in there in '94 and the soldiers turned the gun on their head, and about 3,000 of them got their brains blown out based on this voodoo energy. You see? A lot of stuff. Look at this. I was wondering, what is the fascination with dinosaurs? You got Barney, you got Jurassic Park, you got Lost Worlds, you got a new dinosaur movie out. And I said, wait a minute, this is talking about the ancient black man. The Egyptian god of the dynastic period is Osiris, Osar. The Greek form of Osiris, or Osar, is Dionysus. You put it together, you get dinosaur. And what they're talking about, when they talk about the genetic cloning of the dinosaurs, they're talking about the genetic cloning of the ancient black people. And all this stuff about dinosaurs is talking about you, code word. Just like they put the whole Simba in Lion King shit, which was the Osirian drama. You see. Now, going on. Y'all all right? Okay. Oh, damn, shoot. About to turn into a drunk round here. That's for them and shit. You know, that must be some genetic stuff. Black man seal bottle. Now. Now. Your whole census thing. Stand up and be counted. Stand up to be counted. The 1990 census was a disaster. Now they're gonna come and tell you if you spill out the census, they're gonna give you money. Now let's look at this shit here now. In the 1990s, they done cut out every entitlement program known to man. And you mean to tell me they're gonna take a little old thing like the census and you fill it out and they give you money? Then all the commercials black. Then they say, we're gonna really fool with these niggas because we know that they're savages. They had a little census man talking. Hey, you seen the commercial where they had the census thing talking? Hey, if you fill this out, you could get some money. Meanwhile, y'all all fill that shit out. Had the AKAs and all y'all standing up to be counted. Just like you stood up to be counted in 1995. In 1995, the 1990 census was a disaster. The only person that they couldn't track down was black males between 18 and 30. So they held a 1 million man march. You fell for the fucking okie doke. That shit was stand up to be counted in the 1 million man march, led by Turncoat Farrakhan. Y'all know what time it is. You're not bullshit around with this mess. Now y'all jump now. We got the shit. 1 million man march. Y'all went and marched down there. And not only that, it shows how asinine we are. Here you are world-class people marching. You did that in the 60s when you didn't know no better. And like Tip O'Neill said, when he was retiring, he said, you know, he said, the only thing that I saw that went down in my whole time with the government is the black people who put forth all this stuff in the 60s And all other kind of interest groups benefited off of their struggles more than they did. Homosexuals and all them took your shit, and women, white women, took their shit, and they benefited from the whole so-called civil rights movement than you did. They got a powerhouse in damn San Francisco, the capital of that shit, and you got welfare. You put two and two together. The same time they had the census here, they had a census in Africa at the same time. They had a census in Africa at the same time. You see? Meanwhile, from 1776 to 1990, it took them 114 years to get 1 million people in prison. It only took them 10 years from 1990 to 2000 to match that million. And you best believe who that was. Your ass. Black man. Did you hear the Farrakhan call Billy Graham and apologize? Around the first of the year. And apologize? That's what I want to know. What the hell black people apologizing some shit? We want to get kicked up the ass. You the victim apologizing? For what? What you apologizing for? To the elite. Some stuff. Malcolm X's daughter sells the man out right on TV. Tell me, we need not look for no conspirators. My father wasn't killed behind the grassy knoll. Well, hell, Stevie Wonder can see that. You see? Call him a man, Uncle, what's the name? Uncle Mike Wallace. Isn't it funny how Mike Wallace always shows up when people selling out and getting killed? Showed up for Farrakhan. Farrakhan go and sign a deal with Edgar Brockman to open up a hotel in D.C. Now, Edgar Brockman is the man that's the owner of Seagram's Liquor, Gin. Now, wait a minute, hold on. Crack cocaine ain't got shit on alcohol when it comes to the government welfare, what they gave to the Indians and the oppressor people. And you mean to tell me you're going to line up with Edgar Brockman to open up a hotel in D.C.? Better get it. February 27th, New York Times. Just look for, you ain't got but 4 Mondays in a month. Monday, New York Times, February 1997. New York Times, February 1997. You can go, you go to the library and they got the periodicals. You probably can find it on the internet, on the front page. And you don't get on the front page of the, not the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. Let's correct that. You don't get on the front page of the Wall Street Journal because they don't even use pictures. They use engravings. And they got him all engraved with his slick back hair on the front page. You don't get on the front page of the Wall Street Journal not unless you down with the government. Tell the truth. You see. But do you know that Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the last, Martin Luther King met with Elijah Muhammad for 3 hours and bared witness that the white man was the devil. He said, yeah, we know that shit. That same Martin Luther King, even he didn't buck that when the knowledge came down. He said, yeah, you shit, you know that. And do you know that Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him, say, look, man, he said, get your wife and your children and bring them to Chicago. He said, because if you leave out of here today, this will be the last time I see you again. He was going to protect him and offer the protection. He said, if you leave out of here today, we will never see you again. And Martin Luther King said, I know, man. Because you're like a government agent. You get your orders, you know it's time up. He knew the last speech was coming down, and he sounded like Malcolm on that thing. You see, but it's interesting how things go down. How things go down. Now, this is the new thing. The Euros know that something is going down, because it is. So they say, well, listen, if we can't win this war, we can try to breed ourselves into the next millennium. So all of a sudden now black actresses couldn't get no jobs, and all the brothers were working in the 90s. You know, Angela Bassett and them would get a movie, they might get one 2 years later. But all of a sudden now, they can get movies, but they got to be in them with the white boys. So they had the little girl, Tandy Newton. Now, she had a love affair with Tom Cruise. That's the top gay white boy. And it was so much of a love affair until I forgot she was black. You see? It wasn't just, they screwed her or something, They've been doing that since some Live and Let Die. James Bond movie with Gloria Hinder. They fucked her in the movie. So now we conquered that shit. And they've been screwing black women ever since. But no, it was a real deal, genuine love affair. And that's, a genuine love affair. Then you had your girl Nia Long. She couldn't get enough of black movies. She get in the movie Boiler Room. You got your Angela Bassett did a movie Supernova. She kissed the doggone white boy. The white boy ends up with a brown eye. She ends up with a blue eye. That's that union. She kissed the white boy in Strange Days. So now they're pitting all the sisters together with the males, and they're saying, see, that's how they send the message. It's all right. It's all right. Meanwhile, they're trying to breed themselves for the new millennium. Say, well, we can't make it. We can still get a black child that will carry on some part of our genes. New shit going down. Now, I got a brother up in Atlanta just married a sister who was married to a Skull and Bones. You know how we all did. She married to a Skull and Bones. You know what I'm saying? And she married to a Skull and Bones. You know, because we got the list here, all the people. We got the list of all the people who's ever crossed the line and married. All the famous people. James Earl Jones, Sammy Davis Jr., Harry Belafonte. These are the people who was either married, who slept with him a long time, or who got divorced. Don't matter. Make the list. James Earl Jones, Sammy Davis Jr., Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier, Dorothy Dandridge, Leslie Uggams, Barbara McNear, Pearl Bailey, Scatman Crothers, Herbie Hancock, Lonette McGee, Wesley Snipes, Red Fox, Montel Williams, Erica Alexandra, that's the girl off of Living Single, the dark-skinned girl, Kim Fields, Cuba Gooding Jr., Lynn Whitfield, Lynn Moody, Sonny Rollins, Gregory Hines, Quincy Jones, Iman, Naomi Campbell, Tay Diggs, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Charles Barkley, Kobe Bryant, and showed your motherfucking ass some shit. I said, I'm going for Larry Bird. Fuck that. Robert Parrish, Ray Allen, Casey Jones, Grover Washington, Anne-Marie Johnson, Alfred Woodard, Jack Johnson, Melvin Van Peebles, Richard Pryor, Wilt Chamberlain. Now, here go a nigga. He's the first person to stand up against black women and say that the black woman was fucked up. He was the first person to sue to savage your ass. That's why I burned a candle when that motherfucker croaked the dust. You gonna savage your sister? Remember he did that? He was the first person to come out and say you wasn't shit and open up the floodgates. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Tiger Woods, Tim Duncan, Stacey Dash, Tandy Newton, Diana Ross, Maya Angelou, Diane Carroll, Lena Horne, Leontine Price, Donna Summer, Puff Daddy, Prince, Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, LaToya Jackson, goddamn. Debbie Thomas, Dorian Hayward, remember him? Olivia Cole, Carl Weathers, Whoopi Goldberg, Nell Carter, Madge Sinclair, Roxy Rocker, Jimi Hendrix, Lou Rawls, Shaka Khan, Jessica Hodo, Richard Roundtree, Herschel Walker, O.J. Simpson, Tina Turner, Ike Turner, Della Reese, Rod Carew, Barry Bonds, Frank Thomas, Clarence Thomas, Adam Clayton Powell, one of the Porter sisters, one of them, Glenn Rice, Rick James, LeVar Burton, Billy D. Williams, Linda Clifford, Louis Gossett, Fred Williamson, Angela Davis. Yeah. That's right. She married the head of the Communist Party, 1976. Yeah. Ben Vereen, Frederick Douglass, Paula Abdul, Mariah Carey, Radon Chong, Tukey Smith, Alger Rowe, George Sanford Brown, Denise Williams, Julian Bond. This is everybody in the fucking world. Greer, Dennis Green, Cheikh Anta Diop, Dr. J. He's tiptoed, don't matter. Sinclair Drake, Black J.A. Rogers, Ivan Van Sertima had one for a little bit. Reggie Jackson, Todd Bridges, Henry Louis Gates, Leela Rashawn, LaFonso Ellis, D. Brown, Coolio. Didn't even Coolio got? Mookie Blaylock. What's your boy that played in Bang Rains? Marcus Allen, Danny Manning, Quinn Buckner, Sly Stone, Vanessa Williams. She did about face when they dropped on that thing, you know, but still, yeah, you know. Bill Cartwright, B.J. Armstrong, Tatiana Ali, she got one. Bobby McFerrin, Alice Walker, oh shoot, Kofi Annan, he's over the UN. Bill Russell, Minnie Riperton, Howard Hewitt, Mercer Ellington, Paul Mooney, David Thompson, Leroy Jones, Amira Baraka, Gordon Parks, Lorraine Hansberry, France Fanon, Octavia Butler, Josephine Baker, what's this? Lorene Phillips, I guess. Randy Moss, Father Divine, Brian Gumble, one of them Milli Vanilli brothers. Victoria Rauch. Now, Lenny Kravitz. Now, this is the point I'm trying to make. Honestly, personally, a human being can marry who the hell they want to. But I'm going to show you something here. This is where the white man is better than us. Because the white man marries his woman en masse. That's the lesson to be learned for the black man. We talk all the shit we want. He'll get him somebody on the side, but he's an icon. He marries his woman en masse. And that is the apex of civilization. See, some shit ain't even racist. Some shit is just universal. Your species half. You see what I'm saying? Do you know that the word culture, when you break it down, it means behavior? So they can call you a savage because you are a motherfucking savage. When the white man, the world Holocaust giver, the respecter of no culture, he still marries his woman en masse. He's better than us when we talk about that. Especially you being a damn victim and still can't understand this shit. What I'm trying to tell you is if you count the amount of white people in Hollywood, you might get 4 or 5 people max. But this is 98% of all the people that ever got on the screen or sung a damn song. And this is ridiculous. This is savagery. This ain't got shit to do with racism. This got something to do with inferiority. Let's come off the dumb shit. Now, all right. So this brother who married this Skull and Bones sister recently, and he was in the conscious community in Atlanta, he married the Skull and Bones sister. She was married to a guy in the Skull and Bones, a white guy. And she got a PhD in psychology. So immediately after she married him, they threw her in the crazy house. But they couldn't hold her because she was so good in what she did with the PhD in psychology till they had to release her. And I think the guy must have liked him was being nice, because he usually supposed to cut up, take her on out. But I said, well, what was the whole deal behind it? If he married her and immediately put her in a mental institution. He said that they wanted the mulatto kids. The Skull and Bones wanted the kids because that's the thing now. So as a result, they are promoting this in the media say, now it's okay, because they understood, they did a poll, they understood that still yet out of all the shit, the masses of the black woman still prefers her man. Now, brothers, we got to tell the truth. They understood when they did a study, and they understood with the brother defecting by the thousands, they understood that the masses of the sisters, like 85% of the sisters in a world where they can defect now because it's been prevalent for about 10 years, they still prefer the black man. But now it's about survival of the fittest, and they need the seed, and they need to ensure their future, so therefore they're encouraging you through the media and stuff to do this. Got to understand what's going on. We are at war. You see. All right. That's why they started taking black women into Skull and Bones recently. You see, yeah. They got them in there now. It's a concubine thing, too. You see what I'm saying? You see. So, that's what's going on. All right. Even in the movie Spawn, he dies, goes to hell, comes back. It's got a lot of metaphysical stuff. But one part where his friend, who was the white boy, gets with his woman. And they battle, and in one part of the movie, he said, you all belong together. Not by design. I mean, it's not by accident. It's by design. You see what I'm saying? It's by design. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now, we're losing. We're going to lose. Now, the choice is yours. We can go to war, or we can all be eradicated within the next 5 years. We're going to lose. We're losing 75,000 Africans a day. 75,000 Africans a month, 6,000 a day. They just taking them out and calling it AIDS. Hell, even when the AIDS thing here, everybody just didn't die like flies when the shit first popped out here. And then we got people took years to die. And like Magic Johnson, y'all need to shoot him in the head because he never had AIDS. Because there's no such thing. But the key here is they're killing you and they're calling it AIDS. So they got 6,000 a day, 75,000 a month, and they say they're expecting 900,000 Africans by the end of the year. Bullshit. I worked for an outreach program that dealt with AIDS, and I worked for about a week just to go to the conference just to hear all the data. And they tell you, well, for every AIDS case, count 9. That's how many people they're going to kill. So if they tell you 900,000 is going to die at the end of the year, you got to count that and multiply that 9 on a regular basis, but you got to multiply that 20. So multiply 900,000 times 20. This is serious shit. 900,000 times 20. And that's how much people. We're talking about by the end of 2001 or 2002, there's not going to be no Africans on the continent, and it ain't based on no disease. Now, let me go into the science on this shit. This is real shit. Now, that means we are forced to go to fucking war this goddamn year. Now, fuck the dumb shit. And we ain't going to go physically. Now, we're going to break into this stuff today on how to do this shit. But we are at war. Now, the choice is yours. Now, the 5-5-2000. Everybody heard about this 5-5-2000? 5-5-2000, number one, the planetary lineup wasn't a complete lineup. It was a zigzag damn near. They had a real lineup in 97. But the 5-5-2000, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, Richard Noon's book, 1978, that particular book was based on this. He talked about a planetary lineup. The Illuminati and the whole Masonic order say we're going to set our sights to make our move on 5-5-2000 Ice, the ultimate disaster, means Iceman cometh, the ultimate disaster, when they retake Africa. And he says it in the book. Well, what's going to happen on 5/5/2000? He said they're going to retake Africa. Well, they've been retaking Africa, but 5/5/2000 marked the starting off point where they migrate to the motherland in mass. So they got to clear off the whole terrain of the continent. Now, what they're not telling you is they got a city in Africa, in equatorial Africa. This is the state of the art. This city is greater than anything the white man has built on the planet. And it's got the state of the art, including weather modification, that they can live up in there with the same temperature they've been living in the United States or Europe with. On the equator, with the HARP program. This city is state of the art. And when I was in the Million Woman, I did a lecture in Philadelphia, and I was doing the Million Woman March. They had the march that day. I did the lecture that night. And the sisters came and was beating them down, boys. And the brothers say, we're going to drum for the sisters. Some sisters showed up, started beating the drums. The energy was so strong, I was talking about this city, and after a while in the lecture, I started seeing the vision. I said, oh, shit, I see the city. It's a crystal-looking city, state of the art, right on Africa. They've been building it for the last 25, 30 years. You ever notice you go to National Geographic, they have a little picture, they'll come on, they'll say the Lion King, and they'll follow the lion. You know, they take these shots, be 2 hours, but they have to follow the lion for several months. The lion be a little baby lion, then the lion grows up. You ever figure how out of all them months of filming, you don't never see no Africans tipping through? Because there ain't hardly Africans on the goddamn continent. They done clean most of them off. And when you go to the doggone major cities and a little bit into the bush. But remember now, the continent of Africa, you can fit America in the continent of Africa 5 times. So we talk about something so vast until they can do what the hell they want. Hell, they got shit here in the United States you don't know about. So you know damn well on the continent, they can do what the hell they want. They've been cleaning them off since colonization. Now, remember when Clinton went over to Africa? Clinton went over to Africa to christen that city that they got. And they started the migration on 5/5/2000. Meanwhile, at the same time the migration going on, they got Africans dying like flies. If they say 6,000 a day, double it, 12,000 a day. We are at war. They're taking our brothers out. Now, they're moving in this city. That's interesting, because I saw the vision. I dropped the science, I dropped it a couple of years. So some sisters from Trenton, New Jersey, and some brothers say, damn, we're going to check this shit out, see if this nigga lying. So they asked a sister from Kenya. They said, do you know of a city over there? And she said, what? But I had told them in the lecture, I said, you can't get to this city in a 200-mile radius. There's a certain point you can go, and they stop you. The sister from Kenya said, oh, that's interesting you say that. She said, there's a point in Kenya that we can go, and then they stop us, and we can't go beyond that point. She said, well, I see hundreds of airplanes going over this point all day. She said, yes, I heard about the city because they printed a book in Africa about it. And she said, I was able to look at the book. You see? And so when Clinton went over, they christened that city. So 5/5/2000 was based on that. Remember now, when 5/5/2000 came out, the date, they put out the movie with Kim Basinger, I Dream of Africa. The woman Jane Goodall wrote a book, came out the same week, Africa in My Blood. They do this for propaganda to tell the people now it's time to go. See, their whole thing is if some shit go down, They think this is their rationale. If some shit go down, if we get on the Garden of Eden, then maybe we may be safe. That's just the way they think. You see what I'm saying? That's just the way they think. They just figure, you know, well, if all the shit go down, we figure we'll be a safe haven would be Africa. Go get the Omen 2, 1978. And there's a point when they're in the classroom and they're talking about they're going to retake Africa. It's all up in there. You see what I'm saying? This is what's going down. Y'all all right? All right. Let's see. So, that's, okay. Now, let me go through a couple other things. Let's see. I just want to get some stuff on the hard copy so we can keep on going. Now, yeah. Now, let's go into a few things. Let's go into a few things here in America. Between 1990 and 1997 or 1998 in Atlanta and all up the East Coast, they closed down, in Atlanta they closed down 25 housing projects and got rid of the people. Just like they, when the 10,000 people disappeared here during the LA riots, they got rid of the people. You see, so, let me show you code words. You remember when Clinton signed the welfare bill? You got to understand. You got to understand the way that America does things. They do things based on code words. Inner city means black people. Urban means black people. You understand what I'm saying? Crime, black male. Whenever they say he signed the welfare bill, when they were saying they was getting rid of welfare, they was talking about getting rid of welfare people. You see? Now in Atlanta, they shut down 20 projects, 25 projects. People coming up to me in the lectures, yeah, my father missing. We can't find my father. During the Olympics, they got this place, you know how you got a place where all the black people hang around, drink a little wine, and get all drunk, mainly black males. I came up during the Olympics, I say, brothers, I say, I'm surprised they got y'all still here. I say, look, come Friday, I say, come Thursday, the Olympics starts Friday. It was 96. I said, if y'all asses is on this corner, you gone. I'm warning y'all now. Yeah. You know, I told my boy, I said, we got up Thursday. I said, Thursday morning, I said, let's take a damn drive and park somewhere and see this shit. They roll up in 5 or 6, 7 buses. They had liquor, crack, cocaine, herb, food, and $25. And them niggas lined up in a line getting on that bus. Loaded them buses up, 40 deep. Took them to Macon, Georgia. Dropped them off there for a little while. Then exterminated their ass. They took some of the... So, it was interesting because your husband was working in the security over there at the projects right over there off of Martin Luther King. And he said he was working one day. These white trucks rolled up. He came out and said, what y'all doing here? They said, he the security. They was like, what y'all doing here? He said, they was like, we supposed to be here. He said, and the cops came up and said, it's cool. They supposed to be here. Next week, or the next 2 weeks, they close down the project. Now, this is how this shit goes. We looking and we going, damn, how can they close down the project and nobody in the neighborhood see the damn exodus? Nobody see them go. My brother laying in his bed, and he hearing train tracks up under his house. They got an underground Atlanta. Well, if they got an underground Atlanta, if you go down there to have the downtown, the old downtown, they built a new downtown up on it. So if they got an underground commercial Atlanta, that means they had to have an underground residential Atlanta. Okay? We said, wait a minute, how can they close that? In my line, she was there. They got a damn street, Simpson Avenue. You ride down the street for 8 miles and the street is vacant. The whole street, 8 miles of low-income housing, gone. The people moved out. We said, well, how can they come in and move people out and nobody knows? Well, you must understand the history. The projects started from the Atlanta projects in Atlanta, Georgia. That's the history. The oldest project is Techwood Homes and John Hope Franklin Homes. And from those, they built these low-income housing, and Roosevelt in the 30s did his Great Society housing and built the high-rises by the 50s and the 40s in the north based on the Atlanta project, which was a project in the south. Who's over the Atlanta project now? Jimmy Carter. Now, how this bastard end up doing more internationally outside of his presidency than he did in his presidency, I don't know. Okay? So, they moved in, but when they built the projects with underground trap doors. So they come in from the underground and clean the projects and vacate the people from the underground, and they put them on trains. If God is my witness, I know where they ship them. All of that shit. Right there in Atlanta in a construction yard. Now, I go up the East Coast, Trenton, New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, Columbia, South Carolina, Chicago. And it's the same thing. See, this is how they do it. They will come in and they will build 1 or 2 townhouses. About 20 units. You are not capable of understanding genocide or conspiracy. We got a problem with that. That's based on our nature. We fail by that because we still don't understand how diabolical this beast was. They say you can't fathom the depths of where this cracker will go. You see, when we first went to the Native American mounds and they opened her up so she can channel, one of the spirits say, man, if you took his mind and put it in yours, you go crazy. They think different than you. And your problem is you keep thinking or keep trying to perceive how they think with your mind. And that's what fuck you up. You be thinking that the white boy thinks like you, and he don't. And that's why you can't break this shit. See, that's what we do. We think a certain humane way. And we think with feeling. You see what I'm saying? They don't think the same way. So that's where you fuck up. They can't do that. No, motherfucker, you can't do that. So they build these projects with underground passageways and they put them on these trains. They cart them off to centers and they chop the bodies up. They pull out the pineal glands, the pituitary glands, the hypothalamus glands. They go and they get the lower gastrointestinal tract, which is full of melanin. They get this particular substance and they refine it into melatonin pills, growth hormones, Viagra. You didn't know that was melanin, did you? Oh, yeah, Viagra. Okay, you want me to start? Okay. Save your ass. Now, half of the stuff in the health food stores is treated with melanin. You got a loaf of bread, you put the melanin on it, it makes it a super loaf of bread. Whatever you add it to, it enhances the quality. They got over maybe 6,000 to 7,000 products with melanin. Viagra is melanin. Some forms of Prozac keep them from going crazy is melanin. They got enough melatonin now. They got enough melatonin pills backed up to the year 2050. Now, so some doctor told me, no, it's bovine, which means it comes from cows, because cows have pineal glands. I say, well, wait a minute. In that case, they learned about melanin in 1953. All them damn burgers we done ate at McDonald's, they'd have had melatonin around a long time before then. So, let's break this down to let you know what's going down. First of all, the first jars, and I got Xerox copies of these things, it says that melanin is a protein constituent of crushed pineal glands. Now, I met a brother, I was speaking in Baltimore back in '97. I met a brother that drove me to the airport. Brother said, look, man, he said, I graduated high school in 1969. He said, I saw a brother in 1990 that I hadn't seen since the graduation date. And I was so happy to see him. And I asked him, what you doing in that big-ass truck, man? Because he was driving a truck from Johns Hopkins Hospital. He said, what I do is this. He said, now this is 1990 when they're killing black people in D.C. I mean, literally, hundreds of black men dying a day. He said, what I do is, whenever a black person dies with homicide, I go to the hospital and I go to the emergency room. And what happens is, before they take that body to the morgue, they pull all the pineal glands out, and they pack them up and they give them to me, and I take them to Johns Hopkins. And he looked in the back and he had just bottles and bottles of pineal glands. Well, first of all, he said it was at least 400 or 500 bottles. Now, 400 or 500 black males don't get killed every weekend. So that meant that that was the excuse, but that meant that they was getting them from the projects and they was getting them from both male and females. So some black doctor says bovine is coming from cows. Okay. Let's break this shit down. We'll document it. So we want to see where this shit is coming from. Now, this is going to really blow your mind here. So I got in an argument with this Negro because immediately, this book is called Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug, Melatonin, by Russell J. Reiter, R-E-I-T-E-R, Ph.D., and J.O. Robinson. It's called Your Body's Own Natural Drug, Wonder Drug, Melatonin. And I passed this book up for years because I thought they were just trying to promote the melatonin pills. But it drops on all the shit. So we're going to document it. So he's going to get in an argument with me because, see, we can't take genocide, conspiracy, and Holocaust good because we think human. So immediately what our mind does, as soon as we're presented with some stuff like that, we automatically try to seek out situations and excuses so we can soothe ourselves. Because we can't take this shit. Okay? So, he said it was bovine coming from cows. Now, melanin was found by Aaron Lerner of Yale University in 1953. And by mistake. And when they tapped into the melanin, so they say by mistake, when they tapped into the melanin, they say, well, how are we going to produce it? They said, we got to go get a whole bunch of cows. Now, look at this shit. It took 2,500 pineal glands from cows to produce 100 milligrams of dried pineal extract. Now, wait a minute. 100 milligrams is a third of an aspirin, a tenth of an aspirin. They tell you don't supposed to even buy nothing without 500 milligrams. You're just wasting your time. So one pill, a tenth of one pill, it took 2,500 big old cows to produce 100 milligrams. Now, who the hell are you bullshitting? That means that one shelf of melatonin in your grocery store now would basically take all the cows out of fucking California to make 10 bottles. You see what I'm saying? So where are they getting it from? They're getting it from black people. Now, 10 bottles. Now go get the movie, I Come in Peace. I Come in Peace, 1990, Dolph Lundgren. It's a movie where this guy with blonde, white hair is coming up, shooting these people, sticking these people in the stomach, in the chest, with this, shooting this cocaine in them, or this heroin, making their melatonin levels go to a certain level, and then sticking this thing up their nose and pulling the doggone melatonin, serotonin out, what they call endorphins. Because the pineal gland and all that is called the endorphin gland. Okay? So he don't know what's going on. So he goes to his girlfriend who's working in the medical profession. He said, what's going on? They're shooting them with, and pushing this thing up their nose and sucking out the melanin. Remember they did that on the X-Files, one movie, that African who was an albino. I got 2 copies of that shit. The woman said, is this still on? Testing. Well, whatever. Yeah. It's up now. Testing. The woman said that cocaine or heroin induced raised the endorphin levels. He said, what is endorphin? She said, endorphin, the endorphin glands are your pituitary gland, pineal gland, and all of that. She says, the endorphins is nature's own sense of wonder drug, and it gives a great height of awareness. Nature's own ecstasy. They're talking about melanin. She said, 1 ounce produces 1,000 doses. Well, there you have it. Makes sense why your ass is a high commodity. 1 ounce of melanin makes 1,000 doses. Right in the movie, 1990. Let's go on. Crack cocaine, the reason why it was so effective, you've got the clairvoyant stuff, melanin, key to black greatness. Here's some other stuff. The reason why crack cocaine was so effective is that they started putting melanin in the crack cocaine when they gave it to you. It bonded with melanin because it had melanin in it, and B12, which is neurotransmitters that go straight to the brain. It's all in a movie called Bringing Out the Dead with Nicolas Cage. And at the beginning of the movie, they say 1990. The whole
the whole country was hit by this stuff called Red Death. And it was a mixture of cocaine, or they say heroin, that's to throw you off, mixed with amino acids. And remember, melanin is amino acids. You see? Let's go on. They found out for the first time to get you to kill each other off. The melanin, they found out that they can take the melanin and put it into crack cocaine. And they can use certain components of the melanin based on aggression and emotion. You take the doggone crack cocaine, and they could monitor what part of the melanin they put in the doggone crack cocaine that will make you violently crazy. And you start killing each other off wholesale in the streets of L.A. and all over the country around 1990. All this stuff is connected. You see what I'm saying? All this is connected. Meanwhile, in 1994, in Rwanda, they killed off, what, 100 million people? How much was it? 3 million people. What happened to the bodies? They take those bodies, cut them up, ship them to Europe. They got melanin camps on the planet. They cut the bodies up and process it, ship the meat to Europe and make melatonin pills out of it, and growth hormone. Now, what is growth hormone? The melatonin pills that they got now, if they took true, pure melanin, like Dr. Richard King said, they would go crazy in 48 hours. So they cut that. They cut that melanin. They go crazy in 48 hours. So they cut it. They got a higher form of melanin. They got a higher form of melanin called growth hormone. This is regulated by the pituitary gland, which regulates the amount of melanin you get. And it takes $800 a vial to be administered by a doctor. So all your movie stars and shit, they go and they get the growth hormones. They say, man, I'm seeing colors that I never saw before. Because, you know, the Europeans, they have problems seeing colors, and the problem is hearing. Because they don't have a certain amount of melanin. He said, I'm hearing things and all this. And so these growth hormones, you see, that's why it is important that so what happens is this. When you are a child, your body produces these growth hormones. This is a substance in the melanin that makes the body grow. But after you grow to a certain age, 18 or whatever, it keeps producing this growth hormone, but you're supposed to grow in consciousness and awareness. But most people become ignorant at age 20. Soon as you tell a motherfucker you grown, that qualifies you to be an idiot. I'm grown. I'm grown. I'm grown. So you stop learning. You're supposed to, in ancient Kemet, they say every day you live is a day you're supposed to learn something, and the day that you didn't learn something was the day that you didn't live. So, by age 40, if you don't keep dealing with the mind, keep researching, or keep being active in a curiosity type of setting, to know, this stuff starts to shut down in all people. What little that the European has goes dormant forever. Now, with you, it doesn't matter. The only thing you got to do is just like if you get flabby, you just start pumping up, and it'll come back online. Just like that nappy hair you got, you get the perm, and you know, about a month later, it busts back out the scalp. Well, that's pure melanin. Melanin can never be created or destroyed. It can just be transformed or transferred or dormant. It can go dormant. But it's always there. So the only thing you got to do is just to start back tapping in and wanting to learn. That's why you're supposed to be learning. And the reason why black people reject knowledge is because the growth hormones are starting to shut down even at an earlier age, based on all of this doggone physical world and all of the so-called push-button age. You see, now this is interesting. To let you know they can't see, and this is like clockwork. My doggone driver's license, expired somewhere in the early 80s. So, you know how my brother need his face to get some new car, some new insurance, because you know how his shit all fucked up. Since my stuff is expired, he know that my stuff is pure, about 7 years. So he go down and get a new set of license for me with his face on it. Niggas is something. To get what he got to do. My license, my birthday, everything, social security number, whatever, his face. So he give me the license about 2 weeks later, say, well, you better go get these things changed over. But in Georgia, they put your fingerprints on the license. Ain't that something? They fingerprint you on the license. So I just held off on getting it changed over. But before 1995, before they blew up the doggone building in Oklahoma, you can get on a plane with any ticket and fly where you want to. After they blew up the building, you got to show ID. So I got to use the ID with my brother's face on it, and he's about 100 pounds smaller than me. Now this is amazing. I'll go and I'll get this thing to white people, and they look at it, look at me, say, go right on. And you could say, well, they just think we all look alike, but that's bull. So I'm going to tell you what happened. I give it to black people. They go, that ain't you. That ain't you. Come on. They say, that ain't you. So I got to go, well, I'm on a seafood diet now. I see food and I eat it, you know. I say, I had a stomach virus back then and was throwing up all the time. I lost a lot of weight, almost died. Then they go, okay, yeah, you can go ahead on. So I still wasn't sure because, they say, we all look alike. But then I went up to a doggone Hispanic girl and I gave it to her and she goes, that's not you. That ain't you. And it's almost like clockwork. So this growth hormone thing, they're using this stuff as well as this. Got a friend named Rentz. Saw him January of 1999. He said, hey, man, this Christmas I just had a cousin to die. She died and she was in her late 30s. Said she donated some organs. He said, tomorrow called the house when we was all over there with the husband. We all ran over to say we sorry or whatever. We over there with the husband. She my first cousin. Tomorrow called. Asked the husband, checking the list out about what the organs she had that she's supposed to donate. That's why I don't donate no fucking organs. Before they hung up the phone, they said, well, are you interested in donating her skin? He said, hell no. Hung up the phone. What they do is, you donate the skin, they leave enough to dress it at the neck and the hands. And the entire rest of the body, they take that skin and strip it off. They're taking all the other shit too. Dry it out, and that's pure melanin. You see what I'm saying? This is one of the hottest commodities out. So the point I'm trying to make is, how is it that all over the United States, I suspect since 1990 or the late 80s, they have murdered over 20 million black people right here on the Melatonin Project alone. And the census was to count how many more niggas they got to kill on the continent and here. And we bullshitting. See what I'm saying? We bullshitting. You see. I want to know, now it's one thing to be here in California, Texas, Nevada, and see the Hispanic population, because hell, this used to belong to the fucking Hispanics or the Native Americans. Well, let's put it this way. It didn't belong to the damn white man. We know all the logistics about the brothers and the Moors and all of what you call it. I'm saying it didn't belong to the goddamn white man. That's another story, and I do agree, but you know what I'm saying. But it's another thing when you go to South Carolina, Georgia, Chicago, Virginia, North Carolina, and all of the doggone workers, all of the manual labor workers are Hispanics. That's impossible. That means that they would have to make unemployed the entire original people, mainly black people who was just underclass workers. They would have to fire everybody on the job to get that many people working in the United States. That's because they exterminated these people. And if you exterminate your underclass workers, the country will fall. So what you do, you exterminate them and import the Hispanics. Now they're talking about they got an economic boom. They're saying this is the greatest economic boom in 35 years. I'm like, wait a minute. What planet am I on? Because I know 10 niggas ain't got no job. Hell, I'm hungry myself. If my mama lived in Atlanta, I'll be up in the crib. I know 10 niggas ain't got no jobs. But yet they're talking about an economic boom. That's because they exterminated you and they paying them 50 fucking cents all over the country. Okay? Now, let me go in this one thing and we're going to close. We're going to go to a break and we got to go into all this esoteric thing. What time we got? 6 hours. How many hours is that so far? 3 hours. Oh, we going good. I got a good another 6 more to do. Now, so y'all take your fill. Some of you got to go. You can leave, but I'm going to be here. All right. This is the other thing. You remember they had all these white homeless in the 80s? Just tons of white people homeless. Then they just disappeared. Right? Let me give you the science on this. They got Reagan in. Reagan came in Reaganomics, and they say, listen, you white folks, if y'all can bite the bullet for 10 years, and we can cut out all the entitlement programs, we can funnel $20,000, $30,000, or $50,000, depending on your income, extra in your bank account, and you can get paid for being an American citizen. So, brother, if you ain't getting paid, then obviously you don't make the cut. Because that, you know, if they ain't funneling in and stuff, you ain't part of the group. You know, maybe you got something in your ancestry or something that they think is a tinge of the more. Because this is the shit. They're paying them. If you make $20,000, you can get $50,000. If you make 30, you can get 40. If you make 50, you can get 20. Money extra in your bank account. But the reason why you don't know about it, because it's only added in the bank account, and you got to have a bank account. They don't do it by checks. And they get paid for being citizens, just by biting the bullet. So therefore, the banks and everybody said, look, we got to cut out all entitlement programs and all these other things that we was giving out, and that's what the whole conservative thing was about. And meanwhile, we can afford it because we got slave labor again. Those with the Hispanics and with the prisons. Now the prisons, you got Unicorp. Unicorp means United Corporations. All of the factories that was on top of the ground in 1980 now is operating in prison. So it go like this. You got a factory. You paying $10 an hour, $7. You say, damn, I can't afford this shit. What you do is you go out of business on top of the ground. A few months later, you open up in the prisons, same factory, but you relinquish your name and you go under the banner of Unicorp and other prison parts. So we're talking about literally thousands and thousands of jobs that used to be on top of the ground is now in the damn prison, and they paying these motherfuckers, what, 50 cents a damn year? Then you can understand how you can have an economic boom to the point whereas they can pay these people a stipend and funnel it into their bank account, and you don't know nothing about the shit because you ain't a goddamn citizen. See what I'm saying? Now, let me get on this. I mentioned it on the radio. What I said was that 85% of black people, when I say they don't wear their own hair, I'm not talking about false hair. I'm saying you don't wear the texture of your hair. You wear a perm. Now, let me explain this to you. In 1978-77, they got together and they understood that they can affect your pineal gland and make it go calcified by putting the perm in your head. Now, don't be alarmed, because this melanin can never be created or destroyed. Just made dormant, transferred, or transformed, whatever way you want to do it. So anytime you see your head get nappy after a few weeks, that means it comes back online, but you keep dumping that on your head, and it makes it a flabby paste. Now, it's interesting because you're talking about, it's no lie relaxer. Fuck that. Your brain, anything can straighten your fucking hair is dangerous, goddammit. This shit is almost like Brillo pad, steel wool, and make your shit look like Cab Calloway. Now, let me explain this thing to you. A black dermatologist, and this brother was a neuroscientist, whatever you call it, neurologist, came to Spelman College to tell the black women in 1991. He said some white men was doing autopsies on black women. They keep splitting open the damn skull. Your skull got fucking pores in it. You think, break your goddamn arm and it rain outside and see don't your shit hurt. That means your bone got pores in it. So don't think your skull is protecting your brain. Okay? So they were splitting open these skulls doing autopsies on these black women. And all the black women, they were splitting open the skulls, they had this green shit on their brains. And they called the brother in, and the brother looked and shit, and he knew what it was, and he didn't say, he said, I don't know, man. Hall asked the Spelman and told him it was a fucking no-lie relaxer. This stuff makes your pineal gland go dormant. Your pineal gland is a thermostat for the rest of your body. And it makes the rest of your body regulate, and the pituitary gland regulate to kill germs and to heal. And because they put the perm in your head, now you got fibroid tumors, breast cancer, and all the other shit. Do you know with you that if your shit was in top order, the only thing you got to do is to heal yourself, is to get you some chamomile tea or some valerian root and get into a deep sleep. And when you get into a deep sleep, the melanin can go and bathe the body right and heal yourself. It's just that you got a career and you can't get the right amount of sleep. And that's how they fuck you up. That career shit. If they can make sleep deprivation, they can shut the melanin down. Melanin works also through water. Water is the key. If you can dehydrate them, you can shut down the melanin potential. So therefore, sink water has chlorine in it that dehydrates you, and all other kind of fluoride and everything else. Now, during the summer solstice last year, in Atlanta, down at Kroger, that's the big shopping center down there, on June 21st, I stepped into Kroger and looked like a helicopter on both sides of the stores, brought in 12 packs of soda for 99 cents. And niggas had 3 baskets full. Soda dehydrates you and it shuts down melanin. In this book, brand of soda shuts down melanin. Joke, Mountain Dew, Tab, Sunkist Orange, Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, Pepsi Cola, Diet Riot, Diet Pepsi, Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Sprite, Diet 7-Up, Fresca, High as Root Beer, Sunkist Orange. Damn, that's all the sodas. All the name brands. They had shit stacked up, looked like pyramids, and niggas was buying them up. Had cars down the street. Because they know if they can dehydrate you, especially when the summer solstice come, when the melanin rises with the star Sirius, you see, mainly July 23rd, the meridian, if they can shut you down during the summer solstice and then distract you with some nigga they done killed somewhere, they can shut down the potential dormant, latent powers that will take them off the planet. So dehydration, water, if they can dehydrate you, you see, I met a sister in the project, she said, I ain't drunk water in 10 years. I only drink Coca-Cola. You see? Isn't it funny when everything, you go in the supermarket, you get 4 items and it's $25, and things is going up, but the Cokes and the sodas is 99 cents, especially these little off brands. Now look, the reason why they got you on crack cocaine, and it was so powerful in the black community. Now remember, you know, ain't it funny how a white boy can get on crack, go get some rehab, and the shit don't even fuck with him no more? You see what I'm saying? Let me tell you what happens here. We know that crack cocaine, it got most people because when they tried it the first time, they was hooked. Okay? They had already hooked you on cocaine first before you took the crack. In the black community, everybody had a cocaine addiction and didn't know it. Now, let me explain this to you. One of my friends said that in the early 90s, early 80s, he had some boys from Alabama that used to sell crack. You know, they used to sell coke in the woods. This was before that. You know, crack cocaine was introduced. You didn't know what crack was until Lenny Bias died, because they killed Lenny Bias. Remember the brother supposed to go to Boston Celtics, took the crack over the summer and died? They killed Lenny Bias' ass so that they can make the crack law that locked you down before anybody knew what crack was. Tip O'Neill said, we got to pass this law. Then they introduced you to crack cocaine, the masses of the people in the rest of the country, when they killed Lenny Bias. Well, before that, they made coke a little cheap in the early 80s. You know, coke was a rich man drug in the 70s. They made the coke cheap. This brother went down in like 82 to some of his boys in Alabama was selling coke. He said, and he said, man, he didn't really mess with it. He said, but every now and then he saw the people on TV, the narcotics agent go. So he said he did that. And he said when he did it, every time he would do it, his lip would become numb, and his nose and his nose would drain. So about a year ago, he was a vegetarian and he got back on fish. And he said, you know, you don't supposed to eat it in no McDonald's, but they had 2 fish for 99 cents. Remember all of 98, they had that Wednesday, they had them damn burgers, 99-cent cheeseburgers. Then them niggas went to a double cheeseburger for 99 cents. Now, come on, man, everything in the world going up. You know, and they're going, and all of a sudden McDonald's going to give you a double cheeseburger for 99 cents? So he went in there and got a fish sandwich, 2 fish sandwiches. He said, that's my weakness, that fish. Ate the fish sandwich, and his lip became numb, and his nose started draining. The reason how they got people hooked on the crack is they precondition you through the fast food in the black community. Well, me, you know, I was a vegetarian for years, then I went on protest. After about 6 years, I saw spicy chicken one day. I was hungry as shit. You know how you get so hungry you can barely walk. I said, yeah, I got to go in here and get this 99-cent spicy chicken. And I noticed my lip, my throat started getting sore and my lip got numb. They precondition you. Also, them burgers, there was 99 cents all of 98. Remember they were selling 99-cent burgers on Wednesdays? And they still selling them? After they grind up and they get all the melanin products out of black people, they grind that meat and they ship that meat back to the black community. And them burgers that you eating for 99 cents, they got to get rid of that excess meat. And they processing it in with the ground beef. And that's the shit they're feeding back to the black community. There's niggas that used to be walking around eating the same damn burgers. Solid green. Solid green. I was forced back into semi-vegetarianism after being on protest. I'm semi-vegetarian now. And I'm getting ready to lose weight. I start going down. I was forced back in it. You know, I'm on protest, goddammit. So I go to the store and I go to this restaurant downtown and eat some fucking stew. I go home and I'm laying on the doggone floor and can't move my arms. I had total paralysis. I'm just on the floor like this. My girl, a psychic, she said, you ate somebody. She said, they fed you some people. This is serious shit going down. I had to drink almost 3 gallons of water, had to clean out and all that. Then, went a month later, hard head again, went to Burger King and got a damn Junior Whopper, fucking around, was forced back in this shit, and got the paralysis again. They feeding the people the shit in the black community. Now, a brother moved from Chicago, and he came down to Atlanta, he got a job with the sewage department in DeKalb County, and he said, I've been working in sewage for years, and once that shit hit the water, it turned soft. He said, but all of a sudden, we're hearing this clunk, 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 clunk. He said, his body parts, they're feeding through the sewage. The stuff that they can't even filter into the whatchamacallit. So what you call meat ain't even meat. But especially the shit in the inner city. After they cut out all the melanin, they got to get, if you're killing millions of people, that's a lot of meat you got to burn up. The whole country will smell like rancid. So what do? You cut that meat up and filter it back into, they profile the black community, these fast food places, they got VIN numbers on this stuff. So they know exactly where it's going. You remember Jack Felder said he was working for the biological people. Jack Felder, chemical biological engineer, working for the white boy, and said they was taking vaccines, and a red one go to the black community, a blue one go to the white community, and one day out of spite they switched the red one up, and it was going to the white community, and he said he didn't know what was in it, but they took 2 helicopters and some vans to track that shit down. So they got VIN numbers that they go to in the black community, and they feeding you fucking damn people. Why the fuck you think everything overnight turned antibacterial? Antibacterial soap, antibacterial washing powder, antibacterial dishwashing liquid. Because people have more toxins than animals. And they have more bacteria than animals because we walk in bacteria. So therefore, everything got to be antibacterial. You see what I'm saying? We're in a damn nightmare. You see? Now, we're going to, let me see, one other thing, hold on. You know, they got pills now that grow organs. You take a pill, what they do is they crush up the organ, put it into a pill form, crush up your organs, put them into a pill form, and whatever organ it is, they can grow organs with those pills. They got all kind of stuff that's going down. You see what I'm saying? Going down. Now, let's see a few other things. Let's see here. Don't give no blood. They don't need but one strand of your. If you're on a job, now this is very key, sister. Walking out. Before you go, if you're on a job and they ask you to give you a sample of your hair, walk out that job, because they don't need but a sample of your hair, or they only need but a doggone speck of your blood to clone a new you. That's what's going down. Clone wars. We'll start back up with that, then we'll go into the deep esoteric thing. Now, I have the book, The Melanin People, How to Eat Them and suck their energy. I got about 20 of them, and I have videotapes of all my videos here in a bag. So if some of the people want to get some of this stuff, when we come back, we're going to talk to the esoteric part, and some of y'all can give a chance to escape. Peace. Okay, hold. Yeah. Let me see. All right. Okay. I need you to do one thing. You can't talk while I'm speaking because it distracts me. So yeah. I mean, we can go with this. Now, let's get back. Now I guess we're going to go into the other portion, the esoteric portion of our thing today. But before we do that, I wanted to say they've been cloning since 1945. Half the people that you see that act the fool been dead probably a couple of years, and what these are is doggone clones. So don't give no blood. Don't let nobody stick no needle up you when you pregnant, call that epidural shit. You got to get smarter than that. Because what can happen here is they can come in, stick that needle up, you give your epidural, pull out the genetic DNA of your child, clone another fetus, and put that shit back up in you. And the child will be born, but it won't have no soul. That's the key. Because everything down here don't have a soul. Everything has a spirit. There's a difference between a spirit and a soul. A spirit is just anima. That just animates the physical plane. Roaches, rats, bats, cats, everything have spirits. That's just what moves upon the earth plane. A soul is a sun, solar, sun. And the sun is from the original people that existed before the known universe. Before the known universe. Is this thing down? Is this thing up? Or it's off? This is off? Oh, okay. Well, damn. Okay. I'm just a holding this. That existed before the known universe. Let me get these things here. Where the plastic overlays? Where the overlays? Somebody picked the overlays up, and what did you do with them? Oh. Okay, when somebody came to the table, I had the overlays. See if I can find the damn overlays. Don't tell me. Who the hell? Now, what did they do with the overlays? Huh? I know they didn't put them back in here. Did somebody? I mean, did anybody know what happened to the overlays? Let me see. Did they put them up here? Nah. Somebody picked them up. Huh? That's just a few of them. Now, that's just a few of them. There was a whole bunch of them. Let me see. They might have zipped them up and put them in here. They did. Okay, that's what they did. They put them in here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you just throw them on the ground. Yeah. All right. Y'all all right? Not yet. I don't. Did the sister buy that history of the KKK? Is she still here? Well, I think she got them all. I think it was only 3 tapes. That's an extra one. On the temple of Seti I. Now let's get this thing straight. So we don't want to hear this shit no more. We have the evidence. So let's just go into this right quick. We can cover all kind of stuff. In scholarship, we have a theory. Now, how many brothers in here from the Afrocentric ASCAC thing? Raise your hand. Anybody from the ASCAC? Anybody used to follow the whole Afrocentric thing? Raise your hand. All right. Now, the Afrocentric movement that I used to be a part of dealt with the theory, the two-cradle theory, that white people were black people who mutated in the Ice Age. I need to do something because I'm getting a little hoarse. I need you to turn this up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Does this interfere though? Just turn it up a little bit. Yeah. That way I don't have to holler as much. Huh? Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's psychological. Is it too loud though for you all? Okay. That's all right. Well, you know, I sweat, so it doesn't matter, no, because that's okay. I'll be all right. You don't have to turn the air down. We got too many black people up in here to turn some damn air down. That's the worst thing to do. In the Afrocentric movement had the two-cradle theory that white people were black people who mutated in the Ice Age. Now, we got damn Eskimos up there, and they lie to them blue black Africans, and they ain't mutated in no ice. You see what I'm saying? But see, they're going from the premise, from this white man's premise, that we came from fucking apes. And I'm telling you, I got one of the greatest libraries on the East Coast, an occult library and historical, and I have never seen any documents. And I challenge any motherfucker up in here to tell me they got some documents where black people came from apes. The Egyptians didn't say we came from no damn apes. They got a metaphysical thing called the ape of Thoth but it's a hieroglyphic metaphysical thing that's talking about something totally different. It's alchemical. The Darwin was the member of a secret society, the Illuminati. They hired Charles Darwin to write the theory of natural selection and evolution, to throw off the history of the ancient black man. During the same time he was coming out with that bullshit, they came out with that Piltdown man to say that British was the oldest people on the earth. And they was doing it because they found some bones in Africa, in South Africa at the time, before Lucy, that was the oldest. So people say, well, that's, Bobby, we got the bones to prove. I'm saying, yeah, you might have bones for different ape species, but that's not the human. Yes, there could be several hominid stages of the ape species, just like there's different species of animals, saber-toothed tiger, but that don't have anything to do with us. And that's where the cracker got you. But yet, you can't be a scholar in no major university, not unless you are in the religious department. If you're in the science department, you got to agree to this damn bullshit Darwin theory. And Darwin was a part of the Illuminati. That whole shit was cooked up. We didn't come from no damn apes. Charles Finch agrees to that shit because they have to say that, because the whole ASCAC thing and the whole scholar movement came out of the universities. And there's certain laws that they got to go by, or it's political suicide, because the white man don't play that shit. So to tell you that the Africans are black, but we all got to come from apes. And we don't have no records of us coming from no damn apes. Even Charles Darwin showed you the gradual apes that turned into a white man. He showed you what it was. So the theory, in science and scholarship, you have a theory. A theory acts as a theory until you find anthropological evidence, archaeological evidence, sociological evidence, and physiological evidence. We've been had the physiological evidence that he ain't us, the white man. You live in the cold and you ain't mutated. The whole key that they can run that shit is based on the ape thing. They would have you believe that the Africans, the most advanced on the planet, will be in Africa, be in Europe, and get caught in an ice age and go, it's snowing now. I think I'll lay down in this snow and turn white. Anybody who built the damn pyramids got enough sense to know if there's an ice age coming on, you migrate. Right? Some things just don't make no damn sense. But if they run the ape thing, you could think that these people did this because they was too stupid. And we don't have these ancient texts by you evolving to nothing. When the ancient texts say that you were at an advanced level of spirituality and you declined to what you are now. When Hemmitt came into view, we were at our fallen stage. So, do you know that the only evidence that we have on the white man is not the theory, but the anthropological, archaeological, and physiological evidence? Now let's go through these. Put it in your face. So now, you ain't dealing with no damn nigga that ain't coming with no scholarship. So the Nation of Islam, they came with the stuff, but we know you all, degree-happy Negroes, you got to have scholarship. So we'll give you the goddamn scholarship. We'll put it in your damn face. The Temple of Seti I, Ramesses V. There's 4 races of men. The Ruti, the Suti, the oldest men in the world. West African, East African. The Hemmu, which would be a Semitic, which in actuality, which is a new name, it would look about like me. And the Tamahu. Tama meaning created, Hu meaning white, light, and ivory. Tamahu meaning the created white people. Temple of Seti I. And the Temple of Seti I of Ramesses V say that the Ruti and the Suti created the Tamahu and the Hemmu. Document, Gerald Massey, Book of the Beginnings, Volume 2, page 27. Document. Take Anthony Diop's book, African Origins of Civilization, Myth and Reality. He goes into the Tamahu, but he leaves out the part about the created white man because he was married to the white woman. Get both books, put back the missing page of Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginning, Volume 1, page 27. Let's go on. Documentation. The Hieratic Papyrus of the British Museum, 1935, translated by Alan H. Gardner. In the Hieratic Papyrus of the British Museum, Chester Beatty Papyrus, Chester Beatty being the person who bought the papyrus, Alan H. Gardner, grandfather of Martin Bernal, translate this in 1935. It quotes, "They live in a miserable part of the earth. The water supply is wretched. They are always grumbling," which means they can't talk. "Because of the mountains, communication is poor. They have a reprehensible sex act and a restless nature. And will never reach the west, but will land in the nether world," which is also, it's basically talking about these people can't go but only a certain point in time. Alan H. Gardner, book, never translated into English, never came from France, coming from the Hieratic Papyrus, Chester Beatty Papyrus, book in French, called Abduction Extraordinaire. Abduction Extraordinaire, in French. Have to go to France to get it. Never came across the Atlantic. The Egyptians, quote, let's see, what sounds better, this? It does, okay. The Egyptians, quote, because I still talk loud either way, so it don't matter. Shit, my mama talk loud. Egyptians, quote, "Above Hemmitt, abnormal people." Above Hemmitt of Egypt, abnormal people. Below Hemmitt and Hemmitt, normal people. Abduction extraordinaire. Goes on to say that the Egyptians was made mockery of when they married outside of their race. Let's go on. Nag Hammadi Papyrus, dug up 1945. There's a book called the Nag Hammadi Library. Translated, James Robinson, who is the editor, 25 translators. The papyrus, the Apocryphon of John. They say that on the earth there was the original spirits and counterfeit spirits. The counterfeit spirits are separated from the original spirits by one single essence, melanin. The word essence is another word for melanin. Get the movie Dark Crystal. Took them 5 years to make it. You thought it was a child's movie. The Dark Crystal. Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal. They talk about the essence, and they drain the essence from the original people called Nephilim, but the Nephilim are called the Nephilim. The Nephilim in the Bible is also called the Nephers. And the Nephers is the same as the Neters. You got Neter, you got Nepha-Amen, the Nephers, which mean those who came down. We'll go into this stuff. It's all translated. Nephilim and Nephers and Netters. You get Nephilim in the Hebrew version. You see. Let's go on. Let's see. Hermetica. Walter Scott. Hermetica. 1935. In the chapter, Asclepius, who is Imhotep, Greek Imhotep, quote, the Egyptians, quoting, our biggest problem is we created another race of men. There you have it in black and white. The Hermetic text wrestled out of Library of Alexandria on into Greece, on into Rome, and on into Europe in the 1600s. Right in black and white. Let's go on. Man, we can go on and on based on that. Let me give you an origin of how this thing went down on this creation thing. The Egyptians and the pre-dynastic Kamites were dealing with the royal arch. What is the royal arch? It's the highest form of the Egyptian mystery system called the Black Rites of Osiris. The Black Rites of Osiris. You will see that mentioned in the book, The Sirius Mystery, Robert Temple, 1976. You'll also see the part of the Black Rites of Osiris, G.R.S. Mead's book, Thrice Great Hermes, G.R.S. Mead's book, 1907. In there, there's a chapter called The Black Rites of Osiris. Also, Robert Anton Wilson's book, The Cosmic Trigger, 1978. The Black Rites of Osiris. What is the Black Rites of Osiris? The Black Rites is dealing with alchemy. Alchemy is the highest form of the mysteries in ancient Kemet, the royal art. Alchemy is the study of melanin and the study of the philosopher's stone, which is melanin, and precious stones outside of the body. In the body, the same stones are the precious stones. Alchemy consists of taking your soul and transmutating it to a new reality or a new form from the original form called Christos. Christos, a word that is separated from a word that the Europeans took out of existence about 400 years ago, called Chrysomelos, or Chrysomelos. Melos meaning black. Also means apple. Apple has what? Melanin. Melos meaning black. Christ, Christos. Chrysomelos means black Christ. Took it out of existence. The group of people, some pre-dynastic Egyptians, a renegade group of black people, broke away from the priesthood, dealing with alchemy, dealing with gene splicing, transmutated an original person, and instead of transmutating the soul in the spiritual part, they transmutated the physical body using various animal DNAs like pig, ape, dog, and human DNAs, and came up with this genetic creation known as the damn white man. Despite we thinking that they ran albinos out of Africa because there's an albino dominant and an albino recessive. Most albinos are albino dominants, which means they can have black people. So that means they return back to black anyway. Despite them, like Francis Crest saying they ran out of Africa, the incubation place of this gene splicing or cloning was in the caves. Makes sense. Isolation in the caves. You see. Ernest Scott's book, People of the Secret. When was this? Somebody asked that? Somebody asked when was it, didn't they? Then okay. Anyway, let me get this. Let me break this down. If you study the scriptures, the Hermetic scriptures, especially Flight Great Hermes, by Hermes is the Greek Tahuti, by G.R.S. Mead, it clearly states that in those Hermetic scriptures that they say we came from the antediluvian world, the world after the deluge, after the flood, or before the flood. So they say that these texts go back thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So therefore, this whole Atlantean thing that they're talking about, first of all, the word Egypt just means Cam, which just means black land or black people. And it has several names: Alchemoria, Lemuria, Atlantis, Terra, Chemomoria, Camomoria, Timeri. But this Atlantean thing is just basically the same place, because we got the Sphinx that's 90,000 years old based on carbon dating. So this time that this happened somewhere in the pre-dynastic period. And it's interesting because Dr. Ben said they covered up 200 temples in Hemmitt, in the Aswan Dam. 200 temples, and you know the white man don't cover up nothing. They covered up those 200 temples because it shows the origin of that whole Typhonian era, as well as several other writing texts like the Hebrew, several other texts and several other things that was basically Egyptian writings that later on was borrowed. So none of this stuff was even invented. It was all African. So we know it was a pre-dynastic set of people who did this with these particular gene splicing. But even in the Hermetic text, and we can go on and on and on, they say that our biggest problem is to make another man. Now, who am I going to believe? Am I going to believe some damn white man, or am I going to believe some scholar that's quoting some white boy about some theory, or am I going to believe what the Egyptians say? Now, I'm just as much scholar as any damn body else, and I read the text and I documented the text to you, and I'll tell you, I put out a book called A Human Artificial. I got a tape called A Human Artificial. But Ernest Scott's book talks about the Moors came up into Europe to spread the arts and the sciences, but also to make a non-aberrant man. Look at the word aberrant. It means abnormal, unusual, unnatural. Ernest Scott's book, People of the Secret. Awesome book. Talking about the Moors, but they just say Sufi. But the word Sufi means what? Woolly-haired one. Means woolly-haired one. Suf, wool. So that's describing something. So you hear the word Sufi now, because you don't hear the word Moor anymore. They'll say Sufi, but it was Moor. You see what I'm saying? But it was Moor. So this is also more proof that you can deal with. Now, I want to get to some other stuff. The whole Christ mystery comes from the origin of melanin. Your soul is deep down, believe it or not, your soul is deep down in the gastrointestinal tract. That's where your soul is. That's called torturous. It's deep down in the gastrointestinal tract. Christ born in a stable. First of all, the word Christos or Christ just means your soul. That's what it means, your soul. Number one, there was no historical, okay, just for the sake of argument, there could have been some historical revolutionary freedom fighter. Even Gerald Massey said when we trace it back, we go to Jeshua ben Pandera, which was the freedom fighter. But knowing the esoteric alchemical aspect of the Christ could never have been on the planet, and I can prove it. Now, anybody want to challenge me on this motherfucker, stand up now. Because the word Christ has its root in alchemy, the ancient science of alchemy. So now fuck around and don't know shit about alchemy and get up here and get fucked right on up now. The word Christos, it means something that crystallized from the original form. And that's called transmutation. And it's transmutation through putrefaction. We'll go deep in that in a few minutes. The Christ could have never been on the planet. That's why the ancient Egyptians that was around at that time said that was bullshit. That's why the ancient Hebrews, the black ones that was around, said that was bull. That's why all the ancient world told the Roman government that that could not possibly happen, because the Christ principle is an end-time deity or an end-time principle on the transmutation of the soul from the original formula to the new Christos formula, and based on alchemy. So for the mere fact you got somebody running around teaching some gospel, get his ass killed, and the earth still be here, means that he was not the Christ. Because even in argument, why is it that the preachers, when you ask them where the word Christ come from, they say Christ is Greek for Christos. Wait, well, hold on. I thought the damn Greeks was pagans. So some shit, wait a minute, hold on. Why you gotta go to the pagans to find out what is the origin of the motherfucker? You said that nobody knew it until he came on the planet. We know the Egyptian crest, but the problem is this. We got new people still want to masquerade as Christians. They then became Afrocentric. So what they have done is that they just basically substituted Jesus Christ and put Horus. Now, how many Christians up in here? Raise your hands. Oh, yeah. We all Christians. How many preachers up in here? No, this is not an embarrassment. I'm getting ready to show you something. How many people up in here who are reverends? Reverends are preachers. Don't hide now, goddammit. I met 3 before the damn lecture started. Now I'm going to prove to you this. You took the teachings of Christ, which is virtually fake, and substituted it with Horus, and so now you calling Jesus Horus. Now remember, Horus or Heru is the original Christ figure. Predates the other Christ figure 10,000 years. Okay? And it's a combination of Osiris. Is the original Christ figure. Now, I can prove to you that the Jesus of the Bible is not the Horus, the original Christ. How many people? Now, this is what you do. So since y'all silent, this is it. Jesus taught love, right? He taught love, supposedly. Well, why is it you can't find nothing about Horus and Hemmitt that talks about love? If you read the text, you can rescue me if I'm wrong right now. That Horus don't do but one thing when he comes on the earth. Heru, he kicks ass. From the time he born to the time he illuminates, he don't do but one thing. Take motherfuckers' asses out. So obviously, one is an invention of Rome to make people docile so they can rule over them physically. Look in 2 Kings 2 Kings 19 or something, it tells you, because one of the Greek words for Horus is Jehu or Jehu. I think it's J-E-U or J-E-H-U. That's a name for Horus or Heru, Jehu. In 2 Kings it says Elijah will anoint Jehu or Jehu king of all of Israel. Israel, Isis, Ra, and El. Elohim, El, which means S-U-N and S-O-N, son and son, one and the same. Mother, father, son. You see. So, Horus or Heru don't do but one thing, kick ass. So by the time you get to the book of Revelation, they done added the real motherfucker back up in there. The one that coming with the blood on the side, coming in white horses, slaying people. You see what I'm saying? The Greeks were the Etruscans. The Etruscans come from Etruria, Troy. Remember, the Greeks killed off the Trojans. That was the Phoenicians who started Rome and Greece. The language, the Latin language, is a black language. The Greek language is a black language. So I even challenge Walter Williams or anybody on this one, how in the hell can the white man invent Latin and Greek when they couldn't even speak? Count Barney said that we had to teach them how to speak. So if we taught them how to speak, they couldn't invent no language as advanced as Greek. That means that they had to kill off somebody that was on the land prior when they came in and was taught this shit. That's common sense. Otherwise, if the white man invented Greek, then the white man is far more superior than we saying he is. Because he did it in a short version of time. Yet, the Egyptians said he couldn't talk in the Herodotic device of the British Museum, Chester Beatty. You see, the Greek Heru is Heru Achilles, Hercules, which means glory of Hera. Hera is another ancient Greek god, Etruscan. This is our black mythology. Hercules don't do but one damn thing. Bad. Another form of that is Apollo. He don't do but one thing, kick ass. So all this old shit about Jesus loved the little children and all that old stuff is Roman invention. One of the greatest books you can get on this, and let me break down that story so we can see this thing. We get another version of the story goes like this. You got Rome ruling. Romans ain't did but one thing in history, kill people. That's it. Kill people. The ancient Etruscan people had an ancient mythology, Jupiter, Mars, and all this stuff, but it had gotten degraded or deteriorated. Now, in those days, your political party and how you ruled over the people was based on what their belief system was. Meanwhile, you got these Hebrews, and you basically got some Gnostic people. See, Christianity, believe it or not, Christianity was a Alexandrian Coptic black people that existed called later-day Egyptians, and they took the Horus mythology at the temple of Isis, or Aset at Philae. Took them 100 years, and they converted the Metanetta into Coptic. Then these Coptic Camite Egyptians had their own worship of an original Christendom. You see, they converted to Coptic. They moved on into Rome. Meanwhile, Rome had Romulus and Remus and all that stuff. That stuff had deteriorated. They didn't even know half of the myth anymore. And the Romans had the Coptics, they had whatever Hebrews, and they had a couple of other people in the Roman aspect that had valuable religious or spiritual systems. The Roman citizens was like, hey, We need to get with them people because these people got it going on. The only thing these people doing is killing everybody. So the Roman government said, we got a problem. We are threatened to lose the citizens if we don't revise some type of religion and get our thing together. Meanwhile, the Roman government and some of the Senate said, hey, look, we conquered Greece. Greece conquered Hemmitt. Greece raided the libraries in Hemmitt and took all of this Coptic, Metanetta, and all of this stuff out of Hemmitt. Then we conquered Greece, and we got libraries of this shit laying over here. Let's get us some scholars, Paul, Josephus, and all of them, go in there and put them books together. They put the book together using the Coptic version of Christos or Christianity. The Coptic Gnostics, which means gnosis, genoisis, gnosis, which means knowledge, knowing. Gnosis means knowledge or knowing. The Coptics, they come out saying, we got this new Redeemer, Jesus Christ. And you know, they say we're going to get the last laugh. We're going to take the God from Jupiter, from Rome, and we're going to take the god Zeus, which means Jupiter in Greek, put them together, and although the Christ thing will be something else, we'll still be calling on the same Rome and Greco-Roman God, with the god Zeus and Jupiter together, because there's no Hebrew in the thing. Walter Williams tell you about that. Put it together and get the word Jesus, because also in, I think his name in a minute, Richard something, there's a book, he mentioned that Zeus is called Zeus. The word Zeus is either named Zeus or it's also named Zeus. So you get the word Jesus. There's no J, but you also get Jesus. And Jesus, Jesus, English. But anyway, they put this together. Talking about Jesus, the Christ. The Christ. Jesus is fake. The Christ is real. That is cleft in Egypt. Christos in Greece. And so they was running around saying, we got this thing, this person came, and they was teaching all these people this stuff. And they're here, the Gnostic people who had the real version say, hey, wait a minute, that shit is fake. Because that's our tradition. So what they do, they kill off all the Gnostics. You know how you do, you got somebody's shit, you kill them off and take their stuff and take it. But the Christ represented, the Gnostics knew it was an esoteric meaning, and it represented the soul, transmutating. It's just only yourself. The book, y'all all right? This book, Kabbalah, A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah. I got it in my mind, so I'll just go ahead and just paraphrase and just say it this way, because I don't have time to read it. A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah. It says, in the last days, a new soul I will put into you. They're saying when this soul comes, men will dream dreams and women will have visions or something like that. It says, and the intruders will be wiped from the earth. Now, what is an intruder? An intruder is a person, it's talking about now, the end days, that wasn't there in the beginning and now is intruding and masquerading as God and as the authority of civilization. It says that these intruders cause an incontinuance towards learning. They said, well, what? So that means that you're supposed to be learning some shit, but somebody that came in and got your ass looking the other way. And they say, well, why do they not learn, the ancient people? They say, because the intruders cause luxury. That's it. Needful things, physical things. You're always shopping, consumers. But it says that the Christ who is to come is in all of us. Now, let's go beyond that so you can get past the bullshit. Because you're stuck in religion and all that's fake. All of it. You just got to understand what you need to go directly study. And that's the key. So you can argue about history all day long. All religions are fake. The priest learned something different than the average citizen. And you got to understand the breakdown of the esoteric part, and you got it. You can bypass the bullshit. And let's break this down. There's your esoteric, which means hidden, and exoteric, which means outer, which everybody gets. Exoteric is moral teachings. Pray to God and hope you don't bump into nothing. The exoteric is what the masses get. The priests get the esoteric, the mystical. Your esoteric to Christianity is Gnosticism. Gnosis, Gnosticism. So bypass the Christianity, go to the Gnosticism. If you Hebrew, your esoteric to Hebrew or Judaism is Kabbalah, the Kabbalistic system. If you Islamic, the esoteric is Sufism. Original name is Malianism. That was some stuff that Islam came from. But the Cushite Arabians, whose Muhammad's father was, Muhammad knew certain things, and they carved all that little shit up, and Bilal basically wrote that thing. Bilalianism is what that is, and that's the Hebrew, the Ethiopian. So Gnosticism, Sufism, and Kabbalistic is your esoteric. Then you have your esoteric cultures before religion, your esoteric cultures, Hemmitt, you see the Kemetic stuff? Now, Samaria and Mesopotamia and all of that type of stuff, that is nothing but provinces of Hemmitt. You see what I'm saying? Even in Kitskill's book, he said when Egypt ruled the East, they got a big old square on where Kemet ruled, and all of that stuff, the white boys calling it Mesopotamia and Babylonia and all that now, but all that is northeast Cam, Ethiops, Kush, Indus Kush. You see, Indus Kush. True spirituality has nothing to do with moralism whatsoever. Nothing. A dog don't need a damn book on how to be a dog. A cat don't need a manual on how to be a cat. Your moralism and your behavior came through your rites of passage in your civilization. You just didn't do certain things. Like I said on the radio. You say, how can you say that? We need doctrine. No, that's what you need now. Because we also knew that the white boy was going to come, and look what he did with the damn moralistic book. Can you imagine if he didn't have one? Hell, he killed your ass with the book. Say, thank you, Lord, pass the ammunition. Can you imagine what would happen if he didn't have a book? So certain things had to come about. He had to look at a book just to be humane. You know, I don't need to act this way. Okay. The African didn't need that. Your rites of passages. Your rites of passages in your civilization, there was taboos and laws that was unthinkable. Right now, we had that even in this civilization. And like I said, I remember even the Richard Pryor thing back in 1976, that a black man wouldn't admit to giving head. Oh, no, not me. I didn't eat none. I mean, now it ain't nothing to say I went down on somebody. That's because you've been socialized into that. But even just 25 years ago, it was a taboo. There were certain taboos you just didn't do based on the culture. Culture, behavior. So your rites of passage is in your culture. You didn't have to spend time on moralism. Certain things were just humane, and you was the best people that act humane. You wrote later on humane books for degenerated people that just had to learn how to be human. So if you didn't spend all this time praying and all that shit, because praying ain't nothing but begging. That's all that shit is. Begging. Hold on 1 minute. So how you say, brother, how can I not pray? Well, shit, I ain't prayed since fucking 1990. You see what I'm saying? But I know another method I'm going to teach you tonight, too. And all also, too. Now, so what did you do? You learn how to become gods. That's it. That's the key. It's about becoming gods. And in this case, anti-gods. Higher than gods. We'll go into that. They didn't build all them temples. And you went to school for 40 years to learn how to be obedient. That was for a savage white Arab. The hell you bowing down to some shit for? You are the Allah, the arm, the leg, the head, the leg, the leg, the head. Allah is nothing but Osiris. And it's male and female principle. You got Allah, the Al. They said Allah and Allah, but also Allah itself is male and female, dual principle. You got Al, which means S-U-N and S-O-N. You got La, which means feminine. It means mother. You got Leviathan. You think it's a great mother. Anytime you hear the word the dragon, that's the great mother, Alpha Draconis. Leviathan, Layla. Layla is another Arabic word for women. It means great mother. Lilitu. Lilith. You thinking is the witch. Lilith. First wife of Adam, who is the goddess Sekhmet and Hemmitt. You see, who is the goddess Sekhmet and Hemmitt. Going through this little Christ thing again. Christos, the seed. It's in your root chakra, called the Bindu seed. The Bindu seed. You get the word bin stone. Or bin, sun, S-U-N, sun. Is down in the gastrointestinal tract. That's where the Christ is. Jesus born in a stable. What is a stable? It has shit. You see what I'm saying? Jesus born in a stable. What is shit? The word shit comes from the word shut, which comes from the word soot. The oldest god known to man is Soot. Soot Nubis. Soot Nessie. Soot Ha. Later on Set, when it was pre-dynastic, you overthrow, whenever, customary to all ancient people, when you want to make another religion supreme, or just your view supreme, you always overthrow, or you always take the chief god of the pre-existing religion and make it the devil. One man's god is another man's devil. You get the word Soot, which means black. You get the word An, Anubis, and Anpu, it means opening. Soot on, Shut on, Shaitan, Satan. You get the word Sutek. You get the word Melchizedek. Or Sutek, Setesh, Shut on, Satan, Teton, Titan. These are ancient words for the most ancient god. Lucifer, light bringer, which means the pineal gland. Lucifer, pineal gland. Lucifer fell like the morning star or the morning sun. Then you get the revelations. Jesus said, I am the damn morning sun. Stay away from the dark side. Go to Isaiah 45 and it says, I will give you the treasures of darkness, which is melanin. The dark side. Now what is the dark side? The dark side is the study of alchemy. The alchemical black. Al, sun, S-U-N-S-O-N, chemi, cam, black. Black land, black sun, alchemy, black God. Black God. Ab, which means physical body. Ra, which means sun. Ham, which means black. It means the black sun, or the black sun god. Abraham. Abraham. The brother was talking about some Abraham shit. He don't even know. Abraham, Amun-Ra, same shit. Amun-Ra, Abraham. Amun means hidden, which means black. Ra means sun. The black sun. The black sun is what? The black dot. The black dot is what? The pineal. The sun, light bringer, Lucifer. The fallen ones, the fallen God, Lucifer, the fallen God. What it means by fallen? You were once in the spiritual realm. Then the vibration slowed down and you gradually took on a physical body. You are the damn fallen God. You are the Titans. We'll go deep into that in a minute. This is science, but you are just trained to just think that everything gonna fuck you up. The word hell comes from the word hyo. Hyo means physical earth. Hylix, physical people, physical body. You live in hell. It means the physical realm. Satan, cherub, means God in the physical. The only difference between you and the Most High, or the so-called gods that you worship, is that you got on a physical body, and they don't. And the only thing that separates you is you the same energy. They just don't have the physical body, and your God is on the inside. These are alchemical terminologies and stuff, and you've been taught the fake stuff, and you praying against yourself. The word El, Elohim, sun, star. The word Eve, beginning, Eve El, evil, beginning star, beginning sun, original star, evil. All of these particular terminologies. Let's go on. In the brain you have three major glands. Pineal, pituitary, and I think it's hypothalamus or one of them, thalamus or whatever. Thalamus. Three major glands. Jesus is born in a stable, which means that the Christ is born in a stable, which means the Christ is down here in the lower intestinal region, right in the up under the lower intestinal region in the root chakra. The men, it's in the root chakra. It's a little small seed. That's who you are. Born in a stable up under the shit. It rises. When he's born, he's met by three wise men. Pineal, pituitary, hypothalamus, or whatever. Thalamus. Three wise men. Pineal, pituitary, thalamus. Three stars in Orion's belt. Three pyramids in Hemmitt. Three crosses on Calvary. Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubileum. But it's talking about the three glands in the head. You see, the three wise men brings gifts. When the melanin rises up and crystallizes, it brings gifts. Anointing. Anointing what? Olive oil. Olives are black, olives are green. The green, the chlorophyll breaks back down to carbon. The black olives is carbon. Carbons is what? 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. 666, which means carbon, which is what? Melanin is nothing but carbon. The triple blackness of space. White people are carbon-based beings. You are carbon beings. You see, that's the difference. The Father, now it's interesting, the Father gave Mary a shadow, they say, and she became pregnant. Anytime you hear the word shadow in Jungian psychology, shadow means melanin, your shadow self. The word devil means double or doppelganger, your inner self, your dual self. The devil, doppelganger. The genius, hidden genius. Genie, jinn. That's right, you scared of gin. You know what gin means? Breaking down fucking gin, it means melanin, goddammit. The gin, the gin, the gin. The word amen in Greek is amen, in Greek is amen, it's daemon, Damien, and in Christianity, demon. The word demon means melanin. Give me a good example. Y'all all right? Give me a good example. Give me a good example. Let's go through some of these right now. Hell. Here's the Christ Horus. This is Horus, Heru, Christ. This is Soot, Set, which is melanin. Set, Satan, get behind me. Behind you is called the mouth of God, the medulla oblongata. At the base of the skull and the top of the spine is the most concentrated part of the melanin, substantia nigra. Satan, get behind me. Soot on, shoot on, get behind me. This is called, this black substance in India is called Akash. Akasha. Akash. You get the word Akashic records. The Akashic records is the melanin records. In the last days, the books, the records will be open. And the ones who did not find themselves on the records will be cast in a fiery furnace. The ones who don't find themselves on the records because they ain't got no damn records, because they don't have any Akashic records, they don't have melanin. You see? The Akashic records. You see? This is the child Christ, Horus. On top of him is Beth, Sutan, Beth. You see this in the movie Star Wars when Yoda is training Luke Skywalker and he got him on his back. This is where they get it from. He's standing on the crocodiles. The crocodiles is called Kim. The crocodiles of Cam, or Kim, Sebek, which means melanin. Satan, get behind me. The Horus lock. You get the word Horus lock, you get the word Harlock, you get the word warlock. The lock represents, on one side of it, represents what is in the ear, called the Barahadna chakra, which is not but the pineal, pituitary, the melanin region in the brain, and all. The Horus lock represents the lock of hair that indicates the pineal gland on the inside of the hair. On the inside. You see, on the inside. Let's go on. Y'all all right? Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see. The word Chrysomelos, as I said, the word Chrysomelos, means Christos, black, Christos, crystallizing, melos meaning black, meaning apple and black. Adam and Eve ate the apple, tapped into the third eye. When they tapped into the third eye, they what? They saw. They saw. You see? Which means don't tap into your third eye. Because I am a jealous God. and I shall have no God before me. He said, I am a jealous God, and there are none before me. But the goddess Sophia say, Yahweh, Adalabra, Zeus, patriarchal God, don't lie, there is a God before you. He is the man, the first man, and the son of man. So we are higher than the God who created us. We'll go into that stuff. We will go into that type of stuff in a minute. Let's see. I just want to get through some stuff right quick. Let me go through some of these. Let me go through some of these pictures because we got all night here. Let me go through some stuff. Y'all all right? Okay. This picture you see is the Baphomet. You've seen this several times. This is Alephius Levi, the Baphomet. You think it's Satan. Number one, the Sabbatic goat, the Sabbath, which is Saturday. Saturday comes from the word planetary Saturn. And Saturn is Satan. The little new look at the old god. Satan, Saturn, Saturday. You see? Saturday, which represents Saturn, which represents the black planet. Saturn rules Capricorn, the Sabbatic goat. He has the third eye. Out the top of his head shoots the flame. The Kundalini energy is down here, but when it comes up here, it represents the flame energy, which is also a form of the Christ. Which is a form of the Christ. You got the moon, you got the black moon. It's the same as the yin and the yang symbol. Feminine and masculine. You see, these are ancient. This is an ancient Moorish symbology. The Moors went up into Europe. They set up 16 universities. You go to university and you go into a fraternity. Well, they set up, the fraternities were your ancient orders, York Rite, Scottish Rite, Knights Templar, which worship the Baphomet, the Knights Templars. This is the Moors' science, Moorish science. You know, the Christians needed a symbol for devil. So they took the ancient Greek god Pan, which is a form of the god Amun-Ra, because this is the same picture. This is a same converted picture. Y'all all right? I had them on the floor, but you know, I'm gonna put them back down there. Now, if somebody want to come and spread them out, shit. Just spread them on out, homeboy. Spread them on out. Yeah. This is a form of the god Amun-Ra, the ram head, and all this type of stuff. Okay, yeah. But you got the black sun. You also have the same yin and yang symbol. Same yin and yang symbol. You see what I'm saying down here? But this is a symbol that's in all religions or all spirituality. You will see a circle with a dot on the middle. That dot represents the nucleus. That's why we fail doing, oh, here goes some more, brother. That's why we fail during the 60s. We're trained to look at liberation based on the masses of the people. The masses of the people. The masses ain't never did shit but died. The masses is too big. The masses is too big. It's too dense, too big, too mass for you to understand anything, or for you to get it together. The European rules with a few people in a room deciding all the fate of everybody. They got that from Africa. That's the way, that's universal rule. And that's this principle right here. The nucleus. The masses is too big. You'll wear yourself thin talking about getting the goddamn masses. But if you strengthen the nucleus, you can pull in the masses. You see what I'm saying? The nucleus, a small group, not a mass movement. All mass movement, get out of groups. If you can read, you have no business following another motherfucker on this planet. Y'all crazy as hell. The Bible says, blessed are those who read. Even the picture of Master Farad Muhammad, he got a book in his hand. saying, hell, after all this shit is over, this is the age where we got to have mass movement. But in the last days, you're supposed to be the most sophisticated people on earth. If you can read a damn book, what the hell you need a nigga to tell you some shit for? Because we lazy. We lazy. And we want to follow some damn body. I wouldn't follow nobody to the fucking bathroom. Hey, but we are addicted to this thing. Even me. Sister say, brother, I'll follow you to Sirius. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, wait, how the hell you gonna follow me? I ain't got but one fuck. I got 2 eyes on my goddamn stove. 2 eyes. Take me damn near 2 hours to cook a damn meal. You gonna follow me some damn well. I just lived the last year without a damn refrigerator. That's how I got even bigger. I was eating out all night, all the time. You gonna follow me. And you follow these niggas for 10, 20 years and you look up and you find out they ain't shit, but you can't get out because you're all socialized in it. You done put up all your money. You done talk shit to all your friends on how they fucked up. And they little shit they doing ain't no good. And so you can't get out now. So you stay on and on and on with all these old bullshit ass leaders. I don't follow nobody. If I don't follow the white man, you know I ain't going to follow his invention. A nigger was a bad invention. Niggers and flies. One spread filth and one spread lies. The more I hang around niggers, the more I like flies. Y'all crazy as hell following somebody. This picture and this picture is one and the same. This is the Baphomet. But you can see you have the Masonic symbol, which is also a star, as above, so below. As above, so below. But if you look this way, pointed up, this is also the so-called Star of David, which is 2 inverted pyramids. If you look this way, this is the head of a penis. But if you look at the pubic hair of a woman, it's the vagina. You see what I'm saying? As above, so below. You see? This picture is the same thing. You see the horns on Amun-Ra's head. You see? The horns on Amun-Ra's head. This is an interesting picture, the one I had up. This is the god Abraxas, or Aeon, coming from Persia, but it's... Oh, that's good, brother. You straight. Y'all got a tight shift here. Coming from Persia, you got the black god up here. You got the lion, which represents the Sphinx. You got the wings that you see on the Christ. You have that. Anytime you see any kind of stone, that also represents the pineal gland. Anytime you see the serpent, that represents the Kundalini energy that we'll also get into. But the lion, you got the beast, 666, that you're all scared of. Guess what the damn beast is? You go to the damn middle of the earth and you'll see the Sphinx, horror market. Satan and Christ is one and the same. These are esoteric terminologies. The word Satan means hidden God, hidden son, pineal, Lucifer, the god of darkness. Christos, or Christ, represents Satan, get behind me, or it means Christ conquers Satan. When you conquer mathematics, you become mathematics. You synthesize it. The black melanin switch on, black open and switch on. I know people haul ass on that one. Switch on. Switch on. The word Satan only means melanin in alchemical terms. It means the word Satan, you get the ancient god Set. But also Set is also named Kim, or Chemopus, black god. It means hidden God, hidden substance. The Christ represents the seed that is inside of the melon. There's one little seed that's inside of the melon called the Bindu seed, the crystal seed, the white stone. And so when this melanin is synthesized, it becomes the Christos. Jesus rides into Jerusalem on an ass, a donkey. Set is known as the ass deity. But here's the picture I just showed you was the picture that showed you all of that. Horus Set This is the same thing. This is Horus. This is set behind him. Horus, or the hero, the Heru of the hero, is called the great face of God. The face. The face. Jacob, Jacob, the black god, wrestled with the angel all night. At the end of the night, he saw the face of God, and it was called what? Pineal. Horus. That black angel was set. All this means yin and yang. Light, the core. These are alchemical terminologies that religion have turned into damn moralistic shit, and you worshiping a devil, which means diabos, dual one, doppelganger, your inner self, your double. The devil, double. The beast, the lion, the sphinx, the number of a man. Well, it's got a damn man head on the shit, or a woman's head and a lion's body. Where y'all see all this stuff come from? The beast, which is called Harmarket, Horus on the horizon. Stuff started from. The oldest religion or the oldest spiritual system in the world is called Typhonian, Ophidian, and Draconian. You ever heard this? Your ideas are very draconian. Well, where does that stuff come from? Number one, Draconian means the constellation of Draco, the great dragon, the northern region of the hemisphere. The great dragon, later on known as Leviathan. Before it was Leviathan, it was Typhon, Leviathan, and Typhonian, Typhon. This is a pre-dynastic Kemet. The pre-dynastic Typhonian Kemet matured, developed, matured, and declined before you get the first monumental phases in ancient Kemet that you know of as the dynastic Kemet, or dynastic Egypt. The Typhonians, or the Draconians, or the Ophidians, is the oldest known worship system in the world. You get the constellation of Draco, or the great dragon, which is basically the great mother being replaced by the masculine principle. Even if you get the creation story in Egypt, Ra comes in and replaces Apep, the great dragon or the great mother. Apep is known as the great dragon, or it's also known as the hippopotamus. In the temple of Dendera, let's see if I got some more pictures. In the temple of Dendera and the zodiac of Dendera, let's see if I got this in here. The zodiac of Dendera, which is the temple of Dendera in Kemet, they tore down one temple and put up an older temple. They tore down one temple, but there was actually a papyrus in the wall giving them the instructions on how to fix the new temple and put the same hieroglyphic inscriptions on it. This temple is 90,000 years old. And you've seen this zodiac of Dendera, which is the oldest concept of deity or God on the planet. Now, in the middle is this same hippopotamus goddess giving birth to all of this. That's the constellation of Draco. And this particular goddess in heaven registers as the black woman on earth, which is the oldest concept of deity. Ra comes in and replaces Apep, Apet, Tyert, and you have your masculine order. And they made all of the feminine stuff into Satan. So she becomes the great whore of Babylon.
You see, she becomes Lilith, the evil one. You see. And in other mythology, she's replaced and she's degraded into evil. Before you have creation, this world was built off of several other primal worlds. So this is in the middle, the hippopotamus goddess. Our world was built off of several other primal worlds. These worlds existed about the same amount of time this world, what we call creation, exists now. So let's say roughly, the white boy said 13 billion years. Prior to that, you have what is called the primal worlds, and those particular primal worlds was the realm of the Great Mother. Now, let's go into some stuff so we can deal with that. I'm going to give you 2 or 3 mythologies. I'm going to give you 2 or 3 mythologies so we can deal with this. The first mythology we're going to go into to trace this thing, because your Typhonian, after the Typhonian, the pre-dynastics came in, they established Ra. They basically destroyed a lot of the Typhonian stuff. But those temples down in Nubia that was covered over, at the Aswan Dam, covered over 200 temples, they replaced it. They replaced those particular temples with Typhonian information. And they had tons of this Typhonian information in the British Museum, but when Gerald Massey came in and did his 6 books, they locked down all that stuff. And this is the pre-dynastic stuff. So we're going to go into a couple of mythologies so you can understand what went on. We're going to go into, so the Typhonian stuff, it didn't survive in Kemet, but it traveled out of Kemet into the place where you call Mesopotamia and Babylonia and all that stuff. That was just nothing but another form of Kush, or Etruria, Tyrrhenia, Typhonia. So we're going to trace a couple of these stories so you can get this down pat on how you became, how you are higher than the God who created you. How can you be higher than the God who created you? That's just some crazy shit you talking, nigga. That don't make no damn sense. You know, that don't make no sense. I got a damn headache from all this heat. What, look. Look. See, we down south got a motherfucking remedy. If you from down south, you know what I'm talking about. BC Standback a goodie. That's a goodie. You got a sprained ankle, you take a goodie, you can walk on that shit. When my grandmama, she was 80. And the doctor came back and said, damn, this woman here, she has the heart of a 16-year-old. My mama said, shit, they didn't know that bitch was hooked on goodies. You know? I think she would have died about 20 years earlier, but the goodies kept her ass alive. She was just a zombie, and the goodies kept her alive. Now, let's go home. Now. So now, how do we become higher than the gods who created us? Y'all all right? Okay. We're going to give you several versions of this. All of this is African. We're going to start off with, because we want to get to this pre-dynastic thing. We want to find out what is older than all these bull-jive religions. So let's go way back and let's trace these things, and that's where the scholarship comes in, to piece all this stuff together and weave it together so we can get a clear synopsis on who we are and how this thing goes down. Then we can go into some other science on how we raise up out of here and all this kind of stuff here too. Now, let's go into this remote history. So the first one we'll go to is the so-called, what they call the Babylonian, which we know is nothing but Typhonian Egyptian. But for the sake of words and stuff, the white boy didn't write this stuff. If he wrote this, we in trouble, because this shit is profound. But we can trace it all the way even back to Hemmitt. So everywhere you go, we can find a version of it, because you ain't dealing with no idiot. Now, let's deal with this stuff. In the Babylonian Genesis, Alexander Hadel's book, Babylonian Genesis, Alexander Hadel's book, Babylonian Genesis, in the text called the Enuma Elish, creation myths. They start off with a goddess named Tiamat. Mayat was in the beginning. Mayat will be in the end. So is it in the beginning? Will it be in the end? So Mayat becomes Tiamat in Babylonia, or what they call Babylonia. It's basically Typhonia. All that's the same black land. Indus, Kush, Cam, Camemoria, Alchemoria. So the story goes that the Great Mother used to rule for thousands of years, for millions of years, for billions of years. The Great Mother used to rule. The Great Mother got old, which means she started slowing down and going to sleep. The cycle started deteriorating. That age, called Ayin in the Kabbalah, called chaos in the Bible, and melanin is chaos. That's what it is. Chaos never stops moving. Melanin never stops moving. That's when they take melanin out of the body, it changes the whole composition. Richard Kane tells you that melanin is chaos. Now they got chaos magic, chaos mathematics, chaos physics. All that stuff is breaking down melanin. You know, breaking down melanin. Melanin is chaos. There's several books on this thing. Introduction to Chaos Magic, which is melanin magic. Peter Carroll. Lebanon and the Psychonaut. Peter Carroll. Condensed Chaos. Phil Hines. Prime Chaos. Phil Hines. These are these books. Liber Chaos. Chaos Magic. Liber Chaos. Lebanon, which is his first book, Peter Carroll. Lebanon and the Psychonauts. Peter Carroll's book, Introduction into Chaos Magic. Then Phil Hines, Phil Hines has Condensed Chaos. Condensed means it's inside of your body. That's melanin. And he has another book called Prime Chaos. Then you go into James Kirk's book. That's a scientific book on chaos. Okay? So in this beginning, you had Chaos, which was the Great Mother. In this case, we'll call her Tiamat, or in Kemet, we'll call her Typhon. Draco, Alpha Draconis. All right? The great dragon. Dragon's blood. Menstrual blood. You see what I'm saying? Menstrual blood. Dragon's blood. I take another take on that than other people. You know. We got to, you really want to fuck up some stuff? Or you really want to get some money or whatever? Get on your period, and we'll show you some shit to do. That's why they had to stop you. That's why when the patriarchal aspect came in and they wanted to rule over woman, they had to make that period evil. Because they knew when you got on your cycle, you can do some shit. So we'll give you one of them period rituals. You see what I'm saying? See, I was raised by 2 black women. So I'll sell out the brothers every goddamn time for that goddamn woman. I know y'all niggas get scared, but I'll sell you out every time for the woman now. You see what I'm saying? So, this chaos got old. Tiamat got old and started going to sleep. She had a son named Marduk, or Ra, or Yahweh, or the feminine principle, was born, and he had another group of younger children that were
a little bit powerful than the older parents that had been billions of years old. This is this energy, one newer energy taking over the other energy. When Tiamat got old, Marduk or Ra or Yahweh or Apep got old, Ra, you get what I'm saying about these great mothers, Apep, Tiamat, Leviathan, Typhon, Lilith, the Titans. We'll give you that story in a minute. When she got old, the younger energy, well, let me just give you the mythology. Tiamat got old. Her son Marduk came up with a younger group of people, and they started making a whole lot of noise. Tiamat said, I can't take this noise. You know, them children up there acting up. So she got old. She had a friend named Kingu, which was her mate. They both got old. The children rose up and kicked the mama ass. Kicked their ass, defeated them, took Tiamat's blood and made the earth in the physical form that we have now, in the physical universe that we have now, is made out of Tiamat's blood. Then they took her blood and her mate Kingu's blood, and they made human beings out of it. So in so many words, they encased us in physical bodies. We are the leftover remnants of the primal worlds, the chaos worlds, and the melanin inside of you is what was in existence before the known universe or creation or the creator God that you call a sun out there, you call a universe. That is your sun. The melanin is the primal substance or something left behind. If you translate the word Damien or Amian, hidden substance or demon, it means something left behind. Our world came into existence and was made and was built off of several other primal worlds. Those primal worlds no longer exist, but in minute form. They now exist as the melanated makeup inside of you. And ultimately, your soul is those particular primal worlds. Those primal worlds became Satan, the great dragon, the great beast, the great evil, and all of that. In the Gospel of Philip, the Nag Hammadi Library, the Gospel of Philip, it says that he says, and this is interesting because in this, you get the book, the other Bible. It's a book about Bornstone, I think his name is. Is it? Anybody know? Bornstone? Something Bornstone, a blue and red book, the other Bible. In there is the Gospel of Philip, the Gnostic material. You had the Typhonian Egyptians, and when some of them remained in Kemet, and they became your Gnostic people, and so that Coptic Gnostic stuff is a Typhonian order. Seti I in them, Ramesses in them was Typhonian worshippers, and they would every now and then take over the government and all this stuff again. In the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Adam is the name of it. The Gospel of Adam. You could also get it in the Nag Hammadi Library by James Robinson, which was the text that was dug up in 1945. That's the shit you want. The Gospel of Adam, it says, Adam is talking to his son Seth, or Seth, all the same thing. And he says, son, I want to tell you about this. He said, when I came into being, Eve took me all over the universe and taught me everything. Ain't that a bitch? The word Eve, they say, took a bone. The word bone, you get the word Rabboni and the word rabbi. which means master. Eve is the master of Adam. In the Gospel of Adam, Adam says, he's telling to the son, you can get it, other Bible, Gospel of Adam. He says, son, when we came into being, Eve took me all over the universe and taught me everything. And then we found out that we were higher than the God that created us. You see, now, let's go on. Let me give you another mythology. In the Nag Hammadi Library now, you got your Metanetta. They went to the island of Temple of Philae, and they translated all of Metanetta, took 100 years into Coptic. The same Metanetta in the Coptic names is this Nag Hammadi Library. But you want to get a book called The Gnostic Scriptures by, I'll tell you his name in a minute. The Gnostic Scriptures by Bentley Layton. That's the one you want to get because they break those things down. The Gnostic Scriptures by Bentley Layton. Now, let's go to the Gnostic mythology to break this down a little clearer. I gave you the Babylonian one where Tiamat and her mate, these primal deities, was turned into human beings. Now let's go to the Greek one, then we go to the Gnostic one. The Greek one, which is Etruscan, talks about, in the beginning they had these titans ruling. And then Zeus, Jesus, Jesus, or Yahweh, Zeus rose up and went to war with the older titans and defeated the titans and took the titans' ashes and burned them up and turned the titans' ashes into humans. You get that? Then Prometheus goes and steals fire from the god, that Kundalini fire, and gives it to man. That's one of the other mythologies. So here it is, the Titans here ruling again before the gods that rule us now, and they were overthrown and turned into humans. So although you are cased into a human body, you were older than the gods who created you, and a much more superior class of deity. That's why you don't need to be worshiping shit. To worship a god other than yourself is to worship a god inferior to yourself. Message to the Black Man, page 1. Message to the Black Man, page 1, Elijah Muhammad. Now, the Gnostic one, they talk about the goddess Sophia, who had a baby, had a child, who was a subordinate deity. He wasn't halfway formed. He wasn't all the way formed. He was an inferior deity. And so she has this child. This child goes and has these other entities, and they go down and they create the physical earth. And then what they do is they trap these souls and put these souls into these physical bodies. So in so many words, how they trap the souls, let's break this down. We were these souls in the beginning. The vibratory rate came down and we got trapped into the physical and grew these physical bodies and got bound and trapped. Sounds like Lucifer or Satan getting bound for 1,000 years. See, this is what all these particular mythologies. You know, they say, well, you know, Satan wanted to be like God. Well, you know, if I'm a little boy and I got a father, don't you want to be like your father? You know, but anyway, so what's so wrong with that shit? So anyway, in the Gnostic scripture, they slow down the vibratory rate and they trap these souls. Sophia, seeing what went on, goes down to Adalabroth is his name, or Yaldalabroth, or Yahweh, which is basically the male deity. And in so many words, it's that physical sun out there. Ra, Zeus, Yahweh, the male deity. Remember, God is God is like a grain of sand on a lonely beach compared to the great mother. God is like a grain of sand on a lonely beach compared to the great mother. Holy Mary, Mother of God. Where do you think they get all that shit from? In the beginning, there's the feminine principle. Ayin, nothing. It is from the nothing you get the absolute. The highest thing is the feminine principle, because there's no such thing as the masculine principle. If you studied before you had the male deities, the female deities had two dual essence. You got creator goddesses that have children, and you got warrior goddesses that kick ass in the masculine principle. So you have all a female is a masculine feminine. You know that when you come out the womb, or before you come out, this is a clitoris until the last couple of months, and then one elongates into a penis. Now that's science. Deal with it. One don't come before the other. You see what I'm saying? One don't come before the other. But all you got to do, see, the thing about it is I can say all this shit here because you ain't following me, and we can give you all the bibliography for you can study. So it ain't about that. It's not about convincing nobody. It's about giving you information that you don't have all the time. It don't matter whether you do it or not. It's not about trying to get some converts. You understand what I'm saying? Don't follow me no damn well. Now, going back, Sophia seen what had happened, or this subordinate deity who had created this illusionary artificial world. We'll get into that in a few minutes. You saw it in the movie Matrix. We'll show you what the real Matrix is in a few minutes. Creating this illusionary world, she goes to Adalabroth and say, look, because he created a man that was not upright. Now remember, Adalabroth, he came into being because he stole a light from the mother, but he didn't get all the light. But what little light he had in him, in the mythology, she convinced him, she said, why don't you blow your breath in the man so he can stand upright? So she convinced him, and he blows his breath into the man, and the little bit of light that he had, the light of creation that was in him, which is the same melanin stuff in so many words, transferred out of him into the man, and the man immediately became higher than the God who created him. Then he said, I am a jealous God. Why is he jealous? Because you have something that he doesn't have. You ever thought about that? That's the dumbest shit in the world. You know, if I create a bottle, there's no way in hell I'm going to be jealous of a bottle. So he has to be inferior. I am a jealous God. Well, wait a minute. We just take shit without questioning. That's the most asinine shit you can ever even worship. To worship a jealous God is an inferior God. If I create something, what the hell am I going to be jealous of it? Until you get the original story. He's jealous because the light that he used to create you, he ended up giving to you by mistake. It's like Prometheus climbed up to Mount Olympus and stole the fire from the gods and gave it to the man. You see? So I am a jealous God. But he first said, I am a God and there's none. Then he said, I am a God and there's no other God before me. And Sophia said, Adalabroth, don't lie. There is a God greater than you. He is the man on earth, the first man and the son of man, because he has the light that you don't have anymore. See, we got to go into other mythologies other than the stuff that you hear all the time, that you worship. Okay? So, going on. In this case, what this means, Prometheus goes up to Mount Olympus, steals fire from the god in the form of a charcoal. There go that charcoal again. That's melanin, carbon. Puts it in a tube. What is the tube? Let's see the tube. And brings it to man. Let's get a tube. Let's see, here's one. Puts it in a tube. brings it to man. In Hindu mythology, you have the Kundalini serpent. You have the Kundalini serpent. Y'all all right? Okay, you have the Kundalini serpent. You ever seen the staff of Tahuti? Anybody know what that is? You ever see the staff in the Caduceus, the Medical Association? The staff in the Caduceus and the torch that you see on the Olympus is the same symbol. It's, in one mythology, it's the staff in the Caduceus. In another mythology, it is it's the sword Excalibur. In other mythologies, it is a tube or this torch of Olympus. And this is the snake, the Kundalini energy. Now, this is one thing you got to understand. Why you can't, okay, go ahead, because this is very important. You ready? Okay, this is what you got to understand. This is why, okay, that's good, yeah. We find my light. Oh, where I got it? Hold on. Lost light. Hold on 1 minute. I'll find it. This is what you got to understand. Oh, here you go. Y'all want me to get sophisticated. Okay, yeah. This is what you got to understand. This is why I told you that in the 60s, we had these mass movements. Then in the 70s, when the white man start passing out all this money, and niggas start running, the black conscious people, damn near like they lost their mind. They couldn't understand that, number one, even one of these dots, you always see the circle with the dot in the middle. Very key. It's always the nucleus is the only thing that's real. Even in science, everything that you got breaks down to one single atom. Atom, Adam and Eve. It's all the same scientific aspect. The nucleus. You understand what I'm saying? Right now, if you want to make a sculpture, you can't go sculpture no big-ass mountain. You have to take a piece of the rock off and sculpture it. You know what I'm saying? Right now, you got a fucked up family. They say, look, we got to get you up out of that family. Come on, one person, come on. We might can save your ass, but we can't save the rest of them idiots. You know, that happened with Janet Jackson. Remember they had Terry Lewis and Jimmy Jam? They had the Jackson family. They say, look, first of all, she said, I want to be a star. They said, first of all, we got to get your ass from around them Jacksons, take your ass to Minnesota, and that's when she came out with that nasty. They said, we got to take you out of the mix because you around all them old crazy-ass people cutting off their noses and shit. Now, let's go on. It's always the nucleus. Now, the reason why you cannot get the masses of the people is this. Your consciousness starts down here in the genitals. And most people is walking around, consciousness is down here. So whenever they hear stuff on a higher level, it comes down here and it bounces off. They can't get it. Comes in, it bounces off, they can't get it. Comes in, it bounces off, they can't get it. But they can get ignorant shit. They can get idiotic stuff all day long. I'm sorry to give you a bath, sister. They can get idiotic, they can get foolishness all day long. That's because their consciousness is in the genitals. You cannot get this stuff, and the reason why you are in here, and you can only get this when you're radiating at the heart chakra. That's why you ever heard your heart ain't in it? So this stuff don't even stick until it gets here. Anything below this, it bounces off. Right now, we ask this question. How many of you in here right now, raise your hand, that all your life you thought you were special? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you thought you were special. You say, it's something different about me. Do you know I travel all over the United States? I travel all over the United States, and I swear to you, every place I go, I say that question, and the majority of the conscious people raise their hand. The reason why you get this, the reason why you are in here on a Saturday night, you see what I'm saying? Just longing for this kind of information, eating it up, just loving it, is because you came on the earth, opened up to the heart chakra. And this stuff can stick to you. Now, you got some people up in here, they're radiating at the root chakra. So, therefore, they can only get religion. They can only get the stuff that they was taught when they was a child. Or they can only get the stuff that the movement say that they needed to come in and be something different. So you'll change from Christianity, Islam, to Judaism and all, but that's just the mundane part, like jumping from the pot to the frying pan. But you never get the esoteric value, and you can teach them all day long, and they go to all meets for years and then go, I just want to worship Jesus. And you go, wait a minute, I can't understand this. I thought if you're supposed to know something higher or supposed to know, knowledge is supposed to change you. No, knowledge is a privilege. Some people are not open up. And what happens is, this knowledge comes and it bounces off. It's only when this Kundalini energy raises that you get it. And so some people are here, most of you are here, and some people are here on up. You see? Right. You see? Now, some people, they got the heart chakra, and you can get into the Afrocentric thing, whereas a lot of people can't. But then again, you can't stop here because you need to get on into the esoteric stuff, and that's how you raise on up. You see what I'm saying? So, this serpent, let me get some text. Y'all bear with me. Let me get some text. Look at this. Now, Nag Hammadi Library. James Robinson, Nag Hammadi, Hammadi. Nag, N-A-G. Get that book. Nag, N-A-G, Hammadi. The Nag Hammadi Library in English, but it's edited by James Robinson. Now, this is the Hermetic text, which is some Typhonian text, which is some of the oldest texts in the world, comes with this stuff. So all this stuff is Egyptian, although it might have Jesus and all that kind of stuff. And basically what they did is, the Nag Hammadi Library came out. They found it in 1945. They didn't release it into English until 1977. So what they did is they carefully went in and they took Horus, scratch it out, put Jesus. Abraxas, scratch it out, put Jesus. Mithra, scratch it out, put Jesus. Seth, scratch it out, put Jesus. But don't be alarmed, because if you still look, they still keep a lot of the names up in there. So don't worry, they just tamper with the text. But it don't matter, because the Jesus up in there is the real deal Jesus. You see what I'm saying? And this, they got the Gospel of Thomas, and this person here, he don't deal with nothing moralistic. So you know, they say, well, what kind of diet you want us to go on? What kind of fast you want us to go on? See, he's talking about destroying the world. He's like, he said, come on, why do what you hate? Knowing damn well you ain't going to do that shit but a little while. This is the Gospel of Thomas in there. He said, why do what you hate? He said, blessed is the man who eats the lion. Then the lion becomes a part of the man. Cursed is the man who gets eaten by the goddamn lion, and a man becomes a part of the lion. They say, well, tell us when the kingdom is coming. He said, no, tell us when the end is. He said, you'll know the end when you know the beginning, which means that's what you're searching for, your ancient past. And the reason why you're searching for your ancient past, because it is the end of the beginning. He said, well, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, you won't find it looking for it. Talking about these two eyes. These two eyes only see illusions. It's the third eye, the pineal eye. You see what I'm saying? All that's up in the Gospel of Thomas. But the first thing on the Gospel of Thomas, when you get there, it says, when your eyes are open, you will be troubled. But then it says, once you're troubled, rejoice, because the kingdom is at hand. Now, anybody know when you come into knowledge, and you look out there and see them ignorant-ass niggas out here, they don't want to know nothing, you are troubled. It's a burden. For whom much is given, much is required. Sometimes it's best not to even have this knowledge, so it can be an ease on you, because once your eyes are open, you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer. You know? For whom much is given, much is required. Even in the movie JFK, the one that came out back in the early 90s, she said, "You change. You ain't the same way." He said, "Of course I've changed. My eyes are open." What the hell you think? He said, "My eyes are open. They done killed the fucking president." You know, he said, and they had a picture of Martin Luther King on the TV. He said, "You don't think that shit right there is related to the same thing? But you're about the children and all." He said, "Fuck them children." He said, "Them children might not have a world to go to, if you don't pay attention to this shit." You see what I'm saying? People backing away from knowledge. Nag Hammadi Library. It says, now the Creator, this is old shit. This is like millions of years old. It says, now the Creator has control in, the Creator has control in the places that is in between the heavens and the earth. He is called Zeus in this particular one, you know, Yahweh, Zeus, Ra. The Platonist Zeus, the Lord of the earth and the sea. But he does not possess the nourishment of all mortal living creatures. It is in the core of the earth that bears the fruit. These forces are always powerful in a circle of the earth, and they're always with us. So they're saying that in actuality, that it ain't up there, that's the Most High. Number one is down here, and what you call the core of the earth, you think that's hell. But didn't Jesus have to go to hell before he ascended? Why would Jesus go to hell? And another thing, too. To ascend, you have to fall. You see the story? It said that the angel, God on earth said that the men on earth say that God's on high, while the angels in heaven say that God lives on earth. Now this is interesting. This is some profound stuff, because they found this stuff in Moorish Spain, the Zohar, and Elijah Muhammad said the same thing. He said that the gods up there used to worship the people on earth as the highest gods. That's some profound shit. You see what I'm saying? This man said stuff that I'm looking in these ancient texts, and they said the same stuff. You see what I'm saying? But we didn't want to get with it because he had a 4th grade education. See, that's the mentality. That's how we get messed up. You see what I'm saying? The highest thing on the realm, there's only one thing that is certain, that's inevitable, and that is death. Death. Now let's look at this thing for a minute. In the Bible, I can't think of the verse, but it's in the Bible. I had it, I got it, but you know it's in there. Some of you Christians can tell me. To let you know that the God of the Bible is inferior, he says, I am the God of the living and not the dead. Well, wait a minute, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute, hold on. I thought that when we die, we're supposed to be joined with God. But yet this God saying, I am the God of the living and not the dead. Wait a minute. Now, life is short. Death is the only thing supreme and inevitable. So obviously, you can't be the Most High God, because your limit, you are limited to just life. Now let's look at that. He said, I am the God of the living and not the dead. But I thought if you were the God of everything, you would be the God of the dead as well as the living. Since everything got to die, and since the whole thing is predicated to when you die, you want to go to heaven, well, let's go on. Ain't it in the same book? Now, rescue if I'm wrong, Christians. Ain't it in the same book where they say this heaven and this hell will pass away. Wait a minute, hold on. Now I'm wasting my damn time in church trying to go to heaven, where the same Bible say when I get there, the motherfucker ain't gonna be there. And I'm wasting my time being scared of going to hell when the same Bible say when I get there, the damn shit ain't gonna be there. Now let's break this thing down. The God of the dead is called the God of the perfect black, Osiris. And that is the melanin inside of you. The God of the dead is called the sleeping God, the sleeping Buddha, or the God that rests. He's inside of you in the tomb. He is the pineal God, the Kundalini God that rests inside of you. And he is the God of the dead. The God of the living is an illusionary God. Now let's break this down. It says right here that the God that controls the heavens between the earth and the heavens, so that means he's not all the way in the universe or whatever. He does not possess the nourishment for all mortal living creatures. It is the core that bears the fruit. Now when they're talking about that, they're talking about not the core of the earth, they're talking about the physical, they're talking about the body, and they're talking about the core, they're talking about the deepest part of the subconscious. That's called a mentor. That's called hell. That's called the dark side. Now, what does this dark side mean? When Rome came together and they decided that they want to take you and put you into slavery by worshiping something while they can reap the damn benefits by ruling over your ass, by giving you a religion to worship, not the same thing you got right now. You can't do shit right now. You can't go and go down. If it wasn't for damn Jesus, you would have been marched downtown and burnt down all them cracker buildings and stabbed all them little white babies that's going to grow up and kill you later. You'd have been to kill them, but it's this old moralistic religion that's holding your ass back from taking back your goddamn planet. You see? You see? Now, what happened? When religion became the ward of the Roman government, they said we must outlaw all esoteric teachings. The dark side means the deepest part of your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind creates everything for you that you need. You cannot do anything on this earth until you convince your subconscious mind that it can be done. So the only thing you do with, some people say, I know there's a Jesus because he healed me. No. What happened is you tapped into the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness, which is the deepest part of the subconscious, and you use Jesus as an entity or a deity to signal the own latent forces of the subconscious mind, and your own subconscious mind healed you. If you was taught that Mickey Mouse was a god when you was a baby, Mickey Mouse can have the same healing characteristics, because we're talking about convincing the goddamn subconscious mind. It is your inner God self that healed you. You just use Jesus as the deity. Some people say so one brother said, well, brother, you say that Jesus don't exist. I've seen brothers go into church and get off crack. I said, you're right. What they did was they used the deity that they knew since they were a child and they believed in. And they took that same deity, and by believing in that deity strong enough, they tapped into the latent forces that is the healing forces of the melanin in the subconscious mind and triggered a goddamn healing process. And by them being ignorant of the process of how the soul and how the spirit works, they blame it on some goddamn white man with stringy ass hair. And saying this white man did this shit. Or for the new niggas, this black man did this shit. And they don't understand that ye are gods. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34, 37. And the scriptures cannot be broken. You see?
We fell into the physical realm, and we were the gods of the prior universe. In that same Revelations, it tells you that the ones that will be raised up were slain before the foundation of the earth. Remember, I gave you these several stories about the Titans that was overthink, and I told you that Tiamat was overthrown. Well, in that same Bible, Revelations, it said those who were slain at the foundation of the earth. That revelation piece came out of Hemmitt. When Cambyses raided Hemmitt, he took a whole bunch of ancient texts back to Persia, and then the Romans took the Persian version and put it in the back of the Bible. Now you can get a book called Creation Myths. It's called Creation Myth by Richard Birlin. It's called Creation Myth. And in that book, they got the Persian apocalypse. They got a whole bunch of apocalypse in there. You just think it's one apocalypse. They got the Persian version of the apocalypse, and you could literally see that the ship was damn near carbon copied. In that book, Creation Myth. No, it's not called Creation Myth. It's called, let me see. I got so many. It's not Creation Myth. No, it's not Creation Myth. It's called, it'll come to me in a minute. Damn. I got so many books in my head. Let me see. It's Comparative Myths, something like, it'll come to in a minute. But it's by Richard Birlin, I think the name of it is. It'll come to me in a minute. But in there, there's a Persian apocalypse in that particular book. But they say the ones that's supposed to be raised up is the ones that were slain before the creation of the earth. Now, going back to this, the God of the living is this matrix god called Maya in India. It's called illusion. In Gnosticism, it's got several names. It's called Adalabra. This is a god, or it's called the holographic universe. The world you live in don't exist. It's a series of events that never existed. I'll explain that. We are somewhere in the universe, bouncing around. I'll show you. Let me get this part first. Let me hold that. Let me get this right. The Dogons say that in the beginning there was nothing existed but Sirius B. The Greeks say, which is the Etruscans say, that in the beginning, before the creation of the universe, the only thing that existed was Gaia. But Gaia is the earth. Do you know before the universe existed, the earth existed? It just wasn't in the physical. So they call it Mother Earth, the great mother, Tiamat, earth. When Tiamat was overthrown, they just turned her into physical and trapped her into a physical earth. So the earth was always here. The great war that was fought in heaven was fought right here on earth. And in so many words, we were trapped and bound, and basically they slowed down the physical realm. The book Kabbalion, 3 initiates, Kabbalion, K-A-B-L-O-N, K-A-B-A-L-O-N, Kabbalion, not Kabbalah, Kabbalion, the 3 initiates, show you the Hermetic laws. First law of the Hermetic laws is the law of vibration. Everything vibrates. This is just vibrating at a slower pace, and it's dense. But everything vibrates. They slowed down the vibratory rate, and we got trapped in these physical dense bodies. This is a prison. It's trapped the soul. Meanwhile, we had these more advanced senses. And we maneuvered just like semi-physical gods. In the beginning, when we first came to this earth, and this earth was first formed, it's a lot of this material. It's Rudolf Steiner's book, Universe, Earth, and Man. Awesome book. Even me and Richard King was talking about. Awesome book. Rudolf Steiner, that was Adolf Hitler's teacher before Adolf Hitler kicked him out of Germany.
and all, but it was all a part of the Russian and Thule Society and Beryl Society and all this stuff. Universe, Earth, and Man is the name of the book, and there's another book called Cosmic Memory by Rudolf Steiner. These are some awesome books. In that Universe, Earth, and Man, he says that in the beginning, the physical world was like a little dim mist, and the spiritual world was illumined. As the vibratory rate fell, the physical world became more and more visible, and the spiritual world disappeared. It's all on the same earth. So the physical world is the illusionary world. There's a book, Michael Talbert's book, Holographic Universe. That's a science book dropping on that shit. The holographic universe. None of this shit down here is real. We'll get into that in a few minutes. So when the physical world came into view and we developed this physical body in these two eyes, the spiritual senses later on shut down and we became more dependent on 5 senses. You know, the white man said that we don't use no more than 10% of the brain. No. He don't use no more than 10% of the brain. We used to, the other part of the brain is the pineal brain. But because he has a calcified pineal gland that don't work, he can only use 10% of the brain. And because we grew up in a society that's only conducive for 10% of the brain, our shit shut down based on the society we live in that's ruled by the white man who can only use 10% of the brain. Guess what shuts down the damn pineal gland? Monotheistic religion. One deity system. Fucks your black ass right on up. One deity system. When they established the one God system. See, let's just deal with some stuff based on deprogramming yourself. And Asa Hilliard said this. I ask you this question. Take yourself out of your religion. If the ancient worshiped many gods, would anything be wrong with that? No. Only because somebody told you it was something wrong with it. See, see what I'm saying? That's programming. Reality is only what you told yourself it is. Sanity is only what you told yourself it is. If you deprogram yourself. Now, what does this thing mean? First of all, they worship several components of the one God, the God one. But you cannot explain the body of the God system or the deity system through one monotheistic term. It's too vast. You don't have nothing on this earth that you break it down. A fucking automobile, you can't say it's just a headlight. That's ludicrous. I drive a headlight. No, motherfucker, you got a damn gaskets, pistons, batteries, transmission. See what I'm saying? Even you see, so the one deity system shuts down in your brain. It's called the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness. And the melanin works on a multi-deity system. It's chaos. It never stops moving. Okay, go ahead and put that in. Y'all all right? This is some good shit here. It's chaos. It never stops moving. It never stops moving. How the hell are you going to put a name on this shit that look like that? That's what your melanin look like photographed. How the hell are you going to name that shit? That's chaos. So they needed a multiple deity system just to tap into that. They had to break it down, dissect it. So these multiple deity systems tap into what is called the archetype of the collective unconsciousness. You see what I'm coming from? When you break it down to one deity, this shit goes dormant. And goes dormant and you go offline. You see what I'm saying? And we didn't have no one book. You see what I'm saying? We had thousands of books. Because life itself is a learning process. You see what I'm saying? Now,
going back. I was on something. Going back. You only use this 10% of the brain because the white boy has a calcified pineal gland, and he makes a society conducive to 10% of the brain. So that also shuts you down too. But this particular monotheistic system, or just worship Allah. You are the Allah. The Allah in ancient Kemet, because look, in ancient Kemet, it said, I look upon something, I climb up the ladder among the gods, and I holler like a goose until they hear my prayer, and they report it to Sirius, the dog star. In the Holy Quran, it says, this is the God who created both male and female from one single ejaculated semen. He is the Lord of Sirius. So they said the Lord of Sirius in ancient Kemet would be Osiris. And Osiris is the physical body and the inner body. You are the Osiris, you are the Allah. Worship yourself. You see, isn't it not written in the law that ye are gods, and the scriptures cannot be broken? So how can you put a doggone name on that shit? The unnameable. You see what I'm saying? They say, I am the God of the living and not the dead. Osiris is the God of the dead. Even Jesus is the God of the dead, because, you know, that came from the Christ. Hell, he had to die before he got hooked up. Just like in the Matrix, they had to shoot his ass to get hooked up. We'll go into some death stuff in a minute, because you scared of death. Everybody want to go to heaven, but nobody want to die. The greatest peace you'll ever know is in the realm of death. Every day you wake up should be a very bad day. Serious business. Every day you wake up down in this bullshit should be a bad day. And the only reason why it ain't a bad day because is based on how much anesthesia you collect. Called materialism. But the more knowledge you gain, the more the materialism go away. Full mind, empty house. Empty mind, full house. Every day you wake up should be a very bad day. Even the Bible says, he who loves the world shall surely lose it, and he who hates it shall gain the kingdom. Now, if you have a hatred for the world and humanity, you're pretty much free. Because you don't need shit no more. You don't like this bitch no more, so what? You don't have to please yourself no more. So you're all trying to get pleasure. Give up on this shit. Then, see, there's an old, now, let me give you, it's all together, we're going to get into this, but there's a text. We're going into this illusionary phase. There's a text coming out of, India. Because this whole matrix and illusion thing, a lot of that stuff is in the India text, which is stuff that survived and preserved itself, which is the ancient Ethiopian Kushite stuff. That's what that Hindu stuff is. There's a text about a king, the suffering king. And this king, said this a little bit last night, this king was going crazy. He just went crazy. And all the people that was in the society said, why don't you act like a king? Because they want to follow somebody. And so his father went and got an ancient sage or a priest to come to find out what was wrong with him. And the priest cured him. And the way the priest cured him, the priest came up to him and said, what you are feeling is right. And what he was feeling was this. He tapped into his higher self, and he realized that the kingdom that he was ruling over didn't exist.
It was only a hologram. I'm going to go in that in a few minutes. And he started going crazy because he realized that none of this stuff existed. So when the sage came and cured him, he told him that you're not crazy. This thing it doesn't exist. And he said, well, what should I do? He said, well, go back and rule over the kingdom anyway. He said, well, how can I rule over a kingdom that don't exist? He said, first of all, you got one up over the other people, the other kings. They still think that their kingdom exists. So when shit go wrong, they'll think, oh, Lord, it's me, oh, my life going wrong, I'm a bad king. He said, the shit don't exist no way. So you be like, oh, piece of cake. Don't worry about it. You see what I'm saying? Now, we live in an illusionary world called Maya. It doesn't exist. Let me give you an ancient mythology to deal with this. The great old ones, which used to be ourselves, that used to rule the whole universe, the omniverse, and all there was, went to sleep. Here's the story again, how we degenerated. These younger gods, they're called the elder gods, but they were the younger gods at the time. They came and they saw the great old ones asleep in their tombs. So what they did is they took this elder sign and put on them. And when they woke up, they could not get out from their tombs, their physical bodies. They were trapped, and they couldn't get out of their tombs because they had this elder sign on them. And this mythology, I said, well, what is this elder sign? What is this elder sign? From 95, I read this and stuff. It took me to 98 to find out what it was. The elder sign is the human brain. Nothing exists. This brain is wired to make things appear that they exist. And you can't override this human brain because in order to override the human brain, you got to tap into the third eye or the first eye. The pineal brain, the Lucifer brain that is up under the physical brain. You see? And how you tap into that is you have to reduce everything that you think is important in this life down to nothing. And you should develop a longing for death. Death is the ultimate in this universe. See, once you develop a longing for death, you pretty much got it easy. You don't have to kill yourself. But once you fall in love with death, you know, the Egyptians, Camites, everything was based on funerary stuff. You see what I'm saying? You develop a longing for death. Do you know? Look at this thing here. This is so profound. The guy, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, which is one of Massey's, he was inspired by Massey's, but he came about in the 1940s. Gerald Massey died in 1907. In his information, he tapped into something, and the government said, first of all, he wrote a book called Who Is This King of Glory? And the story I told you about, let me go back to this. Because what they did was, I told you about Jesus, how they had to establish a new religion, and they took all this stuff and put it together in Rome, off the other ancient texts. He wrote a book that breaks that shit down. Who is this King of Glory? That's John Henry Clark always talk about that book. Who is this King of Glory? You can get it at Kessinger's Publishing. Who is this King of Glory? He wrote that book, and it breaks this Jesus thing down. I dare any motherfucking preacher to even try to fuck with it. Boy, you get your ass whipped. Your shit will be over if I dare you. You want to mess with some stuff, so we'll throw the scholarship on your ass. Because really, we're hypocrites. We don't want to give up off something because we don't want to get up off the damn money. And we have egos. And we have people worshiping us as these preachers. And to say that this shit is false I mean, you got to get a whole nother shit. And that means you got to humble yourself and learn something new. And we don't want to learn nothing new. You see what I'm saying? I dare you to get this book, Who is This King of Glory, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, for any doggone preacher. The scholarship is so precise until the government see. We thought that Jeremiah, the ancient Egypt light of the world, when he broke down the parallels of Jesus and Horus. But this Alvin Boyd Kuhn, Who is This King of Glory, this thing Kuhn, K-U-H-N, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, B-O-Y-D, Boyd Kuhn, K-U-H-N. In his book, he breaks down this thing so awesome until it just basically just will wipe a preacher and wipe the whole Christian structure out. So the United States government and all the British government and everybody around the world say, we got to suppress this book. You can only get it from Kessler's publishing. Kessinger. What is it? Kessinger. K-E-S-S-I-N-G-E-R. Kessinger Publishing Company. Cali, Vermont. Well, they have a number too. They have a number. This is one of his other books called Lost Light. I didn't bring the Who is This King of Glory. They have a number, 406-756-0167. 406-756-0167. Send for a catalog. But that book will kill anything. But in his book, Lost Light, which is this book right here, he says something that is so astonishing. And he broke this science. He broke this particular science on this. And it says, now look at this. The fact stands that they did call, he was talking about the Egyptians. He said the fact stands that the Egyptians did call our life death, and that they spoke of the dead in sacred books, and indubitably that they meant living humans. The words death, the dead, are used in the old scriptures are referring to living humanity, an earthly embodiment. What they said was that what we call life on earth is some left behind stuff when a whole other bunch of gods died. And in actuality, we were living in the land of the dead right here on earth. And in so many words, when they died, they just dreamed. And when they dream, because they got this brain on them, and when you go to sleep at night, you go to the real world. And when you wake up, you are dreaming. They said, Neil, them in the Matrix, you've been living in a dream world, Neil. Where do you think all this shit come from? They got it right out of the Book of the Dead in the Sanskrit text. Now let's go into this stuff. This is some amazing stuff. Because I was reading some stuff and they were saying, even Krishnamurti and a lot of them saying, I hope I wake up one day. Now he got all this knowledge and he said, I hope I wake up one day. In the Nag Hammadi library, they say in the last days, man against man, man against woman, woman against woman, death, murder, mayhem. They say these people are dreaming dreams. They need to wake up. So, do you hear what I'm saying here? You hear what I'm saying here? That we're walking around and we're not even awake. We're actually in a literal dream world. We are living in a world that's something that's left behind when we died a long time ago. And when a God dies, he dreams. You see what I'm saying? And this brain is the enemy. And the only time you wake up is when you go to sleep at night. But what happens is this. When you go to sleep at night, you go to this other realm. But because the earth does not have anything that can depict or that can coincide in this physical realm with that other realm, when you wake up, the brain has to substitute for that what you saw, and then you start getting crazy shit. You know, you eating ice cream, then you're riding a bicycle, then you jumping around on the bed, all kind of crazy shit. That's because the brain does not, the human realm does not have the phenomena to suggest what is in that chaos realm, and it can't depict this type of stuff. So it gives you all the crazy shit. But every now and then, this stuff comes together and it will give you warnings called lucid dreaming of some shit that's going to happen to you to save you in the future. You see what I'm saying? And this stuff here has numerical breakdowns to it. So it gives you numbers. And that's what a number system was started in Harlem by black people. You see what I'm saying? Now, going on. This brain only gives you a hallucinatory phenomenon. That space out there that you see don't even exist. It's a series of illusions that never existed. Those stars out there that you see, they are actually on the inside of your head. The universe you see out there is a reflection of a universe that's on the inside of you. That's called the petty universe. That's called the petty universe. Now this shit getting ready to get funky. Let me just deal with this thing right here. Let me give you one other text. The god Rudra in India, this text says, there's a book you need to get. You like that Matrix movie, there's a real Sanskrit book that deal with all that shit based on these dreams in the Matrix. It's a book called Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities. Dreams, I didn't bring it, but I got the woman's name. I got another book by her. Y'all all right? You know, in actuality, this is this is an exciting time to be alive. This is some wonderful stuff. You know, you get to hear stuff that you don't hear every day. This is beautiful. Somebody talking about give some tidings and 10%. I'm going to let you in on a little secret right now. Yeah, you mark my word, and God is my witness. Creflo Dollar, that's a guy out of Atlanta. T.D. Jakes, Fred Price, they're going to die soon. They're going to get killed. If God is my witness, I'll tell you right now. Elijah Muhammad even said, they're going to kill them niggas, them Negro preachers. They're getting over on our people. I'm telling you, when this energy rises up, you mark my word, if I'm black, if I'm lying, my mama's a bitch with boots on. And my mama ain't nobody fool. If I'm lying, my mama's a bitch with boots on. And Glacier Hemmitt ain't nobody fool. They gonna die for getting over on the damn people. You see what I'm saying? The white man, that's his job. That's all he ever did. That's why he down here. But we talking about these bloodsuckers of our damn people. These niggas building these cathedrals. They gonna die. There's a power that's coming, gonna kill them niggas. Mark my word, if I'm lying, I'm flying. Now, there's a book called Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities by Wendy O'Flaherty, O''F''L''A''H''E''R''T''I. O''F''L''A''H''E''R''I, O'Flaherty, Wendy O'Flaherty. She has a book called Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities. And it breaks down all this shit in Sanskrit on how this shit ain't nothing but a matrix. Then there's another book, the scientific book by modern science called The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot. You see what I'm saying? Michael Talbot. You see. Now,
In this one text in the book, Dreams and Illusion, because the book will tell you about the king who woke up and saw that he was living over a world. That's in that book, the one that was ruling over the kingdom and went crazy. It's in that book. There's another one where they talk about the god Rudra. Now, let me explain this to you. If you go to Hemmitt to try to find the origin of the real Christ, you get Horus or Heru, but the stuff is fragmented because they got tons of our stuff at the University of Chicago, France, Germany, and Russia. I mean, there's thousands of Egyptian texts, and they're holding on to them, and we can't get those things. That's why when you go, you will see thousands of books on Greece and Rome. You won't find the same old tired-ass Budge books and a few other things, and it's always the same stuff. They got mythological things. I mean, it's like thousands. They work around the clock for the last 150 years translating shit, and none of this stuff is never put out to the public. But okay, so when you even go to try to say, I want to learn some more on this, you say this Christ shit, if the Jesus shit is some other stuff that's all patched together, I need to go to the Horus stuff. But when you go to the Horus stuff, other than Gerald Mass's Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, which he did the greatest work you can find on Horus, 2 volumes, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, you still don't get, and he was only showing the comparison between Jesus, but you still don't get the essence of what this Christ thing is. Well, I have done work, and I found out that you can find most of this Christ stuff if you go to India, which is the stuff that traveled out of Hemmitt into Kush. You find the Christ stuff if you get the stuff on the god Shiva. Shiva, S-I-V-A, Shiva, they pronounced it. This book by O'Flaherty called, the same woman, Wendy O'Flaherty, The Erotic Ascetic. Shiva, the Erotic Ascetic, A-S-C-E-I-C. And it's interesting because once you really go into the Christ thing, it don't even resemble nothing of the Jesus thing. This mug here, what he does is you would think this is a hoe. All he does is screw. But that's divine. We're going to get into that tonight, too. Those are latent energies, and we're going to talk about this sex tantra and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? And all that stuff was wiped out in Rome because it was real heavy homosexual society, and they had a hatred for women. So they had to wipe out all the eroticism and stuff. They had to get rid of all of that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Because it was birthing a whole gay, asexual culture based on the church and all that. Papacy and shit. And so they had to get rid of all that stuff and all. But the Shiva is the real Christ. And if you want to learn more about Horus, you got to go and get Shiva. There's 2 books. There's one called The Presence of Shiva. Hold on. The Presence of Shiva by Stella Kramerich. C-R-A-M-R-I-S-C-H. Stella Kramerich, C-R-A-M-R-I-S-C-H. Those 2 books, The Presence of Shiva and Wendy O'Flaherty's book, the Shiva, the Erotic Ascetic. And you find more and more on this Christ myth, but where it goes into all this eroticism and this sex tantra. And anger is good. That's the force. Even in the book, even in the thing, even in the movie, Devil's Advocate, he say, hold on to that anger. That's the last thing to go. Well, that's a force. We'll get into that in a few minutes. We'll get into that in a few minutes. So that particular book, that particular aspect. Now let's go on. Kramerich, The Presence of Shiva. Shiva. Yeah, S-I-V-A, but it's pronounced Shiva. And it's made as sharp teeth and all, too. Now, let's go on. In this book, Kundalini for a New Age, the white boy has to distract you. Because if he doesn't distract you, you will make a new reality. It says that in this book, there are devices, because the Indian government from India got some money in 1975, and they did a whole lot of study on the Sanskrit stuff, and they found out some stuff in the ancient texts. And it said, there are devices in the body that will come online and destroy everything when it is threatened for extinction. So he knows that he ain't going to outright open. Even Farrakhan said one time, he said, do you want your slave to go to, he said, Farrakhan said this one time. He said, do you want your slave to go to war with you? Do you really want that? He said, because if we go to war with you, we will win. Now, and we'll break this thing down scientifically. They have to sneak around and take you out inadvertently, then use half of you to do it. Because they know if they openly come in and try to destroy you, these devices will come online and will kill everything on this planet. Now, they openly destroyed us in other ages, in 100 years ago, 200 years ago, but the energy and the cycle was not right. We're talking about the end time cycle. So they have to sneak around and pick us off by deception, or they have to do a mass distraction. Remember I told you how they'll kill a Negro over here and they'll do some shit over here and get 50,000 black people die, and you looking at one nigger and shit. See, my point is this. First of all, I wouldn't beg the white man to save my life. We are casualties of war. And when you fight, you just don't know you're in a damn war. And when you fight in a war, you never ask to save the doggone casualty's life. You sing a song and say the brother died in the damn struggle. So for you to beg the goddamn white man to save Mumia's life, you understand what I'm saying? Show that you don't know that you're in a damn war. And you still ain't nothing but a damn slave. Okay. You still ain't nothing but a slave. Mumia, you don't supposed to burn up no energy. You supposed to say, brother, get you some, we'll ship you some wine or a damn ukulele, we'll sing you a song, and you're supposed to go to the other realm. But never beg the goddamn enemy to save your fucking life. So to give him some good poison and let him die. That's distract you. They kill a million people for you saving one man's life. You see what I'm saying? When death is inevitable. And when you ain't afraid of dying, you a fucking slave. Go see the movie Gladiator. That whole movie was based on death. The black man in the movie taught him about death. And once he learned that his wife and children were on the other side, and he was trying to get there, then he can go out there and he can kill up everybody. Because everybody else, he had one up over everybody else, Gladiator. They was fighting because they were scared to die. And he was like, shit, I'm trying to get to the other side. My wife and children over there. But you don't think there's nothing beyond the wall of sleep and the wall of death. And we're talking about pure freedom. You see? The black man told him. It's about dying. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the problem is. We have lost that other world. Even in the first part of the movie, he had it. He said, look, if we're going into battle, he said, we're going into battle. He said, if you fighting and all of a sudden you see yourself running through tall grass and the sun on your face, he said, don't be troubled. You are in a Lucius and you're already dead. You develop a love for death and you got this bitch. Your own body will spiritually line up. I'm telling you that stuff. You see what I'm saying? Every day you wake up should be a bad day. Because it's a Russian roulette shit. Happiness ain't promised to you. And the only way you happy is you got to sedate yourself and all this bullshit and say, oh, life is beautiful. Who said life is beautiful? Look at all our goddamn people around us.
And it only took one man to answer that question to me about 12 years ago. I was in college. And what happened was I graduated school, and I turned around, I was talking to this coach, basketball coach, and I turned around, I said, man, he said, what the fuck is wrong? I said, man, I thought when I went to school I was supposed to learn something. He said, I didn't learn shit. I said, I don't feel no different. I said, I don't feel like I know nothing. He gave me all these cliches and shit you can believe, you can achieve, and all that old shit. Them old cliches, so we are cliche people. And one day, I was there, and somebody answered the question that I didn't think they was going to answer. Because I said, don't I have the right to be happy? And most people say, you have the right to be happy. And one brother said, I said, don't I have the right to be happy? And one brother said, hell no, you ain't got no right to be happy. Long as your people are in the fucking mud and suffering, you have no right to be happy. And then something opened up inside me. Something opened up inside. That's all I fucking needed. You see what I'm saying? Because he presented something that the anesthesia didn't take care of. You understand what I'm saying? So this whole thing, that's a distraction with this whole movement. All these niggas they're going to kill. Fuck them. They're supposed to die. This is hell. You don't supposed to beg the government to damn save one of your warriors. After a while, if you let a couple of them fry, he'll start letting them motherfuckers out of damn jail. He said, well, that shit ain't working. But if it was me, they'll walk up there and be disappointed because I'd be gone. I'd be done took my own damn self out. It's like Noble Drew Ali, they was beating his ass in the cell. He had already astro projected and was looking down on his body while the police beating him in the cell. You see what I'm saying? Now, they got to pick us off haphazardly and keep us in confusion because they know if we don't need the masses, we only need the people in this room, and we don't need nothing but this section right here. And ultimately, I don't need nothing but my damn self or 2 or 3 people. Now, why is that? Because they know that there's devices in the bodies that will come online. This seed that's inside of your lower intestinal tract is a subatomic particle. Now, let me show you how this shit gonna go down. How we gonna win this fucking war. We going to war, but it ain't like you thinking. We ain't get. See, he's the master of the physical. You are the master of the spiritual. Which is higher. But see, you don't have no faith in spiritual because you've been thinking spiritual is that old religion shit. That ain't spiritual. Spiritual ain't got nothing to do with moralism. It's just polarities of forces. You can kill a person or you can sustain them. See what I'm saying? That spirit, when they had that woman in Ghana, it was in the Ghanaian newspaper, prostitute. She, the guy, prostitute was with this man. He skipped out on her. She would only charge $7. I guess that's Africa price. I said, she need to learn some shit with these motherfuckers over here. She might end around and give up a whole house on some ass. Another thing, brothers, look, brothers, it's simple. I'll be hearing brothers talking about sisters, all they want is money. Look, this is a simple trade-off. You're dealing with a much more superior vessel. A woman, ultimately, she might not know what she don't want because she's not trained in this society. And they're trained in this society to be subservient. We reduce our women down to doggone domesticated animals. But ultimately, what she's looking for is a man with knowledge. If you got something here, then you don't need no fucking money. But she's a smart character. See, anybody can do this shit here. You see what I'm saying? But she's a smart character. If you ain't got no goddamn brains, then your motherfucking ass gotta pay. Shit. That's a motherfucker who ain't no fool. You just the idiot get something up here, and you ain't got to come from this. If you come from the lip, you don't have to come from the hip. She's a superior vessel. So she's trying to look for something. So if you ain't got it there, you got to goddamn grease them palms. Shit. A woman is nobody's fool. The woman is so superior, sometimes she has to humble herself because she knows that your ego is so fragile. Until if she say the wrong goddamn thing, you're going to get all upset. So she got to tell you, Big Daddy, you all that, when your ass ain't shit. See what I'm saying? So they got the sister in Ghana. This guy skip out on her, don't pay her $7. He get home and he ain't got no penis. None. He run all out in the street, go call the cops and all. He said, what happened? And all, and he said, well, I was a prostitute and I ain't got no... They took him back to the prostitute and she said, pay me my money, nigga. Paid him his money. Paid him his money. And he got home, his thing was back. I said, Lord Jesus, I pray that these women over here don't get a hold of that goddamn magic, because niggas will be through. Lord, please let me get it before them. And I promise you, if I get it, I'll use it for warfare on all these crazy niggas out here. But I won't give it to none of the sisters, because brothers will be through. You go home and you ain't got no Johnson and no scrotums, you through dealing. And you know I know some sisters that'll do that shit. You know. You don't want to make a sister wrong the wrong way. You know what I'm saying and all. I had a good friend about 2 years ago. You know, he had the baddest clothes. We all had all these real nice clothes and stuff. And one day, you know, he was playing with it. She said, don't worry about it. She just went and waited till he put all his shit in the cleaners and took all his shit out the cleaners. Because they saw her coming. She used to put his stuff in the cleaners, too. Got all his shit out and cut it all up. I'm not nice clothes and stuff like that. I'm just saying, I said, you know, it's just, you know. But anyway, it can get you. Like they say, just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. You know. Just go to sleep. I had an aunt like that. That nigga hit her in the eye. Pow! Her eye swollen. She said, oh, I'm so bad. I'm so wrong, baby. Kissed it. Even made love with it. That nigga went to sleep. Took that damn iron and heat that iron up. Stuck damn iron and heat that iron up. Stuck it to that nigga back. Pure blood vessels come out. But anyway. Now going back to this thing. You say, brother, you selling us out, giving these sisters these ideas. There's the Christ seed, ask Al Green about that shit. The Christ seed is a subatomic particle. Remember I told you that the Christ could never be on the planet? Because when the Christ thing illuminates, there will be no more planet. That's what it is. There's a seed inside of you. It's a subatomic nuclear particle. The atom, the atom. The God particle. It's in the lower intestinal tract. The Kundalini energy here, when it rises, there's a seed. When that seed rises and it gets to the pineal gland, it will explode. Now this is how this thing works. This is what the white man knows. The first person that seed transmutates and that thing explodes, we all cease to exist. It's like a room full of gasoline. You got these souls down here. Like a room full of gasoline. And you light one spark and the whole room blows up. That's how this thing goes. So he has to be very quiet because he knows that this thing can take him right off the planet, which it's going to do. But when the physical earth blows up, the only thing that can remain is that was created beyond the physical earth. I enjoyed y'all, brothers and sisters, ancient. Yeah. created beyond the physical earth. So the only thing that will remain, because your soul is indestructible. Your soul is indestructible. So he has to sneak up on you and play games with you. You understand what I'm saying? He play games with you. Now, this is what's going to happen. You remember those people, them Applewhite people? Them people that killed themselves out in that house. And they were saying that the Hale-Bopp comet came, and they had this ship behind it. Then the remote viewers from Emory and all that kind of thing, and they had this stuff all on Art Bell. And they were saying that there was this black cloud or this substance that was 3 times bigger than the earth behind this Hale-Bopp comet that ushered this thing in. This companion. Well, what they do is this here to not make people get along. If it don't come on ABC, NBC, or CBS, it don't exist. That's how they know they got you trained. So, as far as we was concerned, as far as most of the people concerned, you say, it's just them on metaphysical occult people and on them late night talk shows talking about that shit. Who can believe them? So, by them never putting it in the scientific world, because they got you trained to think that their scientific world is reality and stuff, they can fool you or they can keep you from being alarmed. And basically what happens is he got all these ancient texts of ours, and he'll know stuff 150 years, 40 years in advance, but he won't tell you this real until he find out the mathematical equation of his science to explain it. Then he come out and say, guess what I invented? You believe that white man bad. But he knew the shit years ago, he just couldn't explain it in his science, and he's convinced you that your science is some bullshit. Oh, that's that old voodoo stuff. See what I'm saying? Now let's go into this. They said it was this dark companion that was behind the Hale-Bopp comet. Okay? And they talked about this thing for about 2 years or whatever, but because they didn't, the science world didn't talk about it, nobody knew. So, on Discover magazine, October 1988, they came out and crept out and say, our world, or our solar system is sitting right on top of a big-ass black hole. You see, on Discover magazine. You put that out there. Okay. About a month ago, they got so damn scared, they said, man, we better tell some people about this shit. So they came and they went on Nightline. And they said, we're going to talk about the end of the world. So they do this thing on Double Talking. First of all, they said, what we thought about space, we got to throw out the door. So we come to find out that we got this big thing they call a void in space, this big emptiness. And they say they found out that this emptiness has something in it. From the nothing, you get the absolute. And they say it's getting so big until it's pushing all the stars way, way out. And it's going at the rapid speed of light until they say that all the stars are just going to disappear and it's just going to be this total blackness. You see, now they say this thing is going at the rapid speed of light. Then they turn around and say, now we done got the real shit out for the people who know what time it is. Now we can come to the idiots and tell them, oh, it's going to be a couple of billion years before this shit happened. A couple of thousand years before it happened. You see what I'm saying? So they had to put it out there. Now, remember I told you that out there ain't nothing but a hologram? It's only some stuff that is a projecting that's going on inside of you. What the real deal is this. Inside of your body is this black hole in this substance. It's a black cloud that's coming online. Probably right here at the back of the base of the skull. And see, what happens is this. When your people die, the energy goes and lives in you. That's why you get visits from your people sometimes if you ain't too shut down. You see what I'm saying? They come in dreams. Now, what happened was that they done killed so many black people on the planet until these particular souls is going up there. And this big dark cloud is coming online in you because there's no such thing as space and time. Everything is right here, right now. These brains are telling you that we separate. These brains are telling you that you right here and I'm there, and none of us are local, but none of us are actually separate. We are all one entity. But these brains register and tell you that you're individuals. But we are one. Mays told you that shit. May the force be with you. It is all around us and binds everything together, and the force is nothing but melanin. So they got this big dark cloud. Now what happened was is this here. When we used to die, we would go up, and you would go to so-called a paradise, but if you didn't have the knowledge, you would bounce around maybe a couple of years, and you'd have to come right back down here. You couldn't escape it. Incarnation is an entrapment of the soul. Keep reincarnating back into prison. But over the course of years, this particular earth has dissipated and is starting to break down its properties. You know that when it's Friday, when it's Monday one day, Friday the next. Just try that bitch out. Monday one day, Friday the next. Where did Wednesday and Thursday and Tuesday go? If I'm lying, I'm blind. It's already the end of 2000. Time is speeding up because nothing is the way it is. And we had about a week of cold weather period in Atlanta. That was it. You see what I'm saying? Niggas sick, got brand new coats and couldn't wear them shits. You know what I'm saying? I had a badass coat with fur around the collar. Long one with fur around the collar like a pimp. I said, I'm going to match this shit. I had to go to Detroit. Went to Detroit, I had to bust my shit. Got back to Atlanta, had to race around my doggone arms and stuff. I even looked hot carrying the shit. No cold days. You see what I'm saying? The key here is nothing is the way it is. It snowed in Egypt in 1995. Egypt was a damn desert. It snowed. They said it snowed in the Bahamas, and they said they ain't had snow in almost 50 years in some of these places. You see what I'm saying? It's amazing. So the earth plane is breaking down. The Dogon did the Siggy ceremony, which is the sacred dance. They did it on April 23rd, 1994, and they say after that the world is over. The World Astronomical Society said, don't doubt the damn Dogon. Don't doubt them. Our shit is fake. Them the real people. They say our shit is over in 1994. 1994 was 2,000 of them. They say, well, why ain't the earth ended? They say because what it is it's called the null period. It's leftover residue and it has to peter out. So this null period is so weak until when the bodies go up, they've broken the cycle of incarnation. They don't have to come back down. So they just gather and together. And the white man done killed so many, then plus natural death, all this stuff, this big mass of cloud is coming. And that's basically this so-called mothership that they talk about. This great dragon. It ain't physical, it's spiritual. And it's not out there, it's inside of us. This dark matter. Because God knows ain't nothing left. How much more suffering do we have to go through? This shit is tired. See what I'm saying? The church done come and done turned into a fucking damn First National Bank. Won't give you a loan. See what I'm saying? You need to march and burn down all of them. When they was burning down them churches, I said, shit, that's the greatest thing a nigga can do is burn down a damn church. This black cloud is forming. And they know it's only a matter of time. And if they rile you up the wrong way, you see what I'm saying? This shit can explode. You see, it can explode. Now, lust is good. Reason why they had to scare you up with the AIDS shit, because when you rumble the damn sheets, there's a sexual energy that is related to this Kundalini energy. You know what the Kundalini energy is? It's sexual energy. When it comes down, you have a doggone orgasm. When it goes up, it goes straight to the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? You can train your body to have sex where it don't go, where it goes up. And you know, right at the time, can you imagine this shit? You know, right at the time when you get ready to have this orgasm, that right at that time, you work all hard for that shit. Imagine if the whole time you having sex, you had that feeling. Boy, that's some amazing shit, didn't I? You see. Now, this is how this thing is done. Well, that's what happens with this thing. Now, you can raise this Kundalini energy through meditation. And all that is raising this energy this way. But the thing about it is this here. The only way, there's some stuff inside of your lower intestinal tract called Kalis, Shaktis, and Ojas. It's latent sexual energies. It's very powerful. But they can only be brought on through extreme lust. That's why the Bible and the patriarchal people had to shut down all that and tell you it's bad, not bad to lust. It's bad to lust. Lust is good. That's why your damn brain tell you to do that shit. Until some damn tradition tell you that's bad. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a damn idiot. Some woman walking by with booty all out. And I'm not supposed to look at that shit? You go right downtown and see a pretty building and you go, oh, look at how beautiful it is. And here go the damn sister, finer than 4 niggas, and you don't supposed to look at that shit? You must be crazy as hell. Lust is good. That's what this energy is. And when you bring this stuff to a certain head, now this is what you do. There's a way you do this thing. You find something to turn you on. I'm not just talking about just having regular sex. What you do is you find something where you really get into the heat of it. And before you have the climax, you stop. It might take a few times before you get that right. You know, especially the brothers. The sister, you know, especially she one where you say you got to work to get this thing, you might be all right. But you stop. Go in and you meditate. Now, what you do with the thing about the meditation, you sit down. You don't have to cross your legs off. You can do it just as comfortable. Just sit, let your legs come out. But what you do is you see everything is based on creative visualization. You imagine a fire shooting up your spine. Just imagine it shooting up your spine. Just imagine it shooting up your spine. And what you're doing is you're taking that energy back up. But this is different than you regular meditating because you done tapped into the lust and you're bringing up these ojas, shaktas, and all this stuff. And what happens is this here, when you bring that particular stuff up, it opens up stuff faster. Then what you do is you want to get into a deep sleep, so you take something to sedate your ass. Either some, you know, you can do the drug thing with some damn Salmonex or whatever, you know, whatever you find. Or you can take some valerian root. Take about 4 of them. Because you want to get into a deep sleep. And that stuff will start, it'll even heal your body. It'll even heal your body and all of that. You get into a deep sleep. Now, what happens is this. The melanin, guess what melanin is? Melanin is one thing. It's churned up death. That's what it is. It's the death of a primal deity that died a long time ago, which is your soul that's sleep. And it's also sleep. That's why when you take the melanin out of you, give it to a white person, they go to sleep. You see what I'm saying? They say sleeping pills. You see, now why they can't sleep? Because they don't have the melanin, and because this particular realm now, they can't sleep because in actuality, they see all kind of ghosts and all kind of crazy shit. So they have to sleep just to get through this. This realm is something's breaking up, and they're breaking up with it, and because they don't have no soul, they are dying with it. So now, this melanin heals through sleep. But it's not just regular sleep. It's a deep sleep. When a person, Upanishad says, when a person goes into a deep sleep, he goes to his higher self. So what happens is this about the mysteries of sleep. The white man knows sleep deprivation, we can hold these niggas down. Dehydration and sleep deprivation, because the melanin works through water. So what happens with the melanin is this. The melanin is throughout the central nervous system. But the melanin, basically, every alloy, every particle, every herb, everything that's out here in nature is inside of the melanin. But it's throughout, but it's scattered out the human body. When you consume tons of water, it gets it to churn and come from the dormancy, and it gets it to flow. There's patches of melanin, especially around your pineal gland and around the lower intestinal tract, which secretes a lot of it, that's hardened like a stone. That water, you never had like a little mud, dirt, rock, and you put it in some water and you see it dilute? Well, when you drink water, that stuff dilutes. Then it gets back into the nervous system, and it comes up to the pineal gland. But another thing also, too, when you have a deep sleep, this melanin really comes online when you get a real deep sleep. So what the government does is, the government makes sure you got the career. And you got to get up because you got to go 20 miles to damn work. You see what I'm saying? And you don't get the good sleep that you need to get. So the key is, it's not necessarily based on sleeping a long time, because you know sometimes when you sleep a long time, you still be sleepy. Because what happens is this here too. You be in these bright lights and shit. You really want to see, you got to put something black up to the window. You wake up several times a day when you sleep in the night. That's because of this artificial light shit, especially in the urban areas. So the ancients, if they didn't have a ritual to do and it got dark, they went to sleep because they know that they could go to the dream world. Now, because that's all melanin is. It's pockets of dream world. It's nothing but memory banks, and it's just everything that basically that is. Don't want to do that now. Okay, go ahead. So, okay, now, I guess all the people who so-called gonna challenge us, see, they thought this was an old history lecture. So that shit ain't about no history. You know what I'm saying? He talking about demons and dark side and shit the nigga don't know about. Hell, you say, but ain't no sense in me sticking around. I don't know about that shit. I can't argue on that. And I don't want to starts working and you can heal yourself overnight. And really, and when you really get it going, you feel a burning sensation. I get hurt right now and it'll go and get a burning sensation. That's why I tell you, anybody that a real holy man don't get sick. So if you got prostate cancer and shit, you're doing something wrong. Because a real holy man don't get sick. Right. Don't get sick. You see what I'm saying? And all. Now, so this particular sleep, now let me tell you what happens also too. I drank 3 gallons of water a day from Sunday to Wednesday back in '95. On Wednesday night, I start smelling my house in South Carolina from 1978. And I said, now wait a minute, hold on now. How can you remember a smell? Then I started hearing some stuff. Then I started hearing my cousins talking and stuff. And I remember they had came down to visit in '78 because I was taking my older brother to go off to school, and it was a big event. And I remember, and I looked and I told my mate Ginger, I said, damn, guess what? I'm back in 1978. I literally time traveled because the melanin is nothing but genetic memory bank, but it's not just memory, it is actually time itself. Because the form of the melanin is called collars, and that means digits of time. And so you can actually time travel. You can actually time travel. And now I can do it at will just by thinking about it long enough. I can go back to places and stuff like that. So this is stuff we're talking about, mysteries that has been kept for years. Now, it's been kept for years. Now, let me finish this stuff off. So anyway, this dark cloud is out there. These Vevas, they call them the Vevas, is these voodoo energies, and I tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to leave these behind, and you can get them Xeroxed. He's going to Xerox them, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6 of them, and you know you all can come by the store and pick them up. You want to put these Vevas, and it has a list of the gods and more on it, and you can put an invocation to these things. Now let me explain this to you. You can find all these particular books and stuff on magic and all that, but those books on magic, a lot of that stuff don't work because it's only magic theory. See, what happens is this. Although it was our ancient stuff, at some time the system deteriorated or degenerated, and when it deteriorated and degenerated, what happened was the people either stopped practicing it or the mistress was lost. These spirits that you invoke, they are nothing but ancestral energies and things with memories. But once the system is deteriorated, they have to go to another system that's still being practiced, because if they don't have their names called, they forget and they turn back into this dark matter. That's why, you know, even the Asians say you got to build an altar for a dead person just to help them out. You see what I'm saying? So they turn back into matter. So they have to go to systems that work. And this ain't got nothing to do with religion, because that shit, they're praying and all that old crazy shit. This is talking about some power. So now, you have your Yoruba thing on the continent of Africa, but then you have your voodoo, which is different. Now let me explain something about this. The Yoruba is, although it is an older system, it's an old system. You got to understand one thing about it. The people in the Yoruba now is basically a religion. They have a divination system, and they can read, and they have a healing thing. But those 7 major African deities, then you got the other 100 or whatever, or 1,000 or whatever. Those were nothing but components inside of your body. The 7 major African deities, the 7 chakras. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 dots. Those are the chakras. And the ancient priests understood that those deities used to be nothing but components in the human body. And you used to use those deities to raise yourself up to the levels until you get to the higher Christ form, which is the head, Obatala, in Yoruba. After invasions and after thousands of years of degradation and degeneration, what happened was the priests either went up underground and died off, and the Babalas that you have now, although they are great readers and diviners and healers, the stuff got separated from you raising yourself up spiritually as you being the damn Orishas till you worship in the Orishas. So it's nothing but an elaborate religion. Now, the voodoo is about 25 other different African religions put together. You see, put together. Now, the key with this is this. You won't find no more than 4 or 5 books on voodoo, they call it a voodoo, written at one time. Because the white boy know that Toussaint L'Ouverture and Dessalines and them kicked Napoleon in the ass in Haiti, and that's how they took Haiti, by using this damn voodoo. You see? So they never forgot that. You see? The force was with them. Now, the buy it is still out. Because they got the Divine Horseman, they got the Voodoo in Haiti. But all those particular books are anthropology books was written in the 1950s. Then you got this book here, Secrets of Voodoo by Milo Rigard. Milo, M-I-L-O, R-I-G-A-U-D. Which is probably the best one that you can buy for cheap, $14.95. Because this guy grew up in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Now, there's another one called the Baudin Gnostic Workbook that's out of print. That's going to cost you damn near $150 if you can get your hands on it, but it's out of print. It's the hardest thing to get. Baudin Gnostic Workbook. But this one is the one I want you to get. This is called Secrets of Voodoo by Milo Rigard, because the other one is very technical, and you got to be an occultist. R-I-G-A-U-D. Now, the only reason why we got a hold of this one, and you can get this one, is based on every now and then a glitch breakdown in the white man machine. This is put out by damn City Lights Book San Francisco. Now, City Lights was a book company that was in the forefront of the homosexual movement. So they were already one of them clandestine book companies. So after the homosexuals gained their right, and they some of the most powerful people on the planet now, they still would print books that nobody else won't touch, based on their history. So City Lights Books puts out this Secrets of Voodoo. The other books won't have the Vevas, although you can get these Vevas. This one here has all the Vevas in it, and most of the other books won't give you. This one here got over 200 damn deities. And it's real good. This is one of the best ones you can get that's on the market. Now, why is it that they don't put out no more than a few books on that? Because they don't want you to tap up into that stuff, and they're going to keep the Haitians out. Now, they had a campaign in the 1950s to put this stuff in movies and stuff to scare the shit out you when you hear the word voodoo. That's a form of mind control. Now, why is it that they want to scare the shit out you when you hear the word voodoo? Because they know that you won't go nowhere near it. See, black people ain't going to worship no devil now. Shit. So the best thing to keep all the science is in Satanism. That's why I study this shit. Satanism ain't nothing but fucking Egyptian alchemy and Osiris mysteries. And your fucking ass has been kept from it because you thinking there's such thing as a damn devil. And Satanism is anything outside of the Christian canon. You see what I'm saying? You see. So it ain't nothing but stuff. The only thing if they want to keep something from you, just put it in Satanism. You ain't know you a trained animal. You scared as shit. They train your ass to be scared in slavery. You ain't gonna. Now, one thing about black people, you ain't gonna fuck with nothing with no Satan on it. So that's the shit to hide everything from your ass. So my thing is, if Satan is the enemy to the white man, I'm running to Satan. See y'all later. If he tells me to go to Jesus and stay away from Satan, knowing this damn devil, I'm going to damn Satan. Because I know it's a trick. And you looking at one of the greatest scholars on Satanism there is. I thought about it one day. I said, well, damn, I'm going to study what this cracker tell me not to study. And come to find out, it wasn't nothing but the mystery system that they hide in shit called Satanism. And come to... So that word there don't scare the shit out of black person by S. Jason Black. Or you going to make a pact with the devil. It's still S. Jason Black. I got the book and I see Voodoo up in there, Yoruba up in there, Egypt up in there. Oh, so this is what you call in Satanism. S. Jason Black and Christopher Hyatt. Pacts with the Devils. It's still in print. I look in the book, they got damn Yoruba, Voodoo, Egyptian. I said, damn, they got all the African shit up in here. Oh, so that's what Satanism is. And that's why your ass ain't got no power now, running around with Jesus. See, the white man already know. You come on TV and you go, oh, I am protected because I got God on my side. He say, go ahead and kill his ass. That's the one to kill. Because they know that nigga don't know shit about what he talking about. Because that deity, what you call God, especially a German deity, a fucking German deity, he know that you don't know what the hell you talking about. In Jesus, Greek and Roman, they say you can go ahead and blow him in the damn head. He don't know. You see what I'm saying? But I tell him I come straight from the damn dark side. You motherfucker say. He said we better leave him alone because there are devices in the body that will come online if he's threatened the wrong way. That's how you stay alive. One man's God is another man's devil. So I said, no, you don't want to. That's why I opened up. I said, you don't want to fuck with me. Because I ain't. Everybody who ever lined up behind God is 6 feet under. You see what I'm saying? This is the reality of it. You don't supposed to get you. You said, this is some crazy stuff. Knowledge is supposed to be crazy. You ever thought about it? If I gave you something that you already know, I'm taking your money. It don't supposed to be, yeah, no, it's supposed to be, then I didn't know that. That's what knowledge is. If you already know it, that's not knowledge. That becomes masturbation. You know? And it is always the things you fear. You have to challenge yourself to permeate your fears because you have been taught to fear shit. They put that Satan shit on you. See what I'm saying? And you all scared. And even one guy said it, he said, damn. He said, even in Christianity, he said, damn. What did he say? He said, what did he say? He said, Satan got all kind of names, and you don't know hardly no names on God. Just God. He said, Satan got all kind of damn names up in there, so obviously that's the one to invoke. Now, this voodoo is a combination of about 25 different African deities. Now, there's another book out that just came out called Voodoo Quantum Leap by, what's this guy's name? Voodoo Quantum Leap. It just came out. And he's showing that all this quantum physics, dark matter, and all that shit that these white people talking about science, and they talking about their nuclear bombs and all their little old quantum physics. He said that shit is coming company with the doggone voodoo stuff. So we just fighting with the wrong power. See, you can't doggone go and match wits with that devil because he's number one at being what he is. And you something else. So if you go and try to be like him, you're going to fall short. Because you can't fathom the depths of where he'll go. He'll say, motherfucker, you think you bad? And his mama will be sitting right there. He'll blow his mama brains out just to spite your ass. Blood jump on your face, you go crazy. But you ain't ready to go there. You see? You shit. You don't know about this beast. You know what I'm saying? You ain't ready to go there. So, you got to go where he can't go. That's why he keeping you from the shit. Telling you it's evil. You mean to tell me this motherfucker is the object of all what has been bad to me? And he got the gall to tell me something evil? I'm going to the evil, because I know if he ain't never gave me nothing good, he couldn't give me no good religion. That don't make no fucking sense. You ain't never got nothing good from this cracker. And all of a sudden, he going to give you good religion? And see, this is the problem about our people. Our people, we don't understand. He still don't live on the planet in peace with nobody. Now, you say, well, he ain't like he used to be, but look, this is what the deal is. He don't have to be. He owns the planet now. See, it's always a master-slave relationship. You see what I'm saying? He can tell you now that, I respect you and you're real nice and spread a little money your way, but he know you don't own shit. Not a pot to piss in, or a bed to throw it under, or a window to throw the motherfucker out of. He owns the planet. So he can appear to be humane because it's a master-slave relationship. If you own half of the planet, then he'll go, wait a minute. Now you're my enemy because I got to take the rest from you. See, I only kill you when you have half the stuff and most of the stuff. So now he owns the planet. Now he can appear to be humane. So you got thousands of niggas walking around saying all white people ain't bad. Hell, if they was damn, if they own the planet now, they don't have time to be as bad because they got to live on it in luxury. In the story, you don't have shit no more. You are a subject. You don't have to treat a dog like bad no more because you ain't in competition with the goddamn dog. Just feed him some shit, a few things, and give him some kibbles and bits. You ain't in competition. So you say he appears to be humane because you don't own shit no more. You don't know the game. It's master-slave relationship. Anytime you try to get something, then you got a problem. That's why you ain't got nothing to this day. He's still the damn devil. You see what I'm saying? Now, going back to this particular voodoo is made up of several other religions. The Nago people, the Igbos, the Congos, the Dahomis, the Senegalese, the Hausas, the Kapalis, the Mandingians, the Mandigos, the Angolese, the Libyans, the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, the Malagese, and the book Voodoo Quantum Leap by Reginald Crossley. Voodoo Quantum Leap is the new one. He even got even more added. So, this is how this shit is. It's like formulas. Whenever you mix these energies together, it creates a violent reaction. You mix in shit. They tell you don't mix shit. The Ghostbusters told you, don't cross them streams. Reginald Crossley, Voodoo Quantum Leap. Crossley, don't ask me to spell, baby. You fuck up bad when you ask me to spell. You know, Reginald Crossley. You figure it out. But don't cross the streams, you have a violent reaction. So what the Haitians did, they preserved all of those doggone different traditions, and they ended up crossing the streams. Now, what these voodoo energy is, these energies, each person that came across the middle passage, these souls came across the middle passage. In the Kabbalah, it talks about the end days when all the souls will be mixed together in the West, a great mixing bowl. So this stuff is violent reaction, and he knows it, and he don't want you to tap into it. Now, the key is this. The brothers and sisters that's left behind in Haiti now, they use the stuff for resistance, and they use the stuff for survival, spiritual, healing, different things like that. And if something goes wrong, they use it for resistance. We're not talking about resistance. Everybody's talking about survival. What I'm talking about is offense. We going on the offensive on the ass. That means, see, we can't have time to just wait till he strike. Because you know when he strike, it take us 10 years to regroup. Make us 20 years, we still be fucked up behind some shit he did. Because we are reactionary people and not a proactive people. You see what I'm saying? But what about when he's cooling out? Then we strike. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about going on the damn offensive. So now, we're not talking about using this in the traditional way. What we're telling you is this stuff. The only thing you need is the deities, and read the little book just to see to familiarize yourself with. And you know the greatest rituals you can make now is the ones you make up yourself. And do what you want to do. Now let me give out some rituals right now. Let me give out one for money. Quick money come Monday. All right. I'll put it on the tape for the people who don't have nothing. You go to a crossroads. You know the crossroads? That's any 4 corners on the street. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you take 16 pennies.
16 pennies. 16. You put 4 pennies on each corner. Put them face down. On each corner on a Monday. And you ask Elegba, E-L-E-G-B-A, that's the one up here. E-L-E-G-B-A or L-E-G-B-A. Depends on Voodoo, it's Legba. Yoruba, it's Elegba. Or it's Ishu, E-S-H-U. Same thing, Elegba, Ishu. Or Elegba, Legba. So you ask Elegba for financial assistance. Takes about 7 days, and it's funny how it works. It don't come on how you want it, but it always works itself out. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, that shot, yeah, man. I should do like the niggas in the 70s used to walk around with a towel. Remember that? Brother used to walk around on a damn towel and an 8-track tape player and an afro pick and some sweat socks with some damn rings around the shits. And some cut-off short pants. And you ask him for financial assistance. Your leg box. It will work. See, that's why they had to take them, that's why they had to get rid of them goddamn black lights. Them black lights would be tapping in the melanin now if you had them. So get you a black light if you can find them. They had to get rid of them. Black light, a black light. You remember the black lights? And them strobe lights? They had to get rid of all that shit. It doesn't matter. It's Monday. And go to the pawn shop or go to the pawn shop or go to Radio Shack. Because Radio Shack can get you a turntable. They had to get rid of the albums. I got a pile of them. Every time I see one, I buy them. Now they put back, they done brought back the albums and shit. Says, hi now, get your turntable. They found out that Negroes was healing themselves on the weekend when they had more time. Now let me tell you what it is. Plastic, when they make plastic, when they make them rubber tires, it's white. And they have to cook it down to its carbonated form, those black tires. If they dyed it, the shit's gray looking after so much, you know. They have to cook that stuff down to the black thing, you know, that black part. The vinyl on them albums, it'd be a clear white plastic, and they have to cook it till it gets black. See what I'm saying? Now, they knew that a CD is a hologram. It might sound, see, it's got an EQ sound, but this shit don't sound right. Something ain't right about it. It ain't like an LP. You can't beat a damn album. An album has grooves on it. You could feel the song on the shit. That means it was an actual pressed recording. The album was played by a diamond needle. And what is a diamond? Crystallized carbon. So the album cooked down was black melanin round disc. Anytime you get a round disc, you really got some shit. The diamond needle was crystallized carbon, and even if you didn't get the diamond, it was made with sapphire, which was a form of a stone, which was carbon. And then you put that melanin, put the scale. That's what music is. It comes from the word muse. And muse is a little mermaid-like thing called meloscenes, mermaids, and muses, and water nymphs. You think in this doggone mythology, these are components of little entities inside of your body. Little extraterrestrial civilization inside of the melanin. That's why in the movie, the last Star Wars, it was a horrible one, that old Phantom Menace. But there was one thing he said the Jedi warriors, they have stuff in them called chloromidians. These little small extraterrestrial civilizations. Now, in mythology, it's called meloscenes. That's where the word melanin. Meloscene. It's a little mermaid. The word mermaid. You're thinking these are mythical creatures. This is stuff that was in the components of the body. And the word muse. So the word music was melanated stuff put to scale.
coming out of Hemmitt. You see, brought up into Europe as classical music by the Moors. You see what I'm saying? So they knew that this melanin and that jazz, blues, and all that shit coming from the voodoo rhythms out of doggone New Orleans, transform America. They knew that going into the damn 1990s, they said, 1990s when they said, they cut it off, or like almost overnight. 1 week they had them, the next week it was all CDs. They knew because one of the Sufi masters say the new religion ain't going to be no religion, it's going to be a music or a sound. So what they had to do, the first thing they had to do, they had to cut out them damn albums because that shit will heal that melanin. So all you got to do is go get you a turntable and then go to the store, and because they have made music since like 1989. The shit you're hearing now is not music. See, music, especially the rap, that's not music at all. But even the slow music that you have now, or the R&B music, it's hardly no music. It's just like a boom, tick, boom, king, 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 boom. It's hardly nothing in this shit. Music is based on lows and highs, harmonics. The most balanced music, the white boys just had a lot of highs. You know that old shit. The blacks had produced the music based on the melanin, had them high horns in the 70s and that low bass line. The low bass line, the pineal pituitary gland puts out a more of a sexual mood of melanin. The high, it puts up a up. You see what I'm saying? And then we had a balance. So the music they have now, number one, it's not even, it's synthesized, it's not even, it's a low bass line, but it's really nothing. You see what I'm saying? It's just horrible. And if you listen to it, if you don't listen to it for a while and go back and listen to it, it makes your head hurt. The rap and all that shit. You see what I'm saying? So you got to go back and just get all your classics. When I say classics, I'm talking about all the shit from 1989 on back. On LP, and start playing this shit, and you can start healing yourself. Now what the CD is this. It shuts down the melanin. Go get the movie They Live. John Carpenter, They Live. And look at the part where the little man is on the TV screen when he's sitting out in the yard. There's a guy on the TV screen. And he says, we have been taken over by an artificial intelligence that resembles sleep. So the reason why people are walking around here like zombies is because they're hearing a low radio frequency wave that resembles sleep. And so this particular sleep just basically shuts you down totally. So the reason why they can't get into nothing and shit because they like zombies. And what it is this here. See, the CD has 2 levels. All you got to know, if you ever get these new DVDs or the old laser discs, you'll find that they have 2 and 3 movies up under each other. Well, the CD is made the same way. One way you think you're hearing music, and up under there's another thing that puts you to sleep subconsciously. So you're taken over by artificial intelligence that resembles sleep. You see what I'm saying? Now, they usually put it in most of the younger rap music or whatever type stuff, but all of it is holographic music. You see what I'm saying? It's not the LP, because the LP was melanated, and it cured your ass. You see what I'm saying? It cured you. You see. So go back and get you some doggone get your turntable. Now I got one of the top technique turntables, and my brother, somebody gave it to him the other week, about 3 years ago, and he gave it to me, and the needle was old in it, but the needle sounded good, and then the needle broke about a month ago, and I went and got the real deal needle from it, and man, I tell you, I got about 3,000 albums. Shoot, man, I said, my girl gone now, so shit. And I go up in there, man, and I start pumping that shit. I said, wait a minute, fuck this.
for a whole 2 weeks. I said, I ain't going to buy nothing but some damn shit to make some sandwiches. I would say, I ain't cooking, I ain't got it, and I've been pumping that shit up. You know what I'm saying? I got a house now and stuff. And also, I'm just saying, you gotta get into some stuff like that now. Any woman over 40 or 45 needs to, especially if you get in their 50 and 60, and to change your life. If you done had to change your life, you need to increase your sexual energy by having more sex. If you by yourself, you got to go get a motherfucker 12 to hit it, or 18. You got to pay a motherfucker to hit it. You need to be doing it. If homeboy shit don't rise, go get you an 18-year-old and pay that nigga. But any woman over a certain age should start having more sex, because the change of life is a metaphysical thing, them hot flashes and stuff. It's another spiritual level. And they say, one sister say she ain't never had sex until she turned 50. And she had a nigga 18 to hit it. And she said she was in a whole nother dimension. You see. Now, bro, I mean, we just got the short end of the stick on some shit. You know, that's just the way it is. I guess, you know. You know what I'm saying? The mistress of a woman is far more superior. Bottom line, you ain't messing around with nothing. Mistress of a woman is far more superior. In actuality, let me show you another thing, too. Do you know in the ancient world, a promiscuous woman was looked up to? The patriarchal society, as it got older, and it became stronger and stronger, and newer races, they started holding down the woman. But in ancient India, ancient Hemmitt, and going on back into equatorial Africa, thousands of years ago, a woman who had sex with different males was revered. Now, I'm going to show you something here. See how we program. You say, well, how can that be? Let me show you how we are programmed. Now, let's just break this thing down physiological. The man, like the James Bond shit, is revered when he has a whole bunch of women. All they might talk shit, but they like that nigga that's got a whole bunch of women that like him. Because that's the way they train you. But let's look at this thing physiologically. A man, once he shoot his wad, he through dealing. You might well throw that nigga in the trash can. And that might be 2-minute man, depending on the situation. Short end of the stick. But yet he's more revered the more and more he does. You know what I'm saying? But let's look at the woman. The woman can go all night. She can take multiple partners in one damn move. So obviously, when it was the matriarchal thing, that coincides more with what is reality. Reality is a woman can take the shit. And she can have sex more. Every time a man has sex, he got something, after, you might have a couple of thousand climaxes or whatever, but after a while, you can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But the woman, and then not only that, see, one aspect is for childbearing age, but another aspect is supposed to go to a whole nother level after when change your life. So when you really think about it. The ancient person that was looking at things on a higher level, that was revered because she could handle it more than the male. That's how much they've turned this shit around. You see what I'm saying? That's how much they've turned this stuff around. Now, one of the keys is this here. You want to build up sperm count for the male, so you need to get that yohimbe. But the yohimbe raises the kundalini, and the women can take it too, because it raises the kundalini energy. The yohimbe. So get you some yohimbe. Yohimbe. You see what I'm saying? Now let me go to another ritual. When you come, you're going to get, now this is for the sisters. This is for the sisters. This is the god Erzuli, E-R-Z-U-L-I.
L-I-E. E-R-O-Z-L-I-E. Erzuli. That's the goddess of love. Now, wait a minute now. Oh, y'all must have a good relationship, because this is for the sister who ain't got no man to get a man. So y'all, if you ain't got no man, if you got all right, then you can leave. But if you ain't got no man, you should stay, at least get this shit here. Because the way the black man is defecting his woman, like it's going out of style. He is getting away from his woman in mass droves with that white woman. Let's not be funny with this mess. I don't know what the black man wants, but one thing is certain. He don't want the black woman. This shit is serious. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm in different cities, and I see this shit. It's an epidemic. He's defecting. So we're saying right now, you got to curb that motherfucker and put him under a spell to give him an attitude adjustment, because it's a form of insanity. And you got to heal this motherfucker ass. I don't give a damn if you're a bad sister, I'm going to get me 5 of them. But I'd rather see 5 of them licking your feet than to see one of them with a damn white woman. Only thing a white woman can do for me is show me where a goddamn black woman is. Now, let me give you, I'm going to give you 2. Let me give you this one first. Now, if you got a nigga fucking with you, this is male or female, you know how you got a person just messing with you. What you do is get you a black bottle, beer bottle, or mainly a root beer bottle, because you want to take that old paper off the side. Get you a black root beer bottle or a beer bottle, as long as it's black and you get the paper off the side. Get you a black bottle and get you some coffee, liquid coffee, brewed coffee, no decaf. Black coffee, regular. You get some real strong Colombian, Jamaican, or Kenyan, or whatever. Get you some black, especially that Starbucks shit, real potent. Get you some black coffee and pour in that bottle. Then get you a brown piece of paper bag and tear it off on a strip like this and write that person's name on that brown paper bag and put it on the dresser or put it on a mantle or put it on an altar and take that bottle and set it on top of that brown piece of paper. And that nigga will not mess with you again or nothing like that. Now, my mama put the brown bottle on them down there in Mullen, South Carolina. She be putting it on them because, see, my mama quit school. My mama was a teacher of the year, a.k.a. teacher of the year for damn near 30 years, 20-something years. Everybody loved my mama. But my mama said, I'm quitting school so I can get the Hemmitt gossiping agency. Telephone, telegraph, or Telglaceria. That's her name. And they said, Miss Hemmitt, I'm going to tell you something. It's a secret. Don't tell nobody. Shit. As soon as she hang up the phone, she dialing. She said, shit, it was a secret. What the hell you told me for? Well, you told me so. So every now and then she gets somebody mad because she done put out the news on somebody. So she said she put out the news and some nigga all mad. Miss Hemmitt, I'm up here all mad and stuff. So she put the brown bottle on him. See, that nigga was cutting her grass the next day. Then there's another one. I'm going to beat this bitch ass. It's Hemmitt talking that shit. She put the brown bottle on. She said the woman can't even look at her now. She's scared. You know, so put the brown bottle. There was a black guy, a boy 19. I was up in Milwaukee speaking, and there's a guy 19. And he said that this old cracker on the job was messing with him. And he put the brown bottle on that cracker, and he had a heart attack. Now, let me tell you another thing. My ex-girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, not the one that just left me. The one before her. You see what I'm saying? The one before her. Now, it's interesting now, because you know what? All my girlfriends end up being my friends. We never break off friendship. The one that just left me called 2 or 3 times a week, and the other one start calling after she heard the other one left me. But anyway, my ex-girlfriend, she made a good observation the other week. She said, why don't you use the brown bottle one for damn bill collectors? I said, damn, I never thought about that. Put the bottle on them. Much as you got people hunting you down, loan people, all kind of people. I said, I never thought about that. This is how the Spirit works. Okay? Now, let me give you another one. This one is for love ritual. You're going to get you a pink candle, 7 days. Erzuli, this is to Erzuli. And Erzuli, E-R-Z-U-L-E-Y. Z-U-L-I-E. E-R-Z-U-L-I-E. That's this one with the heart shape, the goddess of love. You're going to get you a pink candle, 7 days. You're going to get you a clear glass bottle, white, clear. And you're going to take some honey and you pour into that bottle. Then you're going to write whatever nigga name, find out his name. You just walk up to him and say, don't I know you? He say, no, I don't know you. Well, what's your name? He tell you the name and you go, no, that ain't it. You can go home and write that nigga name down. Or go around the corner. Write it on your hand. Write his name down and write it on a pink piece of paper. Pink piece of paper. I got a pile of pink paper right now, y'all. Yeah, some of y'all might be able to get this. First come, first serve. Ain't that something? But all y'all that got a man now, just save it for the sister suit. So on a pink piece of paper, write it down on a pink piece of paper and take that bottle and put it on top of that pink piece of paper. And you'll get that Negro. Now, this is another real. Now, that don't work. Here's a potent one. This one from the. See, I'm from South. This is from Roots Country. I'm from South Carolina. Dr. Buzzard. I went to college with Dr. Buzzard's grandson. And I come in, I'm up in Harlem. He lives up in Harlem. And I said, damn, Matt. He pledged Kappa down there. We went to Benedict College in South Carolina. And I said, damn, Matt. He's at all my lectures and stuff. And I'm like, damn, man. He said, I'm all into this stuff. He said, my family was into this. And then one of my other friends went to Benedict with me and said, hey, man, you didn't know that's Dr. Buzzard's great-grandson. I said, damn. But anyway, I'm from Root Country. Now, this one, it works, too. This one going to work. But now, if you want to be hard here, what you do is this. This is some, hey, it's time to get it on. Now, because I'm serious about this shit. See, I'm so spiritual till sometimes I actually felt how the sisters feel sometimes when they see them niggas with them white women. And then I felt how the sisters feel when they can't get nobody. When you socialize, everything is based on love. That's some bad shit. Man, I say, no, so you really get this. And this one, you get on a person. What you're going to have to do, you're going to have to give up the draws to do it. Or whatever brother that's willing to get with you, that you say, I might pretty much like, I'd like to chill with him. But say, hey, come on and get it. And this is one from South Carolina, and it worked. Now, let me give you the story. I had a friend, I got a cousin named Robert, and man, we was up in New York in 1970, and you should see his wife. His wife was so fine until women would look and say, damn, that's a fine-ass woman.
And he had just gotten married, but he went snook off one time and got this other sister and laid with her, and then he could not touch his wife no more. Couldn't touch her. You see what I'm saying? And he couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, 40 minutes. Okay, good. We're going to go into the question and answer after this. He couldn't figure out what it was. Couldn't figure out what it was. They're going to put us out the mall? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Well, shoot, man. Now, we'll shove another one on up in there. Hey, get your money's worth, man. Shoot. You paying the most money I ever made to do this here, so out 3 o'clock if you want to. Now, he couldn't touch his wife, and so he just was crazy about this woman. He just had to be with this woman and desire this doggone woman, this other woman. And so he done moved out and was up in the woman's house and stuff. He up there cleaning up her house. And he went in the little pantry where they have all the little grits and stuff like that. And he went in there and he hit one of the barrels where they have all that rice in, and this jar fell off the doggone shelf and broke. And then when she walked in the door, he didn't desire no more. And she looked at him and she said, "You fuck with my shit." He was like, "What you talking about?" She said, "You fuck with my shit." And he said, "Oh, now I get it." And basically what you do is whenever you have sex with a brother, you take a dish rag. It's got to be a dish. I don't know why. See, the Africans had all kind of advanced shit they used to do. You take a dish rag and you wipe the cum off with, and then you take it and you tie it in a knot and put it in a damn jar. You got him. A mason jar, you know. The one you put them peaches in. Huh? Brother, you in bad shape if you can't get no woman. Hell, there is, for a brother out here that ain't damn on crack or ain't just crazy. See, now it ain't about no money. No, see, it's so bad in New York. They be like, it's in New York, it ain't about no money no more. They be like, we just want a brother who ain't crazy. You see, in New York, it's so bad now. They be like, we just want a motherfucker who just ain't crazy. That's it. He can have a club foot as long as he all right. He ain't crazy. And as long as Jimmy ain't clubbed, homeboy might be good to go. So that's the least of your problems, man. Come on. Least of your problems. You know what I'm saying? I'm 38 and overweight. And the word got out about a month ago, that I was single. And they coming out the woodwork. But I told them I ain't got nothing but some sex and some buffalo wings, and I'm fresh out of buffalo wings. So goddamn it, you better come bearing some gifts. You better not have your hand out. Because I'm fresh out of buffalo wings because I can't afford no buffalo wings. So, all I got is some love. I don't know how long that'll last, but I'll talk all night. I can afford some Manischewitz and conversation, and we're good to go. So, yeah. Now, that's what you do. Now, let's see what else. Huh? The minstrel thing, what you do is this here. The minstrel thing is to get what you want. What you want. And get what your man wants, so he can benefit off this shit. See, even when he got the period, when you got the period, he can go and benefit off the thing. Because, most men have cycles, too. You know what a nigga get on his cycle. You didn't know that shit, did you? Men have cycles, too. Yeah, damn right. Men have cycles. So, and they might coincide with yours. But anyway, so the man can benefit off this. What you do is you wear all red undergarments. All red. Red underwear, red bra, under anything you get on while you have your period on. Then you get you a piece of paper and write on red ink what you want. You're going to get 2 pieces of paper and you're going to write identical on both pieces of paper. Now sign it. No, the ink has to be red. You sign at the top of the paper, Sekhmet. S-E-K-M-E-T, Sekhmet. The goddess whose color is red. Sekhmet, or Sekhet, S-E-K-E-T, same thing. Sekhmet or Sekhet. You sign on the top of each page. You get you a red 7-day candle. You take one piece of the paper that you signed, whatever you wanted, you put it down on the altar or on the mantle, and you take the red candle and you light it, and you. Then the other piece of paper, you take it, or what you wanted, and you burn it with that candle. You burn it with that candle and burn it up with that red ink on both of them. So practice on it, because both of those, you got to say both things on each piece of paper with the red ink. And you wear them undergarments that day. Sekhmet. Yeah. Both papers identical, got to have the same thing. One you got to burn, and one you got to put up under. Now, this is the one for big money. This is the one for big money. Big money. The other one just gets you by. Now, it's interesting, because when a brother down in Trenton, I told him that, and the brother owns the place in Trenton, New Jersey. And I told him, he did this, the one on the 4 corners, the 4 pennies. And he went outside, and damn money was rolling up the street. And he thought it was this woman in this little boy lost it, so he picked up all the money and gave it to the girl. And she said, was that your money you lost? And she said, no. We didn't lose no money. And the money just was rolling up the damn street for him, and he didn't pick up on it and gave it to the girl. You see, now, this one is for big money. Big money. Now, this one comes from Haiti. Here it is again. It's Erzuli. E-R-Z-U-L-I-E. Erzuli. That's Isis in Kemet, Oshun in Yoruba land in Nigeria. Erzuli. Now, this is for big money. How I was able to get this one was, somebody will go over to Haiti and go get this ritual. They'll come back up to Philadelphia, New York. This was Philadelphia. And they'll have a ritual party, and they invite everybody to come to the party. Charge $100 to get in. And they have all this food and stuff. And after the end of the party, they give out this major ritual that they had to go to Haiti to get. You see what I'm saying? So the day that the girl went to the party and paid the $100, she called me on the phone and gave it to me for free. That's the benefit of being a lecturer. So I give it to you for free. Now, this one, you need 2 pieces of parchment paper. Two pink 7-day candles. All right? No, I'm sorry. 1 pink 7-day candle. 2 pieces of parchment paper. That's the sheepskin paper. You can get it at any office, places where they have they do stationery and stuff. Parchment paper. Staples sell it. 2 pieces of parchment paper, 1 pink candle, 7-day, one white plate. Don't fuck around with no Chinese, no paper shit. A white porcelain, a white plate. No plastic. Make sure it's a plate. All white. A white plate, all white. A white paper bag, not a plastic bag, a white paper bag. And a piece of string. You're going to write on the top of each of the paper, Urzuli on the top of each page. Then you're going to write identically what you want financially on those two papers, identical. You're going to take one of the pages, you're going to write what you want on both pieces of paper. So practice on it. Write what you want on both pieces of paper identical. They don't have to be red, it's just black ink. And Urzuli at the top. You're going to take one of the pages and you're going to put on the white plate and you're going to pour honey on top of it. On the paper. On a table. On a table with the candle, the piece of parchment paper with the honey on top of the plate. Then you're going to take the other piece, put it in the white piece of paper bag. Take the other piece of parchment paper, put it in a white paper bag, and twist the paper bag at the top that it looks like a balloon and tie a string around it. Like this, so it hangs down like a balloon with the string. Then you're going to take a thumbtack and you're going to stick it up under the table, directly under the plate, and you're going to tack it up under the plate, so it hangs down on the table like a balloon hanging down off of a string, directly under the plate on top of the table. Up under the table, you're going to take a stump tack and you're going to put it up under the table with the bag hanging down, tied at the top of the bag, with the paper inside the bag. Huh? Yes, it's up under the table. The one up under the table, the candle going to be sitting up on the table with the plate. You're going to take another one with the bag and stick it up under the plate, under the table. You get it? If you don't, tell your damn friends next to you or something who get it. Now, and, you know, I can't go on all night about this. It's real simple. Huh? By the tape. And you put it up under the table and let it hang down, and that'll get you big money, and you let that candle burn. That'll get you big money. Now, these things work better if you believe in them. Don't just believe in some stuff and just do it just in case. So that's what it is, because a lot of this stuff is off of your own energy. So you have to believe in it. Let the candle burn. Yeah. The candle is on the table beside the plate. Beside the plate. Yeah. So let's go into a question and answer right quick. What's that, brother? Okay, this is the Ankh. It's a combination of the Ankh, combination of the wings. The wings represent illumination. That's why you see the wings on Jesus sometimes. It represents illumination. It's got a little scarab beetle on the end. The scarab beetle hangs around shit, feces, and then it grows wings, so it represents illumination. In order for you to rise up, you have to have a spiritual rot and putrefaction. Very key on this here, too. Black people have a brain atrophy right now. Our brains don't work right. Because our brains don't work right because we function in a society that's not conducive to our own thought. And we even have to question whether we came out of slavery with thought. I don't even believe half the shit is thought. I don't think we think at all half the time. We have a heightened emotion, a response, and a reaction that we've been calling thought. He really did a job on us. We have hindsight, but we don't have foresight. That's why we're reactionary people. The brain has an atrophy, but this is what happens with us. Nature has a way of correcting things. If you go blind, your sight becomes better. Your hearing becomes better. If you go deaf, your sight becomes better. You know what I'm saying? We don't think on a proper form, and so as a result, what's happening is this matrix brain is shutting down. As a result, the pineal brain is going to become active because it doesn't have the busyness of the matrix brain, the illusionary brain, to keep it dormant. So in so many words, we're so old until we have a racial senility. And we can't even function on this plane. That's why nothing don't work for us. As a result, a new creature is being born to replace the old one. That's a part of this whole thing. So that's what this, you know, the beetle represents that the rebirth, and it hangs around in dung. This is the same Baphomet that you saw before, the god Pan that I showed you, which the white boy didn't have a symbol for devil at first, and he chose an ancient symbol. Yeah, I got it right here. He took an ancient symbol and he made and he just made, because there's no such thing as a devil. They don't have a pictorial view of description of the devil in the Bible, and he just took an ancient symbol, and anytime you see the horns on the head, that represented one with nature. The goddess, they took the same horns off the goddess Hathor head and put on the devil. There's a book called The Devil by Jeffrey Burton Russell's book. Jeffrey Burton Russell got an excellent book on the devil, and it shows you how they took all them ancient things and converted it into that shit in Rome. So that's what this is. This is the scarab with the beetle, with the wings. This is a picture of Horus or Heru, and at the top is the pyramid, represents the union, and at the bottom is the snake, represents the kundalini. And this is what you call the Star of David, is actually two inverted pyramids, which means as above, so below. And in the middle is the Eye of Heru, which is also the third eye. All this stuff is ancient symbology. That's our stuff. You see what I'm saying? Give me some questions. Okay, hold up. You want to?
You know, as we, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. Let's get a brother a black hand. Yeah. All right, all right. And thank you, my queen, as always, in the beginning and the end. We have a mic for question and answers. So to benefit everybody, so everyone can hear what we'd like to do. If you have a question, we do have a mic. So as we do it in all the lectures, if you could just form a line right there. Now also, what we're not going to do, Brother Jamal, he had to leave, is that we're not going to have a debate. We're not going to have any arguments.
That's right.
And we're not going to have a mini lecture by the questioner, for the benefit for the brothers and sisters that have come to get the knowledge. Ashe on that? Okay, so if you have a question, not 5, 6, or 10 questions, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt of 2 if the brother wants you to go on. But just form a line, and you all have a benefit. The brother here can go on, so we've got plenty of time for your question and answer until he's finished, okay? So thank you all again for coming out. The brother will be back, and this is just one of the things that we do. So thank you, my brother.
All right.
My hotel.
Right on.
All right. Yeah. Like I say, this is homecoming for me. You know. All right, give me some questions.
Okay, I want to ask this question the best I can.
Yeah.
Could you explain more why the men should have wives, or if he should have wives, or why that role is important to get to the high level of... could you expound more on that? That's what I want you to do.
Yeah, in actuality, what it was a social program. It was a social type of thing that was invented by the sisters in Africa. The sisters is the one that started the whole, polygamy thing. Because of the shortage of males at that particular time,
And it was as much wives as you can afford. That's the difference now. Ain't no sense in having no 2, 3 wives and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you can't afford a damn thing, and it end up with 100,000 kids that the state got to take care of. You know what I'm saying? So it was a social thing that the sisters put together in ancient Africa and ancient civilization. Whether that is appropriate now has to depend on the individual situation. And it has to depend on whether you have every party mature enough to understand what's going on. It can't be something that's imposed upon someone based on some type of mind control type thing. So it has to be several people, if you're going to do it, that have to be mature enough to understand the importance of it, because ultimately the importance of it was a equality type based thing based on being a shortage of males also too.
Okay, I wanted you to expound on it as far as what you were saying about the higher level of thought consciousness from raising up to the 7th chakra.
Yeah.
What you were saying. I wanted you to expound on it in that sense. If that's the level of understanding and you know.
Oh, you talking as far as the many wives or something?
As far as for what you were saying, as far as for you put
now I'm gonna tell you. Now I'm a master of the goddamn occult. Now I'm a master of this shit. I know what I'm talking about, and I don't see really the relevance of it when you don't even have to have the wives to deal with it on that level. You understand what I'm saying? Because, see, there's a difference between what appears to be spiritual and what real spirituality is. Yeah. So my point here is I see the polygamy thing from a social point of view, but a spiritual point of view, you understand what I'm saying? You got to understand this particular part. Each person's soul ultimately cannot be raised up by another person. Ultimately, because we're talking about something that's so innate till you have to tap into it yourself. And the other person, although you might be inspired by them, you have to go and face your own soul by yourself because it is uniquely yours. So I don't see how ultimately so many wives can raise you up that way spiritually. But socially, that was one of the aspects. But given the time and different things like that and all, that's one that has to be figured out by several people that's mature enough to do that. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying the higher level of consciousness doesn't have anything to do with wives?
No, wives, no.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, let me tell you what real marriage is. The real marriage has nothing to do with some type of ceremony where you get together. You know what real sacred marriage is? Real sacred marriage or spiritual marriage is a union of 2 energies brought on by sex. That's what the origin of the shit was about. Before all the other cultures came and gave you this other social thing, that's why you notice when a lot of times when you have sex, especially with the women being more open, there's a bond. You know what I'm saying? The brother, he might have to hit it a couple of times, but sooner or later it's going to get in too. There's a bond that you get by having sex because it's a spiritual marriage of unions of energies. And that's what the real alchemical thing, what whoever you screw in is your wife. The ceremonial thing was based on civilization and cultural. But the real union of marriage and sex is based on a union of energies, on the alchemical term of this thing. You see what I'm saying? You know, like that. So what's that, sister?
Rather than just to pick up on that,
yeah.
Then if every time a person is having sex with another person and that's their spouse, then how can they leave that person and then go on to another person?
See, what it means is there is sex where there's also sexual tantra to deal with certain energies, and you can do different things based on an experience in that world. But the one that we're talking about where it's a sexual marriage is usually a permanent partner, or a partner for a certain length of time until whenever you figure that whole thing is. So that's what that has something to do with.
My question, back you mentioned something about the Kabbalah, and you had gone into the 3 initiates, the law, and you touched on the vibration.
Vibration, yeah.
What were the other 2?
There's vibration, there's thought. There's thought, there's vibration. Oh man, there's some, man, I'm drawing a blank right now. Thought, vibration, rhythm, which would be the same as vibration, but that's probably another aspect of it. There's several of it. To be fair, just you need to get the book, the Kabbalion, the 3 initiates.
Okay.
The studies in Hermetic, like I said, the studies in Hermetic philosophy.
Okay. Last question. You were talking about how demons or things would come and possess or haunt people. For the demons that come and possess women, the incubus at night, how do you handle that? And how do you handle being so sensitive to a lot of psychic energy and it just drives you nuts?
That's a good question. Okay, one is this. You get rid of some psychic energy by several things. Number one, the Damians, which is just basically energy, it's a twofold thing. It's like we call it Cohen Janus. It has 2 heads. You can turn the energy around that it don't be so severe.